Chapter 1. Help me and my patron. Why are you hiding your identity? Uchiha Izumi asked coldly, his expression as stoic as ever. Kirito, on the other hand, seemed utterly uninterested in the conversation. He casually browsed through the scrolls of ninjutsu collected from both the Uchiha and Sarutobi families, his ears only half tuned to Obito's ramblings. Because if people knew Uchiha Madara was still alive, it would create too many complications. Now, I'll take you to meet the leader of Akatsuki, Obito said, casting a sideways glance at Kirito. Did you hear that, Kirito? Yeah. I got it. Your name's Tobi, not Uchiha Madara. From now on, you're an intern for Akatsuki, while we're official members. So, I guess that makes you the rookie, Kirito replied, stifling a yawn as he answered in a half-hearted tone. You. Obito fumed beneath his mask, feeling a vein pulse on his forehead. Despite his growing irritation, he found himself helpless to do anything about it. Obito had realized that Kirito was far more devious than his calm, polite demeanor suggested. He was a master of manipulation, more ruthless than anyone could suspect. Obito could never quite figure out Kirito's motives, nor predict his actions, which made him uneasy. And Kirito's strength, his true power, remained an enigma. Was it wise to bring someone like him into Akatsuki? Obito wondered. Soon, the trio arrived at a secluded building by the river, a temporary base for the Akatsuki in Omegakure, the village hidden in the rain. It was a tall structure resembling a clock tower. Kirito, including Zetsu, whom you've already met, Akatsuki has 9 core members. We don't gather often, but many of them possess cage-level strength, Obito explained as they approached the entrance. Of course, the organization is still in its early stages. We do have a few members whose power is merely at the level of a jonin. But such individuals rarely last long. Be prepared. I don't mind, Kirito shrugged, slipping the scrolls into his pouch. As long as I can find a safe place to keep Izumi. Uchiha Izumi walked beside him, his face unreadable. Let's head in. Obito stepped off the boat first, instantly slipping into his Tobi persona, bouncing around playfully as he led the way into the building. Kirito and Izumi followed close behind. Upon entering the room, Kirito immediately recognized someone standing in the shadows: Orochimaru. Oh, Izumi. Long time no see, Orochimaru purred in his usual hoarse voice, stepping out from the darkness with his trademark, sinister smile. His long black hair, reptilian golden eyes, and pale skin gave him an eerie presence. Despite wearing the Akatsuki cloak, his malicious aura was palpable, just as Kirito remembered him. Orochimaru-sensei. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. At this point in time, he still held some respect for Orochimaru, who had once been a revered son of Konoha. Ah, Itachi, how nostalgic. It seems even a genius like you has ended up in the company of Akatsuki, Orochimaru commented, his gaze lingering on Itachi before shifting to Kirito. And you, the one responsible for wiping out the Sarutobi and Chimera clans. Rumors suggested you were framed and perished during the Uchiha clan massacre. I see now that those rumors were greatly exaggerated. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with malice as he regarded Kirito, though his expression remained calm. Although Orochimaru had long since severed ties with Konoha, there were still remnants of his old bonds with Hiruzen Sarutobi, his former teacher. That bond, no matter how faint, made the destruction of the Sarutobi clan a deeply personal affair. Even in the original story, Orochimaru hesitated when he first defected, and during the Konoha crush plan, he had shed a tear while killing his former master. Now, with the Sarutobi clan entirely eradicated, it wasn't surprising that Orochimaru harbored a grudge against Kirito. Well, it's truly an honor that someone as renowned as Lord Orochimaru knows of me, Kirito said with a faint smile, stepping forward without fear. His tone, however, suddenly dropped as his eyes narrowed. But I couldn't help but sense a bit of killing intent from you earlier. Are you perhaps seeking revenge for your former teacher? For a moment, Orochimaru's instincts as a snake caused him to tense up, feeling an inexplicable unease under Kirito's sharp gaze. This kid, he's more perceptive than I gave him credit for, Orochimaru thought. Quickly adjusting his demeanor, Orochimaru let out a dry chuckle. You're quite the joker, Kirito. I'm simply curious about you. After all, it's not every day one meets the man who wiped out the strongest Hokage's family in Danzo's route. The strongest cage. Kirito let out a sarcastic snort. I won't argue with you about Danzo. That darkness of the shinobi world certainly earned his title, given the number of Konoha shinobi he had killed or exiled to advance his own ambitions. But Sarutobi Hiruzen? The so-called strongest cage? Don't make me laugh. Kirito's expression turned icy. That self-righteous old man couldn't even live up to his own words. He claimed to be the strongest Hokage, yet he was all bark and no bite. He mimicked Hiruzen's famous phrase, his voice dripping with disdain. Wherever the leaves dance, fire burns bright, casting its shadow on the village. What a joke. The reality is, Hiruzen drained Konoha dry, snuffed out its potential, and hoarded everything for his own clan. Kirito's tone grew even colder as he continued, do you know how many Sarutobi I killed that night? 2,753. 80% of them were ninjas. Faces I had never even seen before in any high-level missions. In terms of numbers, they rivaled the combined size of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans before their own downfalls. He smirked, pausing briefly to let his words sink in. The Sarutobi clan was thriving while the rest of Konoha was withering. Left unchecked, they would have turned this place into their own little fiefdom. I did Konoha a favor, ridding them of those parasites. With a casual flourish, Kirito pulled out a small water bottle from his pocket, took a sip, and wiped his mouth. Orochimaru, Itachi, and even Obito stared at him, utterly speechless. Itachi, in particular, was visibly shaken. Kirito's words shattered the image of the third Hokage that had been ingrained in his mind since childhood. Even Orochimaru, who had long severed ties with Konoha, and Obito, who believed himself the master of manipulation, were left stunned by Kirito's brutal honesty. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 2. Help me in my Patreon. Haha. It seems that Kirito-kun holds quite the grudge against the third Hokage, Orochimaru remarked with a wry smile, breaking the silence. Of course. If that old man hadn't broken his promise and teamed up with that wretched Danzo to try and kill me, I wouldn't have defected. Who likes living in fear? It would have been nice to stay in Konoha, work as a jonin, take on missions, and live a peaceful life. Kirito sighed helplessly, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. This made Orochimaru and the others twitch. If someone didn't know better, they would think that Kirito's family hadn't been wiped out by him, but rather the other way around. It seems the ninjas from Konoha get along quite well, a commanding and deep voice suddenly echoed through the room. As the voice finished, a young man with a face full of black piercings entered, followed by a woman. The woman had light blue-purple hair, a beautiful, calm face, and a striking figure. She was slightly older than Kurenei, and in terms of beauty, she was easily her equal. Even with Kirito's composed nature, he couldn't help but be slightly distracted. He silently mused about how the world of Naruto was filled with beautiful women, though few met a happy end. But now that Kirito was here, his ultimate goal was to give all the ladies a perfect home. Leader, Orochimaru greeted formally, though Obito, disguised as Tobi, had already disappeared unnoticed. Pain ignored Orochimaru's attitude, merely waving him away. Orochimaru left without protest. As long as Orochimaru didn't cause trouble, Pain had no issues, he only cared about completing the tasks he assigned. The Lavender Rinnegan swept over Kirito and Itachi in turn. Pain said, I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Codename, 0. You can call me the leader, or simply Pain. Akatsuki's goal is world peace. We will rule the world, replacing the 5 major nations. A lofty goal, Itachi commented softly. Kirito voiced his opinion, it's a noble wish, but as long as the ninja village system exists, true peace will never come. The system itself is the problem. They don't produce anything. They survive on commissions. The moment peace comes, the income of ninja villages drops. That leads to friction between nations, and eventually, someone will create chaos. That's how the ninja world wars began. Itachi, standing silently, showed a disapproving expression. Kirito glanced at him and crossed his arms. Don't dismiss my words. The reason you disagree is that your perspective is limited to Konoha. Konoha has the best resources, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is content with peace. But those ninjas living in war-torn, barren lands don't see it that way. They want better resources and a more stable life. No one goes to war for fun. The leader, being from the Rain Village, should understand this well. You're correct, Pain nodded, a glint of interest in his Rinnegan as he looked at Kirito. Kirito continued, this is all just a legacy of history. If the first Hokage had allied with Uchiha Madara to unify the ninja world and regulate the nations and villages, instead of relying on the will of fire to sway others, things would have been different. At the first 5-Cage summit, the peace treaty was signed only because the other villages feared the first Hokage's power, not out of mutual understanding. When he died, the first ninja world war broke out. That's all the proof you need. After a moment of silence, Pain asked, so, how do you think we can achieve permanent peace? I don't know, Kirito replied. Even if we unify the world and establish a perfect system, it'll only last temporarily. As long as chakra exists, there will be no lasting peace. People like Danzo or Hiruzen, with their schemes and hypocrisy, are just a reflection of the times. I see, Pain said thoughtfully, before returning to the original topic. Akatsuki's goal is world peace. To that end, we're gathering talented ninjas from all backgrounds. Kirito and Itachi of Konoha, welcome. Hearing this, both Kirito and Itachi removed their headbands and slashed through the symbols, severing ties with Konoha. Pain handed over the signature rings that symbolized official membership in Akatsuki. Itachi's ring bore the character red, and Kirito's was blue, previously belonging to Deidara in the original series. These will be your codenames in Akatsuki: red for Itachi and blue for Kirito. The rings also serve as communication devices and must be worn at all times. When in action, you'll wear the Akatsuki uniform to help promote our reputation, as we're still in the development stage. Also, nail polish is mandatory. Pain's commanding voice echoed in Kirito's ear. His mouth twitched as he placed the ring on the index finger of his right hand. Well, I like the black cloak with red clouds, but nail polish? I'm not a fan of wearing that. No exceptions, Pain cut in firmly. Fine, Kirito sighed, giving in. By the way, can you arrange a secure, private place for me to stay? I'll need to live with an old friend of mine. Of course. Protecting Akatsuki members and their families is one of our core principles. You'll stay in the highest tower of the Rain Village, the safest location in the ninja world. Apart from me and Konan, no one else is allowed in or out, Pain assured him. Is there anything else I need to know? Kirito vaguely remembered that the top tower in the Rain Village was where Nagato and Konan resided. It truly was the most secure place in the world, as long as Kirito remained loyal to Akatsuki and didn't betray the organization. It seemed Obito still held reservations about Kirito, placing him under the Rinnegan's watchful eye. Pain said, the top floor is off limits except to Konan and me. Elsewhere, you can do as you like, train, relax, whatever, just don't damage the property. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Hart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 3. View more chapters in Patreon. Konan, take him there. Pain addressed Uchiha Itaki. As for Itaki, I will make other arrangements for your stay. Come with me, newcomer. Konan gave Kirito an expressionless look before turning and walking out of the tower. Kirito followed closely behind. Soon, Kirito was shown to a lavish suite. It included 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen fully furnished and equipped with every convenience. It was hard to believe such luxury could exist inside the dark confines of the clock tower. This is much better than the Uchiha clan's traditional Japanese wooden houses, which don't even have proper beds, Kirito commented as he lay down comfortably on the couch. No, this is an exception. It's special treatment from both the leader and me, Konan said in a flat tone. Is this because of Danzo? Kirito asked, glancing at Konan with casual curiosity, hands folded behind his head. It seems you know quite a bit. Konan's eyes narrowed dangerously, a hint of suspicion flickering in them. Don't look at me like that. I was a member of Konoha's ANBU for a year. I've seen the darkest parts of Konoha. That's why I decided to defect without hesitation, Kirito explained as he stood up abruptly. After ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, he continued, Senior Konan, I'm sure you also harbor doubts about the true identity of that masked man. What are you implying? Konan asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Nothing much. I'm just suggesting a deal, Kirito said, his smile returning. What kind of deal? Konan's interest was piqued. I'll help you secretly investigate the identity of the masked man. All I ask is that you and the leader keep something hidden for me, Kirito explained as he formed hand seals, releasing Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Mikoto from the storage space. Both women remained unconscious, as Kirito had sealed their pressure points earlier. Placing them gently on the bed, Kirito pointed at each in turn, explaining, this is my childhood friend, Uchiha Izumi. I'm sure you've already investigated her. The other is Uchiha Mikoto, another Uchiha I saved for my reasons. Neither the masked man nor Zetsu, nor even that notorious son who killed his parents, knows about her existence. Kirito continued, I can help you uncover the masked man's identity, but in return, you must keep the existence of these two hidden and ensure their absolute safety. How about it? Konan observed Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Mikoto in silence for a moment before finally responding, I'll have to consult the leader first. I'll wait for your good news then. Kirito smiled. With his proficiency in illusion techniques, it would have been easy for him to deceive both Obito and Zetsu, but Nagato was a different story. The condition for activating the Kyoka Suijutsu required both eyes to witness the act of release, but Nagato, who never revealed his true form due to his crippled legs, was too perceptive to be tricked easily. While he might have been able to manipulate Pain's 6 paths, Nagato's Uzumaki clan heritage gave him an extraordinary sensitivity to chakra, meaning he could easily detect Uchiha Mikoto's presence in the tower. Instead of relying on deception, Kirito chose to be open about his intentions. After all, Nagato and Konan weren't fully aligned with Obito either. Konan quickly returned, this time carrying Akatsuki uniforms, the signature black cloaks with red clouds, hats, and even nail polish. The leader has agreed, but if your identity is exposed, we won't be responsible for the consequences, Konan said with her usual impassive demeanor. Of course, Kirito replied, donning the Akatsuki cloak with a dramatic flourish. How do I look? He asked with a playful grin. For the first time, Konan's stoic expression softened slightly. A suppressed smile flickered across her face as she remarked, it looks fine, but your movements are a bit exaggerated. Okay, make sure you're at the clock tower tomorrow morning. Pain will introduce you to the rest of the Akatsuki and assign your tasks. If you need anything, you can come to me. I live right across from you, Konan explained before turning to leave. Across from me? Now, this is a real test of willpower. Which Akatsuki member could resist such a challenge? Kirito muttered to himself as he sighed and walked into the room. He released the pressure points on Uchiha Mikoto, allowing her to wake up. After a few moments, Uchiha Mikoto stirred and slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in an unfamiliar room. The first thing she saw was Kirito standing before her in the Akatsuki cloak, a knife scar visible on his forehead. Madam, you're awake. First of all, I can't tell you where we are, and knowing wouldn't help you anyway. Just be assured, this isn't Konoha, and we're out of immediate danger. As for your sons, both are alive and well. However, I doubt you'll ever see your eldest son again. Given his loyalty to the village, he might try to kill you once more in the name of the Uchiha clan's so-called honor. But there's still hope for your younger son. In the eyes of the world, though, both you and Izumi are considered dead. It'll be some time before you can reunite with him. You will be living here for the foreseeable future. If you need anything, feel free to ask the girl across the hall. She'll provide whatever you need. Mikoto listened intently to Kirito's summary of the situation. She glanced at Uchiha Izumi, who remained asleep beside her, quickly understanding the gravity of her circumstances. Rising from her bed, she gave Kirito a respectful bow. Thank you. Madam, there's no need to be so formal. I promised Uncle Fugaku I'd look after you, and that's exactly what I'll do, Kirito responded, stepping forward to help her up by the arm. Mikoto's heart raced briefly at the touch, a brief flicker of panic crossing her mind. However, when she remembered that Kirito was only 13 and deeply devoted to Izumi, she dismissed her concerns. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her own thoughts, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, Kirito's long-dormant system chimed in with a notification. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the system options. 1. Do not awaken Uchiha Izumi. Before performing any further actions, you will be rewarded with perfect wind chakra and a property change. 2. Awaken Uchiha Izumi and punish her right in front of her, receiving Rasengan series ninjutsu as a reward. 3. Do not awaken Uchiha Izumi, but punish her together with Mikoto, earning you the haki of observation from the pirate world. 4. Awaken Uchiha Izumi, and together punish both her and Mikoto. You will earn the armament haki from the pirate world. 5. Do nothing and remain passive, receiving the reward, 1 piece of firewood * 999999. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 5. Comment. Vote. Chapter 4. View more chapters in Patreon. Please choose. Kirito. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped if I had known. Konan lives right across the street and has yet to see her own reflection in the mirror. If that happens, Izumi will be heartbroken. Mikoto is not a casual woman. Once he forces himself on her, unless he threatens Suzuki, she might just try to commit suicide every day. Alas. You can't accomplish everything all at once. Everything has to be done step by step. At this moment, Mikoto turned her gaze to Uchiha Izumi and changed the subject. Kirito, what's with her? Ahem, Kirito coughed lightly, took a step back without leaving a trace, took the initiative to distance himself from Mikoto, and said seriously, Madam, Izumi doesn't know about the Uchiha clan extermination yet, and I haven't told her either. If possible, I hope to let her enjoy a carefree girlhood. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining firewood * 999999, which has been automatically stored in the system warehouse. I understand. What do you need me to do? Mikoto nodded. She was sincerely happy for Uchiha Izumi and glad that the latter had found such a considerate protector. After a moment of contemplation, Kirito said, Izumi knows about the Uchiha clan's plan for a coup and Danzo's sending me to wipe out the Uchiha clan. I'll tell her later that Uncle Fugaku and I discussed it and used the opportunity of pretending to kidnap you to divert the Uchiha clan's hatred towards the village and thus end the rebellion. Let Konoha and the Uchiha clan live in harmony again. As he spoke, Kirito untied Uchiha Izumi's acupoints. Kirito, have we left Konoha yet? Hey, why is Aunt Mikoto here? This was the first sentence Izumi said after waking up. Kirito and Mikoto looked at each other, and they tacitly told Izumi a white lie. Then Kirito mentioned some precautions about the place to both of them. After hearing this, Izumi was happy for her people, but at the same time, she threw herself into Kirito's arms in distress. This made Kirito's face flush hot. To celebrate escaping the crisis, Izumi and Mikoto cooked a table full of dishes that night using ingredients Kirito had stored in the system warehouse. After dinner, while Izumi was taking a bath, Kirito took out a clay pot and handed it to Mikoto. Madam, this is for you. What is this? Mikoto took the pottery jar curiously and asked in surprise. Kirito said solemnly, these are your husband's ashes. Fugaku. Hearing this, Mikoto could no longer hold back and hugged the urn, crying. Kirito calmly lied, although he wasn't a good clan leader, he was a good husband. After he died, I stole his body from under Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and secretly cremated it on the way here. Don't worry, his body was intact before cremation, and I didn't dig out his eyes. He indeed didn't dig out his eyes. His eyes were taken by the system, and the same was true for the Uchiha bloodline. Thank you. Uchiha Mikoto picked up the urn, stood up, and bowed, expressing her sincere gratitude to Kirito. Kirito smiled slightly, patted her shoulder, and joked, do you feel better now? If you still want to cry, I don't mind lending you my shoulder. You're really not serious. I don't know where you learned this from. Uchiha Mikoto wiped her tears, glared at him in reproach, and then burst into laughter, feeling inexplicably better. I won't talk to you anymore. Don't you have a mission tomorrow? I'll clean up the table later. After you take a shower, go to bed early. I'll take care of your clothes for you, Mikoto said, holding the urn as she walked into her room. Kirito smiled indifferently, and after Izumi finished washing, he also took a bath, returned to the room, and began his long-awaited rest since the extermination of the clan. Kirito. However, not long after he lay down, Mikoto knocked on his door. Madam, do you need anything? Kirito opened the door with a smile. Well, I left in such a hurry this time that I didn't bring any spare clothes, Mikoto said, blushing. I understand. You can just wear mine tonight. Tomorrow I'll ask Konan to get you a few sets. Just give me the size. As he spoke, Kirito took out a white shirt and black shorts from the system warehouse. As for underwear, he didn't offer any, nor could he. Izumi's size was too small, and underwear couldn't be worn randomly, so Mikoto had to make do. Thank you. Mikoto quickly took the white shirt and black pants from Kirito and hurried into the bathroom. She didn't turn on the shower until Kirito's door was closed. Soon, the sound of running water filled the room. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, at dawn, Mikoto, a housewife at heart, prepared breakfast for Kirito. At the same time, she changed into her own clothes. As for Kirito's clothes, she had already washed them, dried them with an iron, and hung them up along with his clothes from yesterday. Kirito, thank you for what happened last night. As for the clothes, I've already asked Konan, and she'll send them over later, Mikoto said, blushing and slightly embarrassed. That's good, Kirito smiled. What happened between you two last night? Izumi asked curiously as she opened the door to her room. It's nothing. Mrs. Mikoto just forgot to bring a change of clothes, so I asked Konan to get her a few sets. Kirito blinked at Mikoto, who immediately responded with a grateful look. After Izumi sat down, Kirito reminded the two of them about some precautions and that he might be away for a while. Only then did he don the Akatsuki cloak and leave. At the stairs, he unexpectedly met Konan. The two walked side by side, and Kirito whispered in a voice only they could hear, after I leave, I'll leave Mikoto and Izumi in your care. I'll send you information about the masked man as soon as possible. No problem, Konan replied lightly without further comment. After a moment, the two arrived at the clock tower where they had gathered the previous day. Pain Tendu had been waiting for some time, and Ataka had also arrived, standing beside Pain with an expressionless face. When he saw Kirito approaching, he immediately activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Kirito smiled, found a place to lean against a pillar, folded his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, Zetsu, Kisame, Orochimaru, and Sasori arrived one by one. Kirito didn't open his eyes until Kakuzu arrived, as he felt an extremely strong murderous intent directed at him. Kirito glanced at Zetsu, who was closest to him, and said loudly, Is there something wrong with the masked man's brain? Does he always release murderous intent like this? Is he usually so brave? Boy, are you looking for death? Kakuzu seethed with anger and greed, veins bulging on his forehead. If Pain weren't there, he might have attacked on the spot. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Read 30 chapters ahead in my Patreon. White Zetsu explained gloatingly, he is Kakuzu, the financial director of the Akatsuki organization, and his favorite thing is money. Since you wiped out the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, Konoha has set a very high bounty for you in the underground exchange. Now, when Kakuzu sees you, it's like seeing a lot of money. Kirito suddenly realized and continued to ask, then how much is the bounty? 90 million ryo, Black Zetsu replied. What? Those three old guys are too stingy. Less than the price for 3 Asumas, Kirito said in disgust. He took out a scroll from his sleeve, spread it on the ground, and made a hand seal. With a puff of smoke, a dozen suitcases appeared. Kirito opened one of the boxes, revealing the shiny banknotes inside. He turned to Kakuzu and said, I don't care for money and have no interest in it. I haven't counted it, but there's more than 400 million ryo here. Since you love money so much, how about a bet? What kind of bet? Kakuzu asked, swallowing hard as he stared at the money. Even the other Akatsuki members were intrigued, particularly Scorpion and Orochimaru, who were known for their expensive research into puppets and forbidden techniques. Orochimaru came forward, slightly excited. Kirito, where did you get so much money? Kirito shrugged. Where else? From the treasury of the Sarutobi family. That filthy rich teacher of yours, Orochimaru. I've got several scrolls like this one. It's not like I earned it through hard work, so I won't feel bad even if I lose it. Everyone, including Orochimaru and Uchiha Izumi, frowned at Kirito's nonchalant explanation. Well, Kirito, you're certainly rich, Orochimaru laughed awkwardly, wondering if he should rob a wealthy family the next time he needed funds. Ignoring Orochimaru, Kirito put away most of the suitcases, leaving only 3 behind, and addressed Kakuzu again, so, tentacle monster, what I hate most is being remembered. Since you're so bold, how about fighting me? Beat me, and I'll give you 100 million ryo. Deal. Kakuzu's eyes widened. Are you serious? Of course, but what if you lose? Kirito asked. Kakuzu replied, that's up to you. I won't give you any money. At worst, I'll give you my life. I'm not interested in your life, Kirito smirked. But how about this if you lose, hand over the ninjutsu you've learned. You won't suffer any loss. The 100 million will still be yours because I don't like seeing my comrades lose anything. Kirito's real plan was to use the fight to release his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu. Deal. Kakuzu agreed without hesitation. For him, it was a no-risk arrangement. He would either win 100 million or exchange his ninjutsu for it, a price worth paying. Kirito nodded. Let's go. As they were about to leave, Orochimaru hurriedly interjected, wait, Kirito. I have a lot of ninjutsu. You don't have to fight me. I'll sell them to you. Kirito made a face of disgust. Forget it, Uncle Snake. I know you won't teach me your core ninjutsu. The rest of what you know is just snake-related, and I don't want to learn that. I prefer the traditional 5 elements. Before Orochimaru could argue, Kirito performed the body flicker technique and disappeared. The other Akatsuki members followed closely behind. Only Pain, Konan, and Zetsu remained. Black Zetsu turned to Pain. Leader, are you sure it's okay to let them act like this? Pain replied, it's nothing serious. I just want to assess the strength of our new member. He disappeared instantly, with Konan following. Let's go, Black Zetsu said to White Zetsu, and the two merged into the ground. Before long, the Akatsuki members had followed Kirito to an open field. Kirito and Kakuzu stood 50 steps apart. Are you ready, tentacle monster? Kirito asked, flicking his sleeve as his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu, appeared in his hand. Under the gaze of all the Akatsuki members, Kirito whispered to himself, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. Kakuzu, unaware of the illusion, sneered, a sword? Come on, boy. He positioned himself defensively, his body fully covered by his earth spear technique. Confident in his skills and combat experience, Kakuzu took few members of Akatsuki seriously, aside from Pain. However, in the blink of an eye, before Kakuzu could even react, Kirito appeared behind him. With lightning sparking from his hand and the sound of chirping birds, Kirito's Chidori pierced Kakuzu's chest from behind. So fast, the Akatsuki members murmured, all shocked except for Zetsu, who had witnessed Kirito's slaughter of the Uchiha clan. No one had expected Kirito's movement to be so swift. In terms of pure speed, he was among the best in the organization, rivaling even the fastest in the ninja world. The power and control over his lightning chakra were astonishing. In a single strike, Kirito had already destroyed one of Kakuzu's hearts. That's Kakashi's Chidori, Orochimaru muttered. His long, snake-like tongue flicked out as he eyed Kirito like a rare treasure. What a perfect body. Such a brilliant talent. Orochimaru's mind raced with thoughts of Kirito's potential. Kirito clicked his tongue in mock pity. Ah, tentacle monster, you fell for it so easily. You are too weak. You won't be able to claim the 100 million at this rate. As he spoke, Kirito changed the form of the Chidori in his hand, transforming it into a long whip of lightning. The electric current surged, wrapping around Kakuzu, who roared in pain as the lightning disrupted his earth-based defense. Thunder was the natural enemy of earth, and Kakuzu's earth spear technique was rendered completely ineffective by the lightning whip. He screamed in agony, his body convulsing under the powerful electric current. After a few moments, Kakuzu collapsed, lifeless, one of his hearts destroyed beyond repair. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. Kirito stood before Kakuzu, who had just revived, his body reforming with black threads writhing around him. The surrounding Akatsuki members watched the scene unfold, their eyes filled with curiosity. No one seemed surprised that Kakuzu was still standing, after all, they knew about his 5 hearts. But Kirito wasn't part of that inner circle yet, so this knowledge wasn't something he had. Kakuzu has 5 lives, Orochimaru mused to himself, stepping back with a grin, anticipating the coming fight. He wanted to see how Kirito would handle this challenge, now that Kakuzu was back in full force. Without warning, Kakuzu launched a vicious attack, his right arm separating from his body as black tendrils extended towards Kirito's chest. It was an attack fueled by his earth crush technique, a punch aiming straight for Kirito's heart. But before the strike could land, Kirito's Chidori spear pierced through Kakuzu's abdomen once more, causing him to lose yet another heart. Ah! Kakuzu screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground. Kirito, unfazed, dismissed his Chidori spear with a casual flick of his wrist. You're not fooling anyone. A dead man doesn't have chakra. Playing dead is such an outdated trick, Kirito remarked, a slight shrug of indifference accompanying his words. Kakuzu's frustration mounted. I'll kill you, he roared, his remaining 2 heart masks fire and wind detaching from his body. The masked monsters took shape, their dark forms merging together. In unison, the creatures opened their mouths, unleashing a deadly combination of flames and hurricane winds. This was Kakuzu's ultimate combination jutsu, an elemental fusion of fire style, head release and wind style, suppression of fiery maelstrom known as flame wind chaos. Kakuzu's not holding back anymore, Orochimaru observed with an unsettling smile, stepping even farther away from the impending chaos. His eyes glimmered with intrigue as he pondered Kirito's next move. The rest of the Akatsuki members also backed away, eager to witness the outcome but wary of the devastation Kakuzu's technique could bring. As the roaring sea of flames surged toward him, Kirito remained calm. With one hand gripping his blade, he used his free hand to form a simple hand seal. His chakra surged within him, gathering at his throat. Without hesitation, he unleashed a colossal fireball, far larger than any standard fire-style technique. Even Orochimaru couldn't hide his surprise. Impossible. How can a great fireball have this much power? The flames from Kirito's attack overwhelmed Kakuzu's combined elemental assault, devouring it entirely. The massive fireball continued its relentless path, engulfing the masked creatures that represented Kakuzu's hearts. The elemental fusion was no match for Kirito's overpowering technique. Kakuzu barely managed to save himself by using his earth spear technique, but the battle had taken a toll on him. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His body, usually so durable, was in tatters. What a monster! Byjz muttered, a drop of cold sweat running down his face. He turned to Uchiha Izumi, who stood nearby, and asked, "Hey, newbie, are all the ninjas in Konoha this strong?" "I don't know," Izumi replied in his usual emotionless tone. "This is the first time I've seen him use ninjutsu like that." Itachi's Sharingan flickered as he observed Kirito's power. Despite his typically stoic demeanor, he couldn't help but be impressed. Kirito wasn't just skilled in illusion techniques, his mastery of ninjutsu was remarkable as well. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of enemy had been brought to Konoha by Danzo and the third Hokage. "Tch, not very romantic, are you?" JZ sighed, shifting his gaze away, unwilling to continue embarrassing himself. At that moment, Black Zetsu glanced toward Pain. "Leader, it looks like we have our winner," he said softly. Kakuzu was one of Akatsuki's more valuable members, and Zetsu knew they couldn't afford to lose him before the plan to revive Kagaya began. Likewise, Pain wasn't keen on losing the organization's financier. He stepped between the combatants, addressing both. "Enough. The winner is Kirito," Pain declared, his voice echoing through the battlefield. Kakuzu, kneeling on the ground, had lost the will to continue. His arrogance was gone, replaced by a grudging acceptance. "I concede," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Good," Pain said, nodding. "We need you alive, Kakuzu." Happy cooperation. With his objective achieved, Kirito no longer had any interest in prolonging the fight. He sheathed his zanpakuto and stepped toward Kakuzu, tossing him 3 heavy cash boxes. Kakuzu's eyes lit up at the sight, his earlier resentment vanishing. Still cautious, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My earth grudge technique is unique. There's no way to teach it." "Relax," Kirito replied, his tone even. "I'm not interested in learning something that grotesque. I just want the 5-element jutsu you have, the ones you've used or haven't yet." Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief, quickly throwing a scroll toward Kirito. "Here. This scroll contains wind style, suppression, lightning style, false darkness, earth style, earth spear, fire style, head release, and water style, water curtain tent. If you need anything, just ask." Kirito accepted the scroll with a nod, stashing it away without another word. He returned to Pain's side, awaiting the next phase of their meeting. The other Akatsuki members used their teleportation techniques to converge around the pair, forming a loose circle. Pain's Rin-eagen eyes scanned the group, his voice turning solemn. "I called everyone here today for 2 reasons, Pain began. First, to introduce 2 new members. The battle we just witnessed was unexpected, but no matter. You've all seen him in action. This is Kirito, and the other new recruit is Uchiha Izumi." The Akatsuki members murmured among themselves, though most already knew about the infamous names from the ninja world. Pain continued, undeterred. "The second reason is personnel grouping. From now on, all members will be paired and sent to different parts of the ninja world. Scorpion, you'll be teaming up with Orochimaru, and you'll be stationed in the Land of Wind." Before Pain could continue, Sasori interrupted, his voice grating. "Why do I have to be with that snake?" Orochimaru chuckled, his voice soft yet menacing. "I'd prefer to be paired with Izumi anyway. I think we'd make an excellent team." "You dare ignore me?" Sasori growled from within his puppet. "I'm not ignoring you," Orochimaru replied smoothly. "I simply prefer working with someone like Izumi." And with that, the meeting continued, though the tensions between certain members were far from resolved. But the Akatsuki's new dynamic had been set, and Kirito's introduction had certainly left an unforgettable impression. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Read 30 chapters ahead in my Patreon. Pain ignored the commotion between Orochimaru and Sasori. "Kakuzu, you and Dowson are in a team. Head to the Land of Earth." He paired Kakuzu with a character who was merely an extra in the original story, one who didn't even have a name and was ultimately killed by Kakuzu. Kakuzu had no objections to this. In fact, he was slightly pleased. Kirito had just destroyed 4 of his hearts, and he needed replacements high-quality hearts from elite jonin, which were rare. Now, a high-quality heart had practically delivered itself right to his doorstep. All Kakuzu had to do was stage an accident during their mission. "Konan will remain in my group," Pain continued. As a senior member and Nagato's close companion, Konan had no objections either. "JZ, you'll be teamed up with Izumi. Head to the Land of Water." "Understood," JZ responded reluctantly. If he had a choice, he would never return to that country filled with bloodshed and tears. He was among the weakest in the Akatsuki, ranking only slightly higher than the soon-to-be-dead teammate of Kakuzu. He had no right to refuse. Fortunately, they weren't heading to the Hidden Mist village, otherwise, he might have preferred death. After all, he had barely escaped the bloody rain of the village. And as for Kirito? Pain paused, considering the powerful strength Kirito had just displayed. You will be paired with Zetsu for now. Zetsu's primary task is intelligence gathering, and he's not suited for combat. You'll have to carry the team for a while. I'll find a more fitting partner for you soon. Kirito, though slightly disappointed, responded with a shrug, as long as Zetsu doesn't appear when I'm asleep, I'll be fine. His disappointment was clear. He had hoped to be paired with Konan. After all, she was a young lady, and now he had to work with Zetsu, a being created through yin-yang release. Changing the subject, Kirito spoke seriously to Zetsu, I like to kill people in my sleep. When I'm resting, you better stay far away. What do you mean? White Zetsu asked, confused. If you pop up when I'm resting, I'll cut you to pieces, Kirito replied bluntly. Black Zetsu hesitated before asking, how should we call on you then? Knock. Got it. Also, my residence in the Rain Village is off limits. If anyone besides Konan dares to get close, I'll cut them into pieces. As Kirito said this, he cast a threatening glance at the surrounding Akatsuki members, radiating arrogance. Those who had witnessed Kirito's strength had no objections. In this world, the strong made the rules, and it was best not to provoke someone like Kirito. Plus, they weren't foolish enough to wander into a grown man's room uninvited. I understand, Black Zetsu responded, choosing to yield. Kirito didn't play by anyone's rules. He had wiped out both the Sarutobi and Chimera clans without hesitation. Black Zetsu couldn't guarantee Kirito wouldn't carry out his threat of chopping him and White Zetsu to pieces. Alright, leader, since we've covered the land of wind, earth, and water, you're not planning to send me to the land of fire or lightning next, right? Kirito asked, turning to Pain. Not yet. There's no need to focus on the land of lightning for now, Pain explained. The Cloud Village isn't like other villages, prone to internal conflict. For now, Akatsuki can't infiltrate it. As for the land of fire, after what you did wiping out the third Hokage and Danzo's families, it would draw too much attention if you went there now. You'll be traveling among smaller countries for a while. I'll assign you specific missions soon. As Pain spoke, his Rinnegan glowed, and with a simple motion, everyone was lifted into the air. They flew away from the Rain Village and finally landed on the peak of a vast mountain, suspended above the clouds. Everyone gathered around Pain, standing silently at the edge of a bottomless chasm. Mountains surrounded them, with clouds weaving through the valleys below. The members, dressed in their signature red clouds on black cloaks, stood poised. The first generation of the Akatsuki organization had officially formed. The mission begins, Pain announced. Let the world feel pain. With that, the members scattered in groups according to their assignments. Kakuzu was the first to run, dragging his unfortunate teammate along as if fleeing from Kirito, eager to replenish his lost hearts. Watching them disappear, Kirito mourned silently for the extra character and then glanced at JZ, the next character likely to meet a grim fate. He knew that soon enough, Obito would send JZ and Ataka to the Hidden Mist village to test Ataka's Mangeki Sharingan. When that time came, JZ would famously try to cleave a tailed beast bomb in half with his sword, a move that would prove fatal. Hey, newcomer, let's go, JZ called to Ataka, sensing Kirito's gaze. He hefted his beheading sword and started walking back without delay. Uchiha Ataka gave Kirito a long, thoughtful look before following JZ. Soon, only Kirito, Zetsu, Pain, and Konan remained at the mountaintop. Let's move, Kirito sneered at Black and White Zetsu, his figure blurring as he vanished from sight, leaving the two Zetsus behind. White Zetsu was left speechless. Black Zetsu sighed. White Zetsu muttered, Ataka's a dutiful son, Kakuzu's obsessed with money. It seems Kirito looks down on all of us. At least Orochimaru gets to be called Snake Uncle. Let's just follow, Black Zetsu urged. With that, Black Zetsu melted into the ground, disappearing as he pursued Kirito from below. Moments later, space distorted beside Pain, and a masked man with an orange spiral mask, his right eye exposed, appeared. His arms were crossed, and he radiated a sense of confidence. What's the current situation? Obito asked in a deep voice. Including Kirito and Ataka, everyone is out collecting funds, Konan replied. Pain looked over at Obito. What about the next member? Have you found a candidate? Obito shook his head. Still searching. We can't afford to recruit weaklings. How strong are Kirito and Ataka? Ataka hasn't made a move yet, but he has the Mangeki Sharingan, so he's at a certain level. As for Kirito, he's extremely powerful. Kakuzu was no match for him, Konan explained. Obito wasn't surprised by this news. Beneath his mask, he recalled his own near-fatal encounter with Kirito. Not only was Kirito incredibly strong, but he also had the ability to see through Obito's intangibility. It was because of Kirito that Obito had almost lost his life and one of his Sharingan. He's likely even stronger than we realize. Keep an eye on him. If used properly, he'll be a great asset to our future plans, Obito said before his body warped and disappeared into the vortex. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Visit my Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Extra content already available. Creators' thoughts. Steven_Heart78. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Read 30 chapters ahead in Patreon. It seems that this guy is quite wary of Kirito, Konan said as she approached Pain. To be able to wipe out the Sarutobi clan, which had thousands of members, in such a short time speaks volumes about his capabilities, Pain responded calmly. So, what's our next move? Should we continue to follow his orders and have Zetsu work with Kirito? Konan asked. At this point, there are no better options. Pain turned to Konan. Any clues about the woman Kirito asked us to protect? Yes. Konan nodded. So quickly. Pain was a little surprised. Most of Akatsuki's intelligence came from Zetsu, who was aligned with the masked man. Investigating Mikato's identity without relying on Zetsu was difficult, especially with Konoha strictly controlling any news about the Uchiha clan. I didn't have to dig too deep. I just asked for her name and did a quick check. Her name is Uchiha Mikato, and interestingly, she appears to be Uchiha Itaka's mother, Konan explained. Well, that's interesting. There were rumors that only Itaka's brother survived the Uchiha clan massacre. I didn't expect there was someone else, apart from Uchiha Izumi. It seems the annihilation of the Uchiha clan wasn't as straightforward as we thought. Pain muttered to himself, still, this has nothing to do with us. We just need to ensure the plan goes smoothly. With that, Pain's body floated into the air and drifted toward the rain village. Konan followed, her body dissolving into countless paper sheets as she performed her paper dance. At the foot of the mountain, Kirito looked at Zetsu with a bored expression. You two are so slow. You're just too fast, White Zetsu complained, handing him several scrolls. Here's your next mission. Kirito flipped through the scrolls, rolling his eyes. Assassination, bridge demolition, bandit extermination. You really take any job, hey. We don't have a choice. The organization is still new, and we need funds, Black Zetsu replied. If you're low on money, why not do what I did? Rob a wealthy merchant. This world has no shortage of profiteers and landlords. Kill them afterward if needed. Why waste time on these trivial tasks? Kirito asked as he continued browsing the scrolls. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. The rule of the ninja world is that you get paid by accepting missions. Even the 5 great nations adhere to this, and Akatsuki is no exception. If we break this rule, we risk being targeted by those nations, Black Zetsu explained patiently. The fall of the land of whirlpools is a cautionary tale. They tried to merge the ninja village with the country, which wasn't tolerated by other nations and led to their downfall. That's disgusting. People with immense power bending to the whims of weaklings who do nothing. This world is truly pitiful, Kirito remarked, forming a quick hand seal. With a puff of smoke, several shadow clones appeared around him. He handed the scrolls to the clones and turned to Zetsu. You guide them to the mission locations. Leave the fighting to the clones. Unless they run into a shadow-level ninja or a powerful Jinchuriki, there shouldn't be any problems. Isn't that a bit careless? I can sense that your clones have substantial chakra reserves, but shadow clones can't replenish their chakra. If the missions get delayed because of chakra depletion, the leader might blame us, Black Zetsu cautioned, trying to keep Kirito under surveillance. Don't worry about that. These aren't ordinary shadow clones, they can restore their chakra. If something goes wrong and the leader gets upset, I'll take full responsibility. With that, Kirito vanished, leaving his words hanging in the air. If there's another mission, just give it to this shadow clone. If anything's beyond their capacity, they'll inform me. What now? White Zetsu asked, speaking quietly to Black Zetsu. He's such a troublesome guy. Let's lead his clones to the mission locations first, and then report to the leader in a fiai, Black Zetsu replied, sinking into the ground. Meanwhile, Kirito paused and glanced back toward Konoha, silently calculating. By now, Danzo and Asuma Sarutobi's child should be born. At the same time, in the land of fire, Konoha village. In a secret underground base, a dim candle flickered as a breeze drifted through the room. You're awake. How do you feel? I've made sure the news is blocked, no one will know your condition. Just focus on recovering, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he sat beside his son's hospital bed, his heart heavy as he looked at Asuma Sarutobi, who lay there with a broken spirit. It had been almost 7 days since the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Uchiha clans were wiped out. Konohamaru had already been discharged from the hospital and was now back at the Hokage office, under the care of Konoha's special jonin, Ebisu. Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken swift measures to shield Konohamaru's fragile young mind from further trauma after the loss of his family. To protect his son Asuma's dignity, Sarutobi Hiruzen had ensured that the truth about his son's injuries remained hidden. No one outside of a few medical ninjas knew that Asuma Sarutobi had not just suffered broken ribs but had also been physically transformed. During treatment, the medical team had discovered something astonishing. Asuma's body harbored a unique organ, one typically found only in females. What's more, this organ housed a growing life. The discovery shocked the medics and was immediately reported to the hospital director, who then informed the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was equally stunned, experiencing a mixture of emotions: relief that the Sarutobi clan would not go extinct after all, and dismay that the child's father was his own son. To protect the Sarutobi family's only potential heir, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the decision to keep the child, even if it meant hiding his son's condition from the world. To preserve the family's reputation, he took Asuma to a secret underground base, where only trusted medical ninjas would continue to monitor the pregnancy. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that if word got out, not only would it damage the Sarutobi name, but it would also tarnish his own legacy as the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. Yet, for the sake of the family's survival, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 9. There's no other way. We have to protect it, said Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice heavy with concern. The once abundant medical supplies were nearly depleted. The child is healthy, one of the medical ninjas reported. Unless we take drastic measures to remove the child prematurely, it will continue to develop naturally. Luckily, Konoha has plenty of skilled medical ninjas who can perform a cesarean section when the time comes, Hiruzen thought, relieved that at least the child was safe. He then mulled over the best ways to maintain discretion. At worst, after the ordeal, he could transfer Asuma to Danzo's root division, where secrecy was the rule. Once there, they could alter the date of birth and announce to the public that the child was a surviving orphan of the Sarutobi clan. Asuma Sarutobi lay on the bed, a faraway look in her eyes, her swollen belly visible under the thin blanket. Her voice was cold and flat as she questioned her father. What's the point of telling me all this now? The entire clan is dead. My brother and sister-in-law are gone, and you haven't even organized a funeral. Are you really that afraid of Kirito? Or is it losing your Hokage title that scares you? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, the weight of the recent tragedies pressing down on him. I understand why you blame me, but as Hokage, I have my own struggles. The identity of the murderer is still unknown, and even if we believe Kirito is responsible, Konoha no longer has the strength to hunt him down after the extermination of the Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Chimera clans. You don't know? Who else but him could wield the genjutsu, tree-binding illusion that Red used? Asuma yelled, her voice strained with emotion. Even though he was masked, I would recognize him anywhere. He even admitted it himself. That's why I issued the wanted order, Hiruzen responded quietly. But you have to understand, Kirito's body appeared publicly, yet his mask and sword were missing. There are still those in the village who believe he was framed, and I faced significant pressure from them. Asuma exhaled bitterly, her anger barely suppressed. You're Hokage. You can say whatever you like, she muttered. How is Kurane? Hiruzen's face darkened. Kirito's actions devastated her. She hasn't recovered and has asked to step down from her duties. She's transferring to the medical department. After you give birth to the child, you should go see her, Hiruzen suggested, but Asuma's face twisted in bitterness. See her? What would I even say? Do I tell her that I've been castrated and am pregnant? How could I face her like this? Asuma let out a self-deprecating laugh, then clenched her fists. It's all Kirito's fault. He destroyed the Sarutobi clan, he destroyed me. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his son in silence, his heart heavy. He hesitated, then asked a question that had been troubling him. Asuma, you became pregnant the night of the massacre. Do you remember if Kirito did anything to you besides attacking you with his sword? Asuma fell silent, recalling the horrific events of that night. The memory was hazy, but something resurfaced. He castrated me, then poured something into my mouth before I passed out. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, sensing there was more to Kirito's motivation. Tell me the truth, father. Did you push Kirito too far? Did you drive him into a corner, forcing him to seek revenge on us? Asuma's voice had grown cold, the hostility between father and son resurfacing. Hiruzen remained composed, his back turned to Asuma as he stared at the flickering candle on the windowsill. I've always regarded Kirito highly. I even made him Kurane's disciple and promoted him to Jonin. Why would I push him away? Asuma snorted, unconvinced. He knew his father too well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a shrewd man, full of schemes. Asuma had once left Konoha, disgusted by his father's manipulations. But in the end, even the daimyo was no better, which drove Asuma to return to the village. He had hoped to distinguish himself on his own terms and eventually rise to the rank of Hokage. But that dream had died along with his body the night Kirito attacked. It didn't matter anymore whether his father had been involved in driving Kirito to revenge. Now, they were sworn enemies, and Asuma's sole purpose was to track Kirito down and kill him. When can I leave here? Asuma finally asked, pushing aside his earlier thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered, the surgery will be performed tomorrow night. You'll need about half a month to recover, then you'll be back on your feet. He paused, then added, I'll announce to the public that this is the child of the Sarutobi clan and that you are the father. Have you thought about a name? Asuma remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Mirai Sarutobi. Whether it was a boy or a girl, the child would be the Sarutobi clan's future. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, Danzo Shimura was facing his own challenges. The operation had been a success, and Danzo's own child had been delivered, though the cost had been immense. The root medical ninjas, using the same experimental methods that kept Danzo alive, had managed to create a child, a daughter, by fusing Danzo's genetic material with that of others. The root medics quickly tested the infant to see if she had inherited the traits Danzo so coveted, the would release ability of the first Hokage. The results were promising. Danzo-sama, we've detected some genetic markers similar to the first Hokage in the child, the head medic reported. Danzo smiled coldly. His ambition for power was far from over. The cries of newborns echoed through the corridors of Konoha's hidden facilities, as the fates of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans hung in the balance, with Danzo and Asuma both looking to their children as the future hope of their respective legacies. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. Chapter 10. Hearing the news, Danzo felt a rush of excitement and nearly jumped out of bed. He had known that Asuma Sarutobi was pregnant and was certain that it had something to do with Kirito. Before the Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Shimura clans were exterminated, Danzo had met with Kirito, although he wasn't exactly sure what the other man had done to him. But after that encounter, Danzo's body had started reacting strangely. His abdomen swelled, and he experienced odd symptoms like nausea, dry heaving, and constant fatigue, symptoms that were more typical of someone pregnant than anything else. Once the genocide took place, Danzo immediately had his root medical ninjas examine him, and their findings were identical to Asuma Sarutobi's condition. There was another life inside him, growing slowly. Danzo wasn't sure what Kirito's intentions were. Perhaps it was revenge, or maybe Kirito had a different plan in mind. However, considering the opportunity to leave a lasting legacy for the Shimura clan, Danzo decided to keep the child. What surprised him the most was the recent discovery of the child's abilities. Now that the baby had been delivered safely, the idea occurred to Danzo: could this child signify the start of a new generation of wood-release users in the Shimura clan? Danzo-sama, the child is healthy. Have you decided on a name? Yamanaka, one of the root's top jonin, interrupted his thoughts with the question. Danzo glanced at the newborn child and after some consideration said, "Call her Shimura Mukai. She will be the next Hokage after me." The next time Danzo had another child, he planned to name him Shimura Mukan. He would reserve a more fitting name for his third child, possibly something as grand as Shimura Aizan. Meanwhile, Kirito, unaware of the potential consequences of his actions or that Danzo's child had inherited some of the first Hokage's cells, was now being called into a meeting with Konan. "Do you have any issues with our organization?" Konan asked coldly, her eyes locked on Kirito as he lounged nonchalantly on her couch. "No issues," Kirito replied, casually stretching as if he owned the place. "The organization provides food and lodging, the mission commissions are decent, and the members aren't half bad to talk to. Honestly, I like it here." "Then why did I hear you've been using your clones to finish missions while you slack off?" Konan's gaze sharpened, clearly displeased. Earlier that day, after Kirito had left, Black Zetsu had wasted no time in reporting him to the leaders of Akatsuki. Obito, Konan, and Nagato were discussing their organization's plans when Black Zetsu brought up Kirito's behavior. "I knew that clone of his was trouble," Obito muttered, rubbing his temples. "Nagato, any thoughts on how we handle this? If he's already cutting corners this early on, he might jeopardize our missions in the future, especially when it comes to capturing the tailed beasts." Nagato, who was controlling pain, thought about Kirito's power and the reports on his chakra reserves. After a moment, he offered a solution. "If you force him too much, it may backfire. He has a soft spot. Konan should talk to him. He respects her more than anyone else in the organization. That should straighten him out." Obito tilted his head, skeptical. "Konan. Think about it," Nagato replied. "He defected from Konoha for a woman. No one but Konan is allowed to enter his quarters without his permission. If anyone can convince him, it's her." Obito nodded, conceding to the point, and turned to Konan. "Then I'll leave this to you." "Understood," Konan had responded with her typical cold composure. And so, here they were, with Kirito lying across Konan's couch, clearly unconcerned. "Tch, Black Zetsu again," Kirito sighed. Konan continued, "You're a capable ninja with a vast amount of chakra, but there are limits to what your shadow clones can handle. You've been provided with everything you need: missions, resources, so it's only fair that you take your assignments seriously. The organization won't interfere with your personal life, but when you are on duty, you must be fully committed." Kirito, groaning slightly, finally responded, All right. I'll track down Black Zetsu tomorrow and complete the mission myself. Does that work for you?" "That will suffice," Konan nodded. She then added, "Before you go, if you have any requests, the organization will consider them, provided they're reasonable." "A request?" Kirito perked up, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He leaned forward, looking Konan up and down. "Well, how about you being my teammate?" "Me?" Konan blinked in surprise, taken aback by the unexpected request. "Why? I mean, who wouldn't want to team up with you? You're far better than being stuck with some weirdo who likes to rat people out," Kirito complained, referring to Black Zetsu. Konan couldn't help but smile a little. Flattery was flattering, even if it came from someone like Kirito. "It's not possible. I already have a partner, and I'm needed to help the leader manage the organization. You'll have to wait for your next teammate." 3 months later, Kirito stood on a cliff overlooking a bandit stronghold. Without hesitation, he performed a quick hand seal. Fire style, head on charge. A massive flame erupted from his mouth, engulfing the entire stronghold in a sea of fire, reducing the 100 bandits below to ash. From behind him, Black Zetsu's voice rang out, quite the straightforward approach, Kirito. You've really taken to Kakuzu's techniques. Kirito turned to see Black Zetsu emerging from the ground. It's just a basic B-rank jutsu, nothing impressive. He grimaced, clearly irritated. By the way, where's my new partner? And don't tell me I have to work with you again. I'd much rather have Konan as my teammate. She's easier on the eyes than you. Konan is the leader's partner. You'll need to be patient, Black Zetsu replied calmly. Kirito sighed in frustration, yawning. Alright, what's the next mission? Tansho Street, Black Zetsu handed him a scroll. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 11. Black Zetsu handed over a scroll, this is your last mission this quarter. Once you complete this, you can relax for a while. Kirito was stunned for a moment after taking the scroll. An interested smile appeared on his face, and he murmured, Short Book Street. That's interesting. He clearly remembered that in the original novel, Tsunade was a gambler on Tansho Street every day, and eventually, she was in debt and earned the title of the legendary Big Fat Sheep. If I'm not careful, I might bump into someone, and I don't know if the other person will recognize me. I don't think so. Although he wiped out the Sarutobi and Shimura clans and became a household name in Konoha, ever since Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, she had never paid any attention to Konoha's affairs. Even such a major event as the death of the third Hokage was only known after being informed by Naruto and Jiraiya. At most, her assistant Shizune would know something. At this moment, a pulling force suddenly came from the ring on Kirito's hand. Black Zetsu said at the side, looks like another meeting is about to begin. Let's go and find a safe place. After leaving these words, Kirito took out the wind chime hat from the system warehouse, put it on, and disappeared on the spot. Black Zetsu controlled the giant pitcher plant to merge into the ground and followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the top of a misty valley. Kirito formed a symbolic seal with his right hand, and with a bang, 4 shadow clones immediately appeared around him. Only then did he feel at ease to let his consciousness enter the dark space. He's quite a cautious guy. Black Zetsu, who followed closely, looked at the 4 shadow clones protecting Kirito with murderous intent, and secretly complained in his heart. Then, relying on the guidance of the ring, he let his consciousness enter the dark space. The spacious cave was pitch black except for a Zen lamp in the center, emitting a faint light. Dark shadows appeared one after another around the Zen lamp. How's it going, Itaki? Have you adapted to the Akatsuki organization? How about changing partners? Form a 2-man team with me. As soon as he arrived, Orochimaru couldn't wait to poach Itaki and invited him to form a partner. Uchiha Itaki was not moved at all by this. He just glanced at Orochimaru calmly without replying. But Itaki's partner, JZ Biwa, who was about to complete the feat of splitting the tailed beast ball with a sword, was dissatisfied and spoke out to refute Orochimaru. Soon after, Sasori, who had always been at odds with Orochimaru, also joined the fight. The quarrel did not stop until Kirito arrived. What are you guys arguing about? Black Zetsu said at the side, what else could it be? It's nothing more than a matter of replacing team members. Orochimaru and Sasori don't like each other. Orochimaru wants to steal BYJZ's talent and form a 2-man team with Itaki. Kirito suddenly realized, since Orochimaru doesn't want to be in the same team with Sasori, then switch with me. I will be in the same team with Sasori, and you will be in the same team with JZ. Hehe. It seems that Kirito holds a great grudge against JZ. A sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, but he did not agree directly. The reason why he wanted to form a team with Uchiha Itaki was not because he really wanted to cooperate with him, but because he was greedy for the latter's body. How could he possibly agree to Kirito's exchange? Of course, this old man is incompetent at everything he does and always likes to tell tales. I'm really worried that one day I won't be able to resist and chop him off with a knife. Kirito shrugged slightly, glanced at JZ with disdain, and said in a deep voice, compared to JZ, I still think it's easier to team up with Sasori, a hard-working model. At least, he really goes there when there's something going on. Black Zetsu, it looks like we're being disliked. White Zetsu said heartlessly upon hearing that. Shut up. Black Zetsu retorted. At this moment, the consciousness projections of Pain, Konan, and Kakuzu appeared one after another. Pain said, it seems that everyone is not very satisfied with their partners. Of course. Except for Daosin and Kakuzu, the other groups are not very harmonious. It's time to make some adjustments. Otherwise, something bad will happen sooner or later. I'm afraid it has already happened. Kirito looked at Kakuzu with interest. Until this moment, his teammate Daosin had not appeared. It was not surprising because it was because of him that he was killed by Kakuzu earlier than in the original story and his heart was replaced. Facing Kirito's gaze, Kakuzu clicked his tongue lightly and turned his head away. If it were anyone else, even if it was Orochimaru, he would have fought back long ago, but facing Kirito, who had once taken away 4 of his hearts, he didn't have any temper at all. Pain narrowed his eyes slightly, yes, Daosin was killed. Black Zetsu sneered, rather than saying he was killed, it would be better to say he was killed by his own people. Who told him to be so fussy? Kakuzu glared at Black Zetsu. In the Akatsuki organization, he would not pamper anyone except the leader and Kirito. As for the details, let everyone decide for themselves. Black Zetsu didn't argue and played the image of Dowson before his death. The way he died was similar to the original novel, he was killed by the enemy without distinguishing friend or foe. Unlike the original work, Kakuzu did not use fire style to kill directly, but instead used an earth spear to pierce both himself and the enemy's abdomen from behind, and then took away the enemy's heart and killed him. It can be said to be naked murder. Seeing this scene, even Sasori and Orochimaru, who had killed countless people, couldn't help but sigh. Sasori said, he did it on purpose. Orochimaru spread his hands and agreed, it was intentional. Hearing this, Kakuzu hardened up again, staring at Orochimaru with a pair of green eyes, and said confidently, just get out of the way. Orochimaru crossed his arms, not showing any weakness, you and your partner don't have a good relationship, do you? So what? Kakuzu's tone gradually turned cold. Orochimaru ignored him and continued to talk to himself, you have wanted to kill him for a long time, right? So what? Kakuzu finally lost his patience, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel, Pain spoke up to stop them, alright, let's stop here. Everyone should clear the tasks at hand first, and Kakuzu will act alone for the time being. I will make personnel adjustments in a month. Then I'll tell you the second thing. Thanks to your performance, Akatsuki's name has spread throughout the underground world. We have received more and more commissions, and they are becoming more and more important. The rewards we can get are also increasing accordingly. But this is just a means of raising funds. Akatsuki will enter the next stage. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious, and the situation became tense. Kirito thought to himself, has this time finally come? The next stage is to collect all the tailed beasts. Currently, most of the known tailed beasts are distributed in the 5 major countries, and a few of them are missing. In the future, when you are not on a mission, go and inquire about the information of the tailed beasts. At this point, Pain looked at Zetsu, who nodded in understanding and said, the 1 tail is in the Sand Village. The 2 tails and the 8 tails are in the Hidden Cloud Village. The 3 tails is in the Hidden Mist Village. 4, 6, and 7 cannot be confirmed yet. The 5 tails is in Uegakure Village. The 9 tails is in Konoha. This is the information we know so far, but where exactly it is hidden and who the Jinchuriki is still needs to be investigated. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 12. Pain took over the topic and looked at Jay-Z with his Rinnegan. Next, I will start assigning tasks. Jay-Z, Itaki, you will continue to be responsible for the tasks in the Land of Water, and by the way. However, before he could finish his words, Jay-Z started to complain, is there no other place? Don't worry, it's not time to capture it yet. You just need to investigate information about the 3 tails. And you are familiar with that place, right? Pain did not give Jay-Z a chance to refuse. After he finished speaking, he ended the meeting directly. It looks like we're going to lose another member next. This was the first sentence Fujiwara Kirito said after opening his eyes. What does this mean? Black Zetsu looked at Kirito in confusion. He thought to himself, could it be that he discovered something? It's very simple. As far as I know, the 3 tails Jinchuriki is the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. He is a perfect Jinchuriki who can freely control the transformation into a tailed beast. With JZ's strength, this trip is a life or death struggle. I'm afraid this was Obito's idea, in order to stimulate Ataka to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan in his left eye, and to eliminate the weaker members of the Akatsuki organization at the same time. Kirito said meaningfully. You really can't hide anything from me. Black Zetsu looked at Kirito in surprise, and then asked, so what are you going to do? Kirito thought for a moment and said, I personally have a good impression of JZ, so I want to save his life. Of course, I will ask him to voluntarily give up his position as a formal member of the Akatsuki organization and serve as an ordinary elite jonin in the Rain Village. It will not affect your plan. He did this for his own reasons. First of all, JZ was able to chop the tailed beast ball with a sword for his companions, which shows that he has a good character. Once such a person is defined as a companion, the chance of betrayal is almost 0. Secondly, the Akatsuki organization will eventually decline. In the later period, when the gods fight, they will run to the battlefield, and the families who stay in the Rain Village will always need protection. JZ is a good choice. Although he ranks last in terms of strength in the Akatsuki organization, he is still one of the best among the elite jonin. It is enough to take on the task of protection and defend against villains. I never thought that you, who massacred the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, would have a day of kindness. I need to ask Obito for instructions. Black Zetsu did not agree directly. Then I will wait for good news. Don't be too late or it will be a wasted trip. I will go to 10th Street to complete the last task first. After saying this, Kirito dismissed the shadow clones around him that were protecting him and disappeared from Black Zetsu's sight. After a while, Black Zetsu found Obito. Save JZ's life. Obito looked at Black Zetsu in surprise. What did he say? He said he had a good impression of JZ and would rescue him without affecting your plan. Afterwards, he would let JZ voluntarily give up his position as a formal member of the Akatsuki organization and serve as an ordinary elite jonin in the Rain Village. Black Zetsu repeated Kirito's original words. This guy's actions are as confusing as ever. Obito crossed his arms in distress. What are you going to do, Obito? White Zetsu asked. Since he knows everything, just give him some face. By the way, take this opportunity to collect information about him. The three-tails Jinchuriki who can perfectly control the tailed beasts is not so easy to deal with. I want to see how he can save JZ without affecting my plan. Obito said. On the other side, Kirito had already arrived at Tan's street. The streets were busy with traffic. It's very lively. Kirito's mission on this trip was to kill the crown prince of the Land of Fire who was here for sightseeing. A passerby character who was not even a minor role in the original novel and never showed his face. Like Tsunade, he loved gambling. But he was also a strong candidate to compete for the next daimyo of the Land of Fire. To put it bluntly, it is a royal struggle. The other party competing for the throne simply spent a large sum of money on the black market and hired the Akatsuki organization to kill him. According to Black Zetsu's information, this passerby character would not arrive until tomorrow. Therefore, Kirito was also happy to have some free time. With nothing to do, he simply took off his forehead protector, took off his red cloud and black robe, changed into casual clothes, and started shopping after a long time. First, he found a hotel to stay in, then bought several sets of clothes of different styles and various cosmetics for Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Mikoto, and then bought a large amount of food and supplies in case of emergency. It was not until the evening when Kirito was about to return to the hotel to rest, but an unexpected situation stopped him in his tracks. At the end of the road ahead, a woman with a huge belly was running towards him. As she got closer, Kirito finally saw the person's face clearly. She had long light yellow hair, braided into two ponytails that almost fit together. There was a diamond-shaped blue-purple mark on her forehead, thin and short light yellow eyebrows, bright brown eyes, and light red lips. She wore a tea-green long gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top similar to a kimono inside, a black cloth belt around her waist, and dark blue cropped trousers. The most eye-catching thing was her fair and tender breasts, which could be called a world-class humiliation. It was simply a pair of super-killer weapons. Without asking, he had already guessed the other party's identity. She was one of the three Sunin of Konoha together with Orochimaru, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the future fifth Hokage, and the legendary big fat sheep Tsunade. At the same time, Tsunade also noticed Kirito. Seeing that he had only a good appearance but was staring at her with a lustful look like Jiraiya, she frowned slightly. Then she saw that Kirito was dressed in extraordinary clothes, wearing high-end goods from head to toe. She subconsciously thought that Kirito was a bohemian young man from a wealthy family, a local tycoon. She felt a sudden evil taste in her heart, and a sly arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. After approaching Kirito, she acted out of character and pretended to be weak, hiding behind Kirito and timidly said, "Little brother, please save me, someone is chasing me." As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, a group of burly men came running towards her. "Hey, big fat sheep, pay me back now. Don't think you can get away with it by finding a gigolo." Feeling the amazing touch coming from behind, Kirito was possessed by the spirit of drama. He turned back to look at Tsunade and asked knowingly, "Do you owe them a lot of money?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately made up a bunch of excuses, saying that her family was seriously ill and she was forced to owe a huge amount of usury. The debt collectors were stunned. Those who didn't know her thought she was a filial daughter from nowhere. Listening to this lie full of loopholes, Kirito's mouth twitched fiercely, and he complained in his heart, "This tiger woman is taking advantage of me." At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system option. 1. Pay off Tsunade's debt and be rewarded with wind attribute chakra and property change. 2. Sit back and watch, lose your good wife, reward Viagra *99999. End of this chapter. I didn't realize I missed this chapter, well here you go. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 13. Please select. Kirito, dot. Is this okay? Just by paying off Tsunade's debt, he could collect the last missing piece of wind attribute chakra. This is a bit too easy. But it doesn't matter. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. Anyway, he still has the tens of billions that he stole from the Sarutobi family. Having made up his mind, Kirito patted his chest and said to the debt collectors, "How much does she owe you?" "I'll pay it. 20 million. The leading man simply stretched out 2 fingers. "Haha. 20 million. 20 million. Hearing this, Kirito burst into laughter and walked around Tsunade. Just when everyone thought he was going to run away in disgrace, Kirito suddenly turned around, stretched out his index finger, a dazzling cross of light flashed between his fingers, and said arrogantly, "Okay, I'll pay it back for her." The leading man's eyes widened instantly and he exclaimed, "Hey, 20 million is not a small amount of money. Are you really going to pay her back?" Tsunade also had a look of disbelief on her face, and looked at Kirito as if he were a fool, thinking, "This kid is too easy to fool. Stop talking nonsense and bring the IOU over here." Kirito waved his hand and said impatiently. The leading man heard this and saw that there were so many people around him, so he was not afraid that Kirito would default on his debt. He took out a box and handed it to Kirito. Kirito didn't even look at it, and threw the box to Tsunade, saying, "Hey, filial daughter, quickly check to see if these are your bills and the amounts are correct." Filial daughter. Tsunade's mouth twitched. She checked as she was told. Looking at the familiar bills, with her signature on the back of each receipt, her old face turned red instantly and she nodded in shame. "My luggage is at the hotel. Come with me if you need money." After leaving these words, Kirito walked straight to the hotel. All his money is kept in the system warehouse and cannot be taken out in public. Otherwise, with Tsunade's eyesight, it would be inevitable that someone would notice something. Seeing that Kirito seemed to really want to pay back the money, the leading man knew that he was skilled and courageous, and because he had many subordinates, he was not afraid of Kirito playing any tricks. He followed with doubt. Tsunade was left with a confused look on her face. She hugged the box full of receipts and said with a click of the tongue, "Is this kid stupid, or is he not short of money? He actually paid me back." Shortly after they entered the hotel, a very innocent-looking beautiful woman with short black hair chased after them, holding a pet pig. Seeing Kirito, Tsunade and the others walking into the tavern, she suddenly stopped and murmured, "Oh. Is that Tsunade-sama?" After returning to the hotel, Kirito entered the room and directly took out a cash box from the system warehouse. He threw it in front of the big men, crossed his arms, and said in a domineering manner, "Here is the money. Count it yourself and return the extra money to me." Upon hearing this, the leading man carefully opened the cash box. Seeing that there was actually money inside, his eyes instantly lit up. He quickly put on a smile and ordered his subordinates to count the money. After a while, the big man honestly counted out the 20 million, returned the remaining money, and then left happily. There was no way out. "I had to be honest because Tsunade had already followed me." "Hey, are you really helping me pay back the money?" Tsunade looked at Kirito in astonishment, a hint of joy flashing across her eyes. My goodness, where did this idiot come from? He actually paid back the gambling debts he had owed for many years. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect wind attribute chakra and property change. Yet, what's the problem? Seeing Tsunade's expression, which was so easy to understand, Kirito knew what she was thinking, so he pretended to be innocent. That expression was as if he had never experienced the beatings of society, making Tsunade feel embarrassed to try to trick him again. "Let me make it clear in advance, I don't have the money to pay you back." Tsunade intended to make Kirito realize that he was being ripped off. After all, the reason why she relied on Kirito was just because the latter looked at her with lustful eyes before. "I thought the other person was a dissolute rich young man. With evil intentions in mind, I want to play a trick on you. Now it seems that I was too suspicious." However, what she didn't know was that the real hunter often appeared in the form of prey. "I never intended to ask a gambler like you to pay back. Besides, I don't need this little money. Also, your acting just now was too poor." Kirito shrugged slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid came over with a tray of wine and food. Kirito motioned for the maid to take him into the room and said to Tsunade, "Hey, filial daughter, are you interested in having a drink together?" He planned to see if he could continue to get some benefits from Tsunade. "What filial daughter? I have a name." Hearing this, Tsunade sighed helplessly. Although she said so, she still followed Kirito into the house and sat down. She asked curiously, "Since you knew I was lying to you, why did you pay me back? I know a little about the twists and turns of the casino. If you don't have the money to pay it back and get caught, I'm afraid your fate will be worse than death. It would be a pity if a beautiful woman like you ended up like that." Kirito made up a random excuse, poured a glass of wine for Tsunade, and then poured another glass for himself. He would never say that it was because of a system task. "I didn't realize that you, a little kid, are quite considerate of ladies." Tsunade showed a playful smile on her face. There is no woman who doesn't like to be praised for her beauty, and Tsunade is the same. She is a medical ninja, so she saw no problem with the wine, so she picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Kirito smiled and said nothing more. He also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. However, he ignored the fact that this body was drinking for the first time. The next moment, he felt a burning sensation in his throat and coughed violently, almost choking on his tears. "Haha, kid, this is your first time drinking, you're still too young. You'd better behave yourself and wait until you're over 20 before drinking." Tsunade laughed when she saw this, filled a glass by herself, drank it all in one gulp, and praised, "This wine tastes good. It's no big deal. Everyone has a first time." Kirito drank another glass. This time, he felt much better than before and it wasn't that painful. The god's breath was secretly activated, and the alcohol was immediately evaporated. Tsunade is not a perception-type ninja and did not notice anything unusual. Even if she had perception, she would not be able to sense the operation of the technique. Seeing Kirito's face looking normal after drinking the wine, he couldn't help but look at him with admiration and chuckled, "Little boy, I didn't expect you to adapt so quickly. Tell me, what's your name? Tell me." End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you first tell them your own? Kirito feigned ignorance. Besides, you look like you're only in your 20s, not much older than me. Tsunade, taken aback by Kirito's comment, blushed. She couldn't possibly reveal that her youthful appearance was due to the 100 healings technique. After a slight hesitation, Tsunade said seriously, "My name is Tsunade." Tsunade. Kirito pretended to ponder. The name sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. There are many people with the same name in this world. No need to worry about it. Tsunade, finding someone she could talk to, didn't want to intimidate him with her identity. I remember now, the legendary Sunin includes a woman named Tsunade. Could you be her? Kirito looked at her with eyes full of anticipation. How is that possible? Tsunade quickly denied it. But before she could continue, Kirito added, "That's true. I heard Lady Tsunade is nearly 50 years old. You're so young and beautiful, you couldn't possibly be that old woman." At the mention of old woman, there was a loud bang as Tsunade crushed her wine glass. "What's wrong?" Kirito asked innocently. "Nothing," Tsunade replied, her face darkening. She reminded herself not to get angry with him. As the evening went on, the wine flowed, and the dishes were served. Soon, Tsunade was slightly drunk, while Kirito, who had secretly dissipated the alcohol, remained sober. "Hey, kid, how come you're fine after drinking so much?" Tsunade slurred. "I'm from the north, where we drink from bowls. A few ounces of wine is nothing," Kirito lied. Tsunade looked at Kirito amusedly. "You're quite the boaster." Just then, the door opened, and a woman with a pet pig entered. It was Shizuan. "Lady Tsunade, you've had enough. We should go back," Shizuan urged, eyeing Kirito suspiciously. "Oh, it's Shizuan. You go ahead. I'm debt-free now and want to drink more." Tsunade pointed at herself and challenged, "How about it? Do you dare to compete with me, kid?" At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Kirito's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the system option. 1 bet with Tsunade on drinking, punish her, and receive observation haki. 2 bet with Tsunade, overpower her, and receive armament haki. 3 don't gamble, and receive 99,999 Viagras. Why not? Kirito decided, ignoring Shizuan's stare. He called the store owner and ordered more wine. Seeing them drink happily, Shizuan felt Tsunade was safe and reluctantly left, waiting outside. Early the next morning, Kirito stood up from the bed, his legs trembling. He glanced at the still sleeping Tsunade and winced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining observation haki. The system prompt provided some comfort. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be so fierce while drunk. If not for his rigorous training, Kirito would have collapsed. He dressed, left a box of money and a note, and disappeared. He decided against leaving the pure gold, fearing Tsunade might exchange it for money. As he left, he feared facing Tsunade's wrath upon waking. Remembering how Jiraiya had been nearly killed for peeking at her, he didn't want to take any chances. Shortly after he left, a scream echoed through the hotel. Shizuan, dozing outside, rushed in with her pet pig. The scene inside shocked her. The room was a mess, with bottles and clothes scattered everywhere. Tsunade's clothes were mixed with those of the mysterious boy from the night before. The boy himself was gone, leaving only a cash box. Tsunade, wrapped in a quilt, was trembling in a corner. Shizuan hurriedly helped Tsunade, who felt slightly better. "Lady Tsunade, are you okay?" Shizuan asked, her eyes red. She knew Tsunade had lost something precious. "I'm fine," Tsunade's voice trembled. As a top medical ninja, Tsunade knew what had happened. Last night, she had challenged a boy to a drinking contest, only to lose all memory. She vaguely remembered mistaking the boy for Shizuan's uncle, Dan Kato. "I'm going to find that bastard," Shizuan cried, ready to storm out, but Tsunade stopped her. "Where will you find him?" "He's long gone," Tsunade said softly, twisting the note left by Kirito. Unbeknownst to Shizuan, Tsunade had read the note, explaining his disheveled state was due to hemophobia. End of this chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 15. I will be responsible in the future. This is the content of the note Kirito left on the cash box. Kirito waited for half an hour on the high building opposite the hotel, watching Tsunade and Shizuan come out of the hotel with cash boxes, and then saw them walk into the casino as if nothing had happened. Only then did he leave with peace of mind and come to the meeting place agreed with Black Zetsu. This is a straight road with endless rice fields on both sides. It is the only way for the Fire Country to go to Tansho Street. It seems that you didn't rest well last night. The huge pitcher plant slowly emerged from the ground. This was the first time that Black Zetsu saw Kirito looking listless, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "It's okay. I drank a little." "So, did Toby agree?" Kirito casually changed the subject. "It's not that he didn't rest well, it's that he rested too well. That scene is something he will never forget." It was definitely the most difficult battle he had ever fought in his life. Until now, his waist still feels a little sore. As long as Biwajozo doesn't betray the organization, Toby won't mind having more elite jonin in Rain Village, Black Zetsu replied. That's good. Kirito nodded. As the two were talking, a guard team consisting of ninjas and samurai came in from the front of the road, carrying a Japanese official sedan chair. It seems that the mission target has been reached, so the next step is to leave it to you. As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, the huge pitcher plant slowly merged into the ground and disappeared. You really know how to order people around. Kirito stood in the middle of the road and pressed down his wind chime hat. He formed a symbolic seal with his right hand, and with a bang, the smoke dissipated, and several shadow clones sprang out of thin air, turning into afterimages and rushing towards the end of the road. After a while, the sound of fighting was heard at the end. The sound of fighting came quickly and went away quickly. It soon became quiet. The mission of Shortbook Street was thus successfully completed. Late at night. Water Country, Mist Village, Mizukage Mansion. Kirito stood on a giant tree, listening to the screams coming from the mansion from time to time, and murmured, "It seems that we have caught up. So what are you going to do next?" Black Zetsu asked as a huge pitcher plant emerged from a tree trunk nearby. Do nothing. It won't be too late to take action at the critical moment. Kirito smiled faintly, turned his head and said to Black Zetsu, "But Toby is really insidious. He just wanted to test the ability of attack his right eye's kaleidoscope." Knowing it was a trap, he actually gave Biwajozo an attack as such a task. Their goal is similar to my previous mission in Tansho Street, which is to kill the crown prince who is expected to inherit the throne of the daimyo. Because the ninja village cannot interfere with the succession of royal power, they often hire powerful assassin organizations like the Akatsuki organization. But the fourth Mizukage chose to place the crown prince in his own mansion. He then personally led a team to ambush nearby. Isn't this obviously killing someone with a borrowed knife, luring someone into a trap, and finally killing two birds with one stone? Or is it that the fourth Mizukage has actually been controlled by that guy Toby's Sharingan? Otherwise why would he be so obedient? Everything is done according to his script. After hearing what Kirito said, Black Zetsu was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Kirito could guess and see through Obito's plan so easily. At this moment, Biwajozo and Itaki in the mansion also noticed something was wrong. After completing the mission target, they rushed out of the Mizukage mansion. Then, the ninjas who had been lying in ambush nearby, led by the fourth Mizukage Yagura, who specialized in hunting down traitors from the hidden mist village, surrounded them. The two sides were chasing each other. Biwajozo performed the mist hidden technique to interfere with Yagura and the chasing ninja's sight, but was easily blown away by Yagura's wind-style typhoon. Soon, the two were surrounded by Yagura and the pursuit ninja troops. Seeing this, Kirito couldn't help but get a little excited, thinking to himself, here it comes, the famous scene of chopping the tailed beast ball with a sword is finally coming. The following scenes are not much different from the original. Jozo first uses the water clone to distract the pursuit ninjas, and then Itaka takes the opportunity to use illusions and shuriken to cooperate with Jozo to eliminate all the pursuit ninjas. Even the only remaining fourth Mizukage was engulfed by Itaka's fireball. But Itaka was still a rookie after all, too young, and had never expected that Yagura would be able to complete the transformation into a tailed beast. He was not careful and was hit by Yagura's coral palm. His whole body was covered with corals and he was unable to move. Biwajozo swung his beheading sword and tried to chop off the coral reefs wrapped around Itaka to free him. However, before he could finish the chop, Yagura on the opposite side had already started accumulating the tailed beast balls. That's the tailed beast ball. Even though it's not the complete three tails, it's deadly enough. What do you plan to do? Black Zetsu saw everything below and turned his head to look at Kirito, only to find that Kirito had disappeared without a trace at some point. White Zetsu, where did Kirito go? Black Zetsu was suddenly shocked. He had just sensed Kirito's chakra beside him, but how could he disappear? He didn't even notice how he disappeared. Within its perception range, he seemed to have vanished out of thin air, completely losing any trace of him. I didn't notice that either. White Zetsu was also very surprised. At this moment, Yagura finally moved, and the tailed beast ball came out of his mouth and shot towards Biwajozo and Itaki. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Biwajozo gritted his teeth and, just like in the original story, did not abandon Itaki and run away. Instead, he roared and swung his beheading sword towards the tailed beast ball. Boom! The beheading sword broke. Although they blocked most of the impact of the tailed beast ball, Itaki and Biwajozo were still affected. His body flew backwards like a cannonball towards the big tree behind him. Half of the beheading sword's blade also stabbed towards Biwajozo's vitals. At the critical moment, Kirito, who had already displayed the Kyoka Suijutsu and used his observation haki to predict the flight trajectory of the blade, suddenly appeared. When the blade was about to penetrate Jozo's vitals, he grabbed his shoulder and instantly appeared next to Zetsu. Looking at the blade again, after the dust from the explosion of the tailed beast ball dissipated, it turned into Biwajozo, who was hit in the vitals by a beheading sword and was dying. How did you do it? Black Zetsu looked at Kirito with horror. In a trance, the night of the genocide and Kirito's fake death were repeated again. However, the target of the fake death this time was not Kirito himself, but Biwajozo. Even Itaka's Mangeki Sharingan could not see through this. You haven't forgotten my title during the Konoha period, have you? What I'm really good at is neither ninjutsu nor physical skills, but illusion. I just performed an ordinary illusion. Kirito said perfunctorily. At this time, Biwajozo, who had just been in danger, also reacted and looked at Kirito and Zetsu with shock and confusion. Kirito. And Zetsu. Why are you? Jozo wanted to ask Kirito why he suddenly appeared and why he wanted to save him. You know, because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kirito is more notorious in the outside world than Itaki, and is known as the most vicious criminal in Konoha after Madara Uchiha. End of the chapter. Comment. 6 Comment. Vote. Chapter 16. I said I just happened to pass by here and heard you were in danger. Do you believe that? Kirito looked at Jozo Biwa with a smile, asking instead of answering. Hearing this, Jozo Biwa first shook his head, then nodded, and replied firmly, no matter your reason for saving me, from today on, I owe you my life. If you ever need it, you can take it. I admire that about you, which is why I decided to come all the way to rescue you after learning that the Mizukage had set an ambush. Kirito patted Jozo's shoulder, but don't worry, I have no interest in taking your life. As they were talking, the fourth Mizukage Yagura's second-tailed beast ball was ready to be released. Jozo, startled, wanted to step forward to rescue again, but was stopped by Kirito. Don't worry, the owner of the Mangeki Sharingan is not that weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Itaki, who thought Jozo had been killed, had his right eye filled with bloodshot. As his pupil focused, his Mangeki Sharingan activated, and a pitch-black flame ignited on Yagura's body. The tailed beast ball was forced to stop, and Yagura was instantly burned, howling like a ghost, and exited the tailed beast state. This is... White Zetsu exclaimed. This was the first time he saw Amaterasu. If Kirito hadn't appeared, he would have to wait many years until the battle. Kirito explained, just like his left eye hosts the illusion of Tsukuyomi, this is the eye technique that resides in Itaka's right eye, Amaterasu. When activated, a black flame with great destructive power ignites at the focus of the pupil, and it will not disappear until the target is burned. It is considered the highest level of eye technique in the fire release system. That's about it. How did you know that? Black Zetsu looked at Kirito in surprise. He felt more and more that he couldn't see through this young man who had no bloodline boundaries. Are you sure you want me to say it here? Kirito glanced at Black Zetsu with a hint of amusement, then turned his gaze to Jozo and said, Jozo, after what happened today, you must know that you will hardly be able to intervene in future battles of the organization. Ah, Jozo responded, his tone full of helplessness. He knew very well that if he lost Akatsuki's protection, it would be difficult to escape the Hidden Mist Village's hunt in the future. But if he continued to stay in Akatsuki, he might encounter desperate situations like today at any time, which really made him feel desperate. Kirito continued, then give up your position as an official member of Akatsuki and go back to the Rain Village to serve as an elite jonin. Train ninjas or become an ANBU captain. As long as you don't betray the organization, I'm sure the leader won't blame you. At this point, Kirito looked at Itaki, who was looking at the illusion with a sad face. As for Itaki, the leader will arrange a stronger partner for him. This is a good way out, but... Jozo hesitated and asked, why do you want to help me? Just because you were able to chop the tailed beast ball with your sword for your companions, it's worth saving you, Kirito answered frankly. Although I don't like Itaki, who killed his father and mother, if you had abandoned him, then maybe I wouldn't have saved you. I see. Jozo suddenly realized, closed his eyes slightly, and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he opened his eyes and replied, I understand. As he spoke, he took off the ring on his hand. Kirito took the ring without even looking at it and threw it directly to Black Zetsu. Then he continued to say to Jozo, from today on, you have nothing to do with Itaki. Do you want to take back the beheading sword? Jozo shook his head, let's just consider it as me and the village no longer owing each other anything. Then let's go back. There will be some fun to watch inside the organization this time. As he spoke, Kirito took the lead and rushed towards the outside of the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this, Jozo took another deep look at the beheading sword that had been broken into 2 pieces on the ground, and followed closely. Only Black and White were left holding the ring with a confused look on their faces. What a weird guy, White Zetsu complained while looking at the place where Kirito and the others disappeared. Don't worry about it, go and report what happened here to Tobi, Black Zetsu said. Then doesn't the 3 tails Jinchuriki need to be retrieved? White Zetsu couldn't help but ask. It's not the time yet. We haven't found out all the information about the Jinchuriki. If we rashly capture the tailed beasts, it will alert the 5 major countries. By then, capturing the tailed beasts will become increasingly difficult. This must be done simultaneously, Black Zetsu replied. As he spoke, the huge pitcher plant merged into the tree trunk and disappeared. In the dark cave, the illusory figures of Akatsuki members appeared one after another around the Zen lamp. Jozo has quit the organization. This was the first sentence Pain said after he appeared. Oh. Orochimaru looked at Itaki with some surprise and amusement. His teammate is Itaki. Didn't Itaki stop him? Itaki was also very surprised. He glanced at Orochimaru nonchalantly and said indifferently, I saw Jozo die with my own eyes. He could not have betrayed the organization. No, I'm not saying he betrayed the organization. And he's not dead. He just gave up his position as an official member of Akatsuki and will continue to work for the organization. Having said that, Pain looked at Kirito. Kirito nodded slightly and explained, when Jozo was on a mission with Itaki, he encountered the 3 tails Jinchuriki and was nearly killed. I passed by and secretly saved him. The organization's future goal is to collect the tailed beasts. Even facing the 3 tails, which ranks low among the tailed beasts, he couldn't escape unscathed. I thought he no longer had the strength to be a formal member of Akatsuki, so I asked the leader to remove him from his position. In other words, Itaki escaped unscathed from the 4th Mizu cage, right? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru licked his thick long tongue, and a hint of surprise and greed flashed across his long golden snake pupils. He looked at Itaki again with the same greed as Kirito looked at Mikoto and Tsunade. Itaki had a look of doubt on his face. He had seen Jozo die with his own eyes, so could it be that this was the special power that Kirito had used last time in the Uchiha clan's territory? It seems that Orochimaru can no longer hold back. I must take this opportunity to blackmail him. Thinking this in his heart, Kirito showed a slightly playful smile. He had no intention of killing Orochimaru, and it was not worth it for him to do so for Itaki. If Orochimaru, who mastered core technology, died, the future would be a lot less fun. Then he threw the topic back to Pain. So, leader, have you decided on the new team partner? The Akatsuki organization currently needs new members. We will confirm after they arrive. After saying this, Pain released the phantom body technique. End of the chapter. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. The leader already knows about your situation and agrees to it. Kirito exited his slide body state, turned his head, and spoke to Jozo Biwa, who stood not far away. Thank you very much, Jozo sighed in relief, nodding to express his gratitude. Where should we go next? Should we return to the Hidden Rain village, or head to the temporary base outside the village to receive the mission? You should go back to the Hidden Rain village first. Konan will arrange everything for you there. I'll return to the base. Although Kirito didn't have to personally hand over the mission since Black Zetsu, the 6th brother, was there, he couldn't miss the opportunity to witness Orochimaru's humiliation firsthand. Traveling the same path, Kirito and Jozo quickly caught up with Itaki Uchiha. They exchanged minimal words, only nodding in acknowledgement before parting ways near the Hidden Rain village. Jozo headed for the village while Kirito and Itaki proceeded to the base to report to Pain. Thanks for helping with Jozo, Itaki said as they exited the base cave. It's rare to see someone like you express gratitude, Kirito said, folding his arms and looking at Itaki with interest. But don't get me wrong. I saved Jozo not for you, but because I didn't want to see someone like him die in that place. That's enough, Itaki replied, closing his eyes slightly. Kirito ignored him and disappeared, reappearing at the stone steps in the jungle where, according to the original series, Orochimaru's arm was cut off by Itaki, waiting for their encounter. Soon, Orochimaru and Itaki met. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with greed and joy as he looked at Itaki, who remained expressionless, not even acknowledging Orochimaru's presence. As they passed each other, Orochimaru suddenly released a giant python from his sleeves, binding Itaki from behind. Do you know what eternal life is, Itaki? Orochimaru asked, standing on the steps, looking down at Itaki with a smug expression. I don't know yet, so I need an excellent body. Before he could continue, Kirito's voice interrupted from the side. What do we have here? Orochimaru turned to see Kirito standing on the steps. Kirito-kun, are you here to stop me? No, you don't understand the situation, Kirito shook his head. Nani? Orochimaru was stunned. Before he could react, Itaki used his genjutsu, the Tsukuyomi, immobilizing Orochimaru. Itaki stood unharmed before Orochimaru, the roles reversed. From the beginning, Orochimaru had been trapped in an illusion. I didn't expect to be caught in a genjutsu. What powerful eye power, Orochimaru stammered, his face pale. Attempting to break free, he started forming hand seals but underestimated Itaki's fully awakened Mangeki Sharingan. With a swift motion, Itaki's blade severed Orochimaru's left arm. Orochimaru, none of your techniques work against my eyes, Itaki stated, echoing his words from the original series, casting a long shadow over Orochimaru's ambitions. Kirito, sensing Orochimaru's imminent defeat, decided to intervene. If Orochimaru died now, the future would be less entertaining. Glancing at Kabuto, who was hiding nearby, Kirito activated the Tenkujutsu, pulling the ring from Orochimaru's severed arm into his hand. It seems my help isn't needed. I'll report this to the leader. How you handle Orochimaru is up to you. With that, Kirito vanished from the stone steps. No sooner had Kirito left than Kabuto attacked Itaki with shuriken, forcing him back and using an explosive tag to create a diversion, escaping with Orochimaru in his severed arm. Itaki, having no intention of killing Orochimaru, saw his greed for the Sharingan as a potential tool for honing his skills. Calmly, Itaki continued on, unaffected by the earlier attack. However, Orochimaru and Kabuto found themselves in another dire situation as Kirito reappeared before them. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said, sweat dripping down his forehead, standing protectively in front of Orochimaru with kunao in hand. Kabuto, step aside, Orochimaru commanded. But Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto hesitated until he felt Orochimaru's murderous intent, reluctantly stepping back. Kirito-kun, are you here to kill me? Orochimaru asked, his voice serious. If it were any other time, Orochimaru would have dismissed a rising star like Kirito. But after his encounter with Itaki, he realized that genius cannot be measured by common standards. Now, with his left arm severed and his combat effectiveness greatly reduced, he was in no position to fight. You're in a mess, Orochimaru. Defeated by Itaki's Sharingan, losing an arm, and escaping only with Kabuto's help. But you won't get another chance. Kirito formed a seal with his right hand, and a massive tree emerged, binding Orochimaru and Kabuto instantly. Drawing his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu, from the system warehouse, Kirito approached them. Seeing Kirito approach like the god of death, Kabuto, trapped in an illusion, shouted in horror, Lord Orochimaru. This is Kirito's illusion, Orochimaru muttered, his composure shattered. As Kirito closed in, Orochimaru's desperation grew, realizing he might not survive this encounter. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 18. Orochimaru discovered that Kirito's prowess in genjutsu had surpassed that of Kurane Ui. Now, he was completely helpless against Kirito's illusions. Desperately, Orochimaru shouted, Kirito, you can't kill me. Give me a reason, Kirito replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Don't bother with the nonsense about Akatsuki members not killing each other. You were the first to attack Itachi. And from the looks of it, you seem ready to defect from Akatsuki. Even if I kill you, the leader won't blame me. Kirito stopped walking, a playful smile on his face. He held his sword, Kyoka Suijutsu, and whispered, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. His real goal was to create an illusion for Kabuto, Orochimaru's still developing protege, and perhaps extort something useful from Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru said, Kirito, I saw it long ago. The reason you defected from Konoha and slaughtered the Sarutobi and Shimura clans was because Konoha could no longer satisfy you, right? You're like me, someone who loves ninjutsu. I have a large collection of ninjutsu. I can give you anything you want. I like talking to smart people, Kirito smiled, sheathing his sword. But I'm not interested in your grotesque snake techniques. I do need a decent summoning beast and a solid defensive jutsu. I heard you have a summoning contract with Ryokai Cave and have learned the Rashomon technique from the first Hokage. Oh, and the Flying Thunder God technique used by the 4th and 2nd Hokage is impressive. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must have seen it. If you can teach me these 3 techniques, maybe I can pretend I never saw you today. You have quite an appetite, Orochimaru replied. I can give you the scrolls for the summoning contract with Ryokai Cave and Rashomon. But not everyone can master Flying Thunder God. It requires a talent for space-time ninjutsu. I didn't write it down because I couldn't learn it. I'll keep that in mind. Hand over the other 2 scrolls. Kirito wasn't discouraged. Whether Orochimaru was telling the truth or not, he hadn't expected much. If he wanted to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Here you go, Orochimaru said, spitting out 2 scrolls. He had resigned himself to the fact that compared to his life, everything else was worthless. As Orochimaru attempted to hand the scrolls to Kirito, Kirito's voice interrupted, it's too dirty, wipe the saliva off first. Kirito then released Kabuto from his illusion. Defeated by 2 rising stars, Itachi and Kirito, Orochimaru's anger had reached its peak. But the current situation was beyond his control. In desperation, he suppressed his anger, threw the scrolls to Kabuto with his tongue, and said in a deep voice, Kabuto, clean these for him. As he spoke, he did not forget to give Kabuto a meaningful look. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto responded respectfully, taking out a cloth and carefully wiping the scrolls. Just as he was about to do something suspicious with the scrolls, Kirito's voice echoed again, your name is Kabuto Yakushi, right? You are the adopted son of the late non-Yakushi from the Konoha orphanage. Although I sympathize with your past and despise Danzo, if you dare to do anything here, I will not forgive you. Remember, Danzo's left arm was cut off and cannot be restored. I have a way to kill you for good. Lord Kirito, you must be joking. How could I dare to do anything against you? Kabuto wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and responded with a forced smile. Only after Kabuto had wiped the scrolls clean did Kirito reach out and absorb the scrolls from Kabuto's hands with his chakra. I've given you what you wanted, Orochimaru said coldly. Kabuto, remove my illusion. Let's go. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied, moving to Orochimaru's side. He formed a seal with his right hand, attempting to break Orochimaru's illusion by disrupting his chakra but found it impossible. Kirito's voice rang out again, don't waste your energy. The duel of illusions is a duel of mental energy. Your limited mental energy can't remove my illusion. What are you planning, Kirito? Orochimaru roared, suspecting Kirito intended to rob him. Don't be so impatient. Since I've taken your things, I'll let you go today. But don't you want to see what I can summon? As he spoke, Kirito signed the 2 scrolls in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto. With rapid hand signs, he performed the summoning jutsu. Along with a huge burst of blue chakra from Kirito's palm, there was a bang. The smoke cleared, revealing a massive one-eyed red anaconda with reverse scales. Lord Orochimaru, what is this? Kabuto stood behind Orochimaru, looking up in horror at the enormous creature. Orochimaru was equally shocked, a drop of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, I never thought he would summon this monster. What Kirito summoned was not Manda, but a one-eyed red snake from the deepest part of Ryokai Cave, Garuga. A being that towered over all other snakes. In this era, Garuga was not like the one in Boruto, easily fooled by second-rate ninjas, but a true monster. I thought it would be Manda, but it's you. Kirito stood atop Garuga's head, speaking with surprise. At the same time, Garuga noticed Orochimaru and Kabuto. Roaring at Orochimaru, Garuga said, "You are the human who signed a contract with that kid Manda. Who allowed you to summon me?" With a violent wave of air from Garuga's mouth, Kabuto was blown away, and Orochimaru himself was nearly swept off his feet. Yet Orochimaru's face showed no fear. Instead, he wore a sinister smile, looking over Garuga's head with a sense of schadenfreude. "Haha, Garuga, don't misunderstand. It wasn't me who summoned you." Orochimaru was now in no hurry to escape. As long as he didn't openly defect from Akatsuki, he wouldn't be hunted by other members. He just needed to be wary of Kirito. Orochimaru wanted to see how Kirito would tame the monstrous Garuga. End of this chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. Kirito followed Orochimaru's gaze, noticing a massive serpent looming over him. Without warning, Garuga, the giant snake, thrashed violently, throwing Kirito high into the air. With a swift backflip, Kirito landed gracefully. "Your name is Garuga, right? This is no way to treat your master," Kirito said coolly. As he spoke, lightning flickered in Kirito's right hand, activating the technique known as God's Breath. With the sound of chirping birds, lightning spears over 100 meters long materialized and hurtled toward Garuga. Garuga, a massive snake from Ryokai Cave, possessed a vast amount of sage chakra and heightened perception. His massive body slithered swiftly, effortlessly dodging Kirito's lightning spear, sensing the danger of the sage-enhanced Chidori sharp spear. Inside Garuga's throat, a tremendous amount of sage chakra began to churn, preparing to release a petrifying liquid. But Kirito was fully aware of Garuga's movements, thanks to his observation haki. As Garuga evaded the lightning spear, Kirito swiftly turned the spear into a lightning whip, wrapping it around Garuga's enormous body. With a powerful yank, the snake was pulled from midair, its head slamming violently into the ground. The petrifying liquid, still inside Garuga's mouth, spilled out, instantly turning the nearby plants and flowers to stone. "Lord Orochimaru, is this really something a ninja can do?" Kabuto stammered, fearfully glancing at Orochimaru. "Let's move," Orochimaru commanded, ignoring the genjutsu that had yet to be broken. The battle had drawn significant attention, and Orochimaru was aware that Akatsuki members would soon arrive. If Kirito and Attack spoke, confirming his defection from Akatsuki, he would be finished. Without hesitation, Kabuto grabbed Orochimaru and quickly retreated, tossing a smoke bomb to obscure their escape and impair Kirito's vision. Kirito ignored their departure and immediately approached Garuga. Using his Chidori, he sliced through the tough scales on the snake's forehead. "Now, behave yourself, Garuga," Kirito said with a grin. "Forgive my insolence, master," Garuga quickly apologized. The snake, as per habit, became docile after his reverse scale had been taken away. At this moment 2 figures, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, emerged from the ground, having sensed the disturbance first. A massive pitcher plant rose from the ground, and Black Zetsu looked at the enormous creature restrained by Kirito's lightning whip. He couldn't help but ask, "Kirito, what happened?" Kirito nonchalantly turned around, speaking as if serious. "Orochimaru attacked Itaki earlier, trying to take over his body, but he failed. Afterward, he attempted to defect from Akatsuki, but I intercepted him. That sneaky guy summoned this giant snake to cover his escape, and then ran away while I was occupied. But don't worry. I've tamed this snake. From now on, it'll be my summoned beast, fighting and bleeding for the organization," Kirito said, patting Garuga's head with a smirk. "Isn't that right, Garuga?" "Yes, master. But could you please remove the lightning? It feels uncomfortable," Garuga replied, his voice filled with discomfort. Kirito raised an eyebrow, slightly embarrassed. "You're a giant male snake, you shouldn't say things like that." With that, Kirito released the lightning whip. Garuga slithered back, feeling relief despite the charred marks left on his scales. Watching the exchange between the man and the snake, Black Zetsu had no reason to doubt Kirito's story. After all, Orochimaru had long harbored ill intentions toward Itaki. "All right, go rest and heal. I'll summon you when needed," Kirito waved dismissively. "Yes, master," Garuga responded obediently before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Around this time, all of the Akatsuki members had gathered, except for Konan, who was guarding Pain's real body in the rain village. Even Tobi, disguised as a Fei, was present. "What happened here, Kirito? What was with the giant snake?" Pain asked as he arrived. "Orochimaru betrayed the organization and fled," Kirito said, repeating his prepared lines while handing over Orochimaru's ring. Pain raised his hand, and the ring floated into his palm. Pain didn't seem fully convinced, so he turned to Itaki. "Is that true?" "It's true that Orochimaru attacked me, but I didn't expect him to defect from the organization," Itaki replied, casting a glance at Kirito. Scorpion, who had long been disgruntled with Orochimaru, added, "It's not surprising. That snake always puts his own agenda ahead of the organization." Pain sighed, "Although I don't want to let Orochimaru escape, our numbers are too few right now." Before he could continue, Tobi suddenly piped up, "Hey, hey! Why don't I join you guys?" "Get out of the way," Scorpion snapped, glaring at Toby from within his puppet, silencing him immediately. Turning back to Pain, Scorpion said, Leader, I always knew Orochimaru was unreliable. Leave it to me, I can find his hiding place quickly. Kabuto is practically under my control. Don't worry. I've already decided on your new partner. I had originally planned for them to team up with Kirito, but it seems they'd be a better fit with you, Pain said, referring to Deidara. Kirito quickly interjected, Leader, you won't make me stay with Black and White Zetsu, right? If you keep me with them, I can't guarantee I won't end up doing what Kakuzu does to his partners. White Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Don't worry. Your new teammate has already been selected. You'll mostly be working alone to gather intel, but for the upcoming mission to track down Orochimaru, you'll join Scorpion, Pain clarified. Kirito shrugged, I don't mind, but I am curious who's my new teammate. Pain didn't keep the secret for long. After much consideration, I've chosen a partner based on your personality. If I teamed you up with another male, conflicts would arise sooner or later. So, I've chosen a woman Pakura, the hero of the Sand Village. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. That woman doesn't look like the type to betray her village, said Sasori, born in Tsunagakure and the trigger for the Third Great Ninja War. He naturally knew Pakura, the wielder of Scorch Release, who had made great contributions to Tsunagakure during the war. He understood she wasn't the kind of shinobi to betray her village. Perhaps she once wasn't, Pain replied. But now, things are different. With that, Pain glanced at Black Zetsu, who nodded and explained, according to the information I just received, the 4th Mizukage is dead, and the elder of the Hidden Mist Village, Genshi, has recommended Mei Terumi who possesses the boil and lava releases to become the 5th Mizukage. In exchange for a peace treaty with Kirigakure, the leaders of Tsunagakure have decided to sacrifice Pakura, in line with Genshi's conditions. Pakura, however, is unaware of this. If things proceed as expected, she will surely die during this mission. If we rescue her, considering her hatred toward both Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, she might agree to join our organization. Hearing this, Kirito realized the timing. Though he vaguely remembered that Pakura was betrayed by Raza, the 4th Kazekage and Gaara's father, the details were sparse in the original narrative. He hadn't expected this was the moment it would occur. It all made sense now. After being half-burned to death by Taka's Amaterasu, Yagura was rescued by Mei Terumi and Genshi. Then, his trusted confidant Ao used the Byakugan he obtained in the Third Ninja War to dispel Obito's genjutsu. However, Yagura was mortally wounded and could no longer suppress the Three Tails. Not wanting to endanger his village, Yagura revealed to his closest comrades that Akatsuki had manipulated him. He then chose to commit suicide, dying alongside the Three Tails. It would be years before the Three Tails reappeared, only to be captured by Deidara and Obito. That's dark, Kirito commented. It seems the 4th Kazekage is cut from the same cloth as the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. They're great at internal strife but weak against outside threats. If men like them remain in power, both Tsunagakure and Konoha will eventually fall. At this point, Kirito turned to Sasori with a mischievous grin. Sasori, if you hadn't defected from the Sand Village, with your talents, strength and the connections your grandmother and uncle have, wouldn't you have become the 4th Kazekage yourself? Who cares? Sasori glared at Kirito. Though his tone was dismissive, he seemed lost in thought. Kirito's knowledge of him was unsettling. Had his parents not died, perhaps Sasori might have been on the path to becoming Kazekage. It's too late for what-ifs, Sasori muttered to himself. Don't get upset, Kirito said with a shrug, sensing Sasori's unease. I was just making conversation. Kirito liked Sasori in his previous life, viewing him as a tragic character. Turning back to Pain, Kirito said, leave this to me, leader. When it's time to move out, have Konan send me the signal. Pain nodded. Since the 4th Mizukage's death, Kirigakure has grown wary of Akatsuki. You may encounter elite mist shinobi. Do you want additional backup? Kirito shook his head. No, sending too many people will just attract attention from Kirigakure. Have Black Zetsu guide me. If you're really concerned about my safety, feel free to send Konan along. Before Kirito could finish, Pain cut him off, Black Zetsu will guide you. Nagato, hidden atop the tower in a megakure, twitched slightly. He was suspicious of Kirito's intentions toward Konan. The man seemed to have a particular interest in any attractive kunoichi. In Nagato's mind, Kirito was a younger, more charming version of Jiraiya, the same perverted tendencies intact. But Kirito was different. Where Jiraiya had struggled with romance, Kirito had a natural allure that women found hard to resist. Konan, being a dear friend of both Nagato and Yahiko, needed to be protected. He couldn't allow her to fall into Kirito's grasp. Fine, Kirito sighed, realizing Pain wasn't budging on the matter. There will be other opportunities. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, standing quietly at the back, finally worked up the courage to speak. What about me? Am I still partnered with Itachi? Ever since Kirito destroyed 4 of his hearts in their last battle, Kakuzu had developed a lingering fear of him. You'll operate solo for now, Pain replied. He then glanced at Ataki. I've arranged a different partner for you. Leader, Kirito began, surveying the remaining members. Won't we have too many members? There are only 10 rings in Akatsuki, right? Kirito glanced around at the team, the mysterious Obito, anti-establishment Pain, the greedy Kakuzu, the heartbroken Sasori, the stoic Ataki, Black Zetsu, and himself. Then, there was Konan, who wasn't present, along with future members Kisame, Deidara, and Haiden. That made 11 members. Kirito recalled that Akatsuki was only supposed to have 10 rings, as Orochimaru had taken one when he defected. Even after Obito joined, he didn't get a ring until after Sasori's death. So where would the 11th ring come from? Only 10 rings were made originally, Pain explained. Though it's time-consuming, making an extra one isn't an issue. Satisfied with the explanation, Kirito turned back to Ataki. Looks like we've got a solid lineup. Pain nodded at Ataki and Sasori. You'll meet your new partner soon, Ataki. Afterward, head to the land of Earth with Sasori to bring in the new recruit. Then, addressing Kirito, Pain added, stay put for now. Konan will contact you when Tsunagakure makes its move. Dismissed, Pain declared, and his figure vanished. The rest of Akatsuki began to disappear one by one, leaving Kirito alone with Obito. So, what happened with Orochimaru earlier? Obito asked, reverting to his Madara persona. Kirito shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't I explain it already? Do you expect me to believe that? Obito's voice dropped. With your strength, you could have easily severed Orochimaru's wrist or even his head before he could use any jutsu. Kirito let out a sheepish laugh. You are too sharp. Fine, Orochimaru offered me something in exchange for his life, the Rikka summoning scroll and the technique for Rashomon. I figured it was a decent trade. But don't worry, I won't be so lenient next time. Make sure you don't, Obito replied coldly before using Kamui to disappear from Kirito's sight. Kirito clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, what a middle schooler. With that, Kirito's figure vanished as well, racing toward Omegakure. It had been 3 or 4 months since he'd last seen Ms. Izumi and Mrs. Mikoto, and to be honest, he missed them terribly. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 21. What is happiness? Happiness is when you're hungry, and I happen to have a piece of bread, then I'm happier than you. Or when you desperately need the restroom, but I'm occupying the last stall, then I'm happier than you. If you've never seen a woman in your life and even a pig looks beautiful to you, but I've got a stunning wife taking a bath in the next room, then I'm definitely happier than you. It's now 8:03 p.m. As Kirito returned to his residence, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Someone was showering. Using his keen observation abilities, he sensed it was Mikoto, his wife, in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Konan and the young girl, Izumi, were in the other room, whispering secrets and forming a quick friendship. Their bond had grown while Kirito was away. Kirito, who had once indulged in pleasures on that street with Tsunade, was faced with 2 choices now. It's up to you, watch or not. But don't get the wrong idea, this wasn't a task set by some system, but a genuine thought that crossed Kirito's mind. If you choose to watch, you're a beast. But if you don't, you're worse than a beast. Kirito, being a man of integrity, decided to leave it to chance a coin toss. Heads, take a look. Tails, take a peek. If it lands on its edge, well, if I could toss a coin that impressively, I'd deserve to watch as long as I wanted. With that, Kirito ran outside, took a coin from his system storage, and expertly embedded it in a crack in the ground with a shuriken toss. Now, the real question, how was he going to watch? Magic or illusions? No, that would be outdated. Hypnosis or illusion techniques would feel cheap. Better to go the direct route, but breaking in might alert Mikoto. The bathroom was tightly sealed, leaving no gaps. Opening the door would definitely alert Mikoto. Observation techniques could detect movement but couldn't see details. If only he had obtained the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Just as Kirito was wrestling with his dilemma, the sound of the door opening must have caught Mikoto's attention. From inside the bathroom, she called out tentatively, is someone there? Izumi, is that you? Kirito froze. Had he been discovered already? He hadn't even started spying yet. Next time, he told himself, always check with observation techniques first and make no noise. Alas, the situation had already escalated, and Kirito had no choice but to respond with a hint of regret, it's me, Kirito. Oh, Kirito, Mikoto's voice faltered in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected him to return so soon, especially while she was in the bath. A sudden thud echoed from the bathroom, followed by Mikoto's sharp cry, ah. Through his keen senses, Kirito could tell that Mikoto had fallen and was struggling to get back up. He listened as she tried and failed several times, letting out little gasps of pain. She wasn't getting up on her own anytime soon. Kirito thought about calling Konan, but with the perception barrier Konan had set around her room, knocking would likely result in him being greeted by a barrage of explosive paper shurikens. Even though he could easily avoid them, disturbing someone's rest was never a good idea. Should he help? Or not? That was the question. An elder once said, if you die under the peony flower, you'll be a happy ghost. Another said, don't hesitate to do evil, no matter how small. A third mentioned, no matter how beautiful a woman is, lying on the ground too long will give her a cold. Well, this was Kirito's doing. If he didn't help, he'd be worse than a beast. After a brief hesitation, Kirito knocked on the bathroom door. Mikoto, did you fall? Are you okay? Kirito, don't come in. I haven't put my clothes on yet. Can you call Izumi for me? She's in Konan's room. Mikoto's voice was flustered. Konan's room is a no-go for men. She's the leader's sister, and if I approach recklessly, the leader won't take it lightly, Kirito responded, employing a strategy of playing hard to get. What should we do then? Mikoto sounded embarrassed. She couldn't let Kirito come in, but she also couldn't get up on her own. Don't worry. I'll come in and help you, but I'll keep my eyes closed and won't peek, Kirito assured her, closing his eyes, leaving only a small crack to see through. He grabbed the bathroom door and twisted the handle. Locked. Kirito mentally slapped himself for forgetting about the lock, but no worries, he'd learned lockpicking during his time in Anbu. With a senbon needle, he quickly unlocked the door. Ah! Kirito's eyes flew wide open. He had intended to help Mikoto, but seeing her sitting there in pain, dressed in a set of black gauze pajamas, threw him off. Wait, you're dressed? Where are you hurt? Kirito had heard the fall in running water, but Mikoto was wearing pajamas. Was she taking a shower fully clothed? That was definitely a strange habit. I slipped on the soap and hurt my knee, Mikoto murmured, blushing from embarrassment. Her face was bright red, and even her neck was flushed pink. Does it hurt a lot? Let me see. Since she was dressed, Kirito didn't need to close his eyes. He squatted down and gently lifted her leg. Her knee was bruised with a deep purple mark. That looks painful. It's a little painful, but I don't think it's serious, Mikoto replied, though her injury prevented her from standing on her own. Can you move at all? Kirito asked. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 22. Kirito gently picked up Mikoto and carried her towards her room. Despite having known each other for years, this was the first time they had shared such close physical contact. It was autumn, and the air had not yet turned cool, so Mikoto was wearing only a thin set of pajamas. As Kirito held her, his body temperature rose, and he silently repeated a mantra to himself, trying to keep his composure. This isn't what it seems. Focus. Stay calm. Mikoto, resting in Kirito's arms, listened to his quickening heartbeat and breathing. She sensed something unusual but didn't dare look at his face, her cheeks turning red from embarrassment. As they reached her room, Kirito couldn't help but notice how warm and inviting it felt, though there was one thing that struck him: a memorial tablet dedicated to her late husband, Fugaku. The urn containing his ashes made the room feel both comforting and somber at the same time. Kirito gently laid Mikoto on the bed and sat beside her. He brought out a stool and leaned in to sit close to her, focusing on her injury. He started massaging her leg to ease the pain, his touch soft but slightly awkward. After some time, he retrieved healing supplies from his ninja gear and began applying medicine and bandaging her wound. As he worked, his hands trembled, and the cotton ball in his grip pressed too hard at times, causing the disinfectant to sting the wound, making Mikoto wince in pain. Kirito, when did you return? Mikoto asked, attempting to break the awkward silence and ease the tension. I returned this afternoon, Kirito replied. There was a traitor among the organizers, so it took me longer than expected. But everything is fine now. Once again, silence filled the room. Kirito was not used to this kind of close interaction, and it showed. His hands shook as he applied pressure on the wound, making the disinfectant seep deeper into the cut. Mikoto groaned softly from the discomfort, frowning as the pain and itchiness shot through her leg. It's done, Kirito finally said after a while, sighing in relief once the bandaging was completed. As he leaned back, their faces were suddenly very close, their cheeks almost touching. The air between them grew still, and neither could move. Mikoto's skin was fair, glowing under the soft light of the room. Even though she was over 30, time had been kind to her, and she appeared more elegant and mature rather than aged. Her dark, expressive eyes shimmered, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly each time she blinked. Her nose was delicate, and her lips quivered with unease, as warm breaths escaped in short, soft puffs. Kirito found himself mesmerized, his gaze locked on her. Just then, a familiar prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system option. 1. Give her a kiss. Reward, A-level ninjutsu raise Nan. 2. Kiss her in front of Fugaku's memorial. Reward, 10 Dragon Ball World Senzu Beans. 3. Do nothing. Reward, 999,999 Viagra pills. Options 1 and 2 can be combined. Please select. Senzu Beans. Kirito's eyes widened in excitement. Although learning Raise Nan wasn't difficult for him, since he already knew the basics, the Senzu Beans were a different story. These magical beans were a lifesaver. They could heal any injury, no matter how severe, even bringing someone back from the brink of death. He couldn't resist the allure of obtaining such a valuable item. Without much hesitation, Kirito made his choice. Leaning in, he kissed Mikoto gently. Thousands of unspoken words passed between them in that moment. The next morning, the system chimed again in Kirito's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level ninjutsu raise Nan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Dragon Ball World Senzu beans. A faint smirk appeared on Kirito's lips as he processed the system's rewards. His thoughts drifted briefly to Fugaku's last wish to rebuild the Uchiha clan. However, he mused that if a child were to come from this, the last name might not even be Uchiha. Mikoto, already dressed, had regained her composure. The softness and kindness that had marked her features last night were gone, replaced by a steely resolve. Her face showed no emotion, but there was an undercurrent of guilt and determination in her voice as she spoke. Don't tell anyone about what happened last night. Not even Sasuke. Kirito chuckled softly, licking his lips. Then, what about next time? Mikoto's face flushed once again, and her eyes flickered with emotion. She wanted to refuse outright, but the words caught in her throat. As much as she wanted to say no, the bond they had formed and her own conflicting feelings made it hard to dismiss Kirito. On one hand, she was honoring Fugaku's last wish to restore the Uchiha clan, which alleviated some of her guilt. On the other hand, she couldn't deny that she found Kirito strong, handsome, and confident appealing. There was also the undeniable reality that both men and women were creatures of appearance, and Kirito was strikingly good-looking. His skills as a ninja only added to his charm. She had already grown accustomed to being in his presence, despite the obvious age gap. But that age difference still troubled her. She was older and would age faster. Would Kirito still want her when the years began to show? Let's not talk about this now, Mikoto replied quietly, turning her face away to hide her blush. Her hands rested gently on her chest as her gaze drifted to Fugaku's memorial tablet. Her cheeks burned with a mixture of guilt and embarrassment, and her heart pounded in her chest. How had she developed feelings for this younger man? I feel so sorry for Fugaku, Mikoto thought as her emotions tangled between her past love and her unexpected attraction to Kirito. Thank you, Mikoto, Kirito said softly, moving closer and placing his hands gently on her shoulders. How's your injury? Feeling any better today? You still have the nerve to ask. Mikoto shot back, glaring at him with a mix of reproach and amusement. Despite the medicine and the night's rest, her injury had worsened a bit, which frustrated her. Walking should have been easier, but it was still painful. Yet, despite the lingering discomfort, she couldn't deny the relief Kirito's presence brought. Kirito simply smiled at her. He had no regrets. His life had taken an unexpected turn, blending the fierce responsibilities of being a ninja with the complexities of personal relationships. But for now, his goal was clear: he would honor Fugaku's last wish, rebuild the Uchiha clan, and navigate the challenges ahead with the same boldness that had brought him this far. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter. Special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Madam, I have something for you, Kirito said, pulling out a magic bean from his system storage. He planned to give one to both Mikoto and Izumi, just in case of emergencies. What's this? A bean? Mikoto asked, puzzled. These aren't ordinary beans, but magic beans. Eating one will keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. They have immense recovery power. As long as a person isn't dead, it can restore strength and energy, even from extreme exhaustion, and return the body to its best condition, Kirito explained. Is that true? Mikoto asked, doubtful. Want to try it? Kirito held the magic bean up to Mikoto's mouth. She opened her lips as if to take it, but before Kirito could place the bean in her mouth, she hesitated and pushed his hand away. No, it's just a minor injury. I'll recover in a few days. You're a rogue ninja now, often away from home. You need it more than I do, Mikoto said, shaking her head. Madam, you always care about others, Kirito smiled warmly. But don't worry, I have more than one of these. Keep it for emergencies. It could save your life. I'll give one to Izumi as well when she returns. Mikoto, seeing how serious he was, reluctantly took the magic bean. She didn't want to seem ungrateful by refusing again. I'll ask Konan to treat your knee later. She knows some medical ninjutsu. That's my second gift to you. As Mikoto tucked away the magic bean, Kirito took out a piece of pure gold from the pirate world. Under Mikoto's astonished gaze, Kirito cut a small piece from it, using his fire-style chakra to form a flame in his palm and melted the gold into a brand new ring. Isn't this too fast? Mikoto asked, her cheeks flushed, thinking he was proposing. Her neck turned pink from embarrassment. Think of it as preparation, Kirito said with a soft smile, using his water-style chakra to cool the ring before gently placing it on Mikoto's left ring finger. Then he kissed her hand gently. From today on, you're my wife-to-be. Mikoto froze for a moment, stunned by his words. Then, seeing the intense look in his eyes, she panicked. What are you going to do? She asked, her voice trembling. I think you know, Kirito grinned mischievously. Just as he was about to fulfill Fugaku's last wish, there was a knock at the door. Aunt Mikoto, the food is ready. I heard from Konan that Kirito is back. Have you seen him? Izumi called from outside. Mikoto's heart jumped to her throat. It felt like she'd been caught red-handed, and she nearly screamed. Kirito quickly covered her mouth, calming her down with a soft hush. When Mikoto nodded in understanding, he let her go and whispered, "Tell her I came back last night and left again this morning. I'll be back soon." Mikoto repeated the line nervously. "Oh, Kirito left this morning, but he'll be back soon." "Really? That guy came back without even saying hi," Izumi said with a pout. "We won't wait for him then. Aunt Mikoto, come eat. I've already made breakfast." "Izumi, go ahead without me. I didn't sleep well last night, so I need a nap. Don't wait for me." But it wasn't Mikoto speaking, it was Kirito, perfectly mimicking her voice. "Kirito, you." Mikoto stared at him in shock. Kirito smiled and released the illusion. "It's just a small trick. No one can hear us now. Let's continue." Half an hour later, Mikoto limped out of the room. "Aunt Mikoto, are you okay? What happened to your knee?" Izumi hurried over to help her. "It's nothing. I slipped while taking a shower last night. I've already applied some medicine. I just need a few days of rest," Mikoto replied, her voice guilty. She couldn't bring herself to tell the truth about what had just happened. "Really? Kirito saw you fall but didn't even tell me." Izumi puffed up her cheeks angrily. "You can't blame him. He has a lot on his plate," Mikoto said defensively. Just then, the door creaked open, and Kirito walked in, followed by Konan, who was carrying a medical kit. "I heard from Kirito that you were hurt, so I came to check on you," Konan said in her usual cold tone. She didn't say anything else and immediately began the treatment. As Konan tended to Mikoto, Kirito pulled Izumi aside. "Is Konan always this cold toward you too?" Izumi tilted her head. "No, not at all. Konan is usually very nice. We often cook together. Then why does she always have such a stern expression around me, like I owe her money?" Kirito asked, puzzled. What Kirito didn't know was that Nagato had specifically warned Konan about him, saying Kirito was just like Jiraiya, unpredictable and reckless. As a result, Konan's once good impression of Kirito had plummeted. Izumi thought for a moment before answering, "Maybe you're just not around enough. You're always away for so long." While they talked, Konan finished treating Mikoto's injury. "You're fine now. Just rest for a day, and you'll be back to normal tomorrow," Konan said expressionlessly. "Thank you, Konan," Mikoto nodded in gratitude. "Make sure you get some rest," Konan added. She had a soft spot for Mikoto, finding her gentle and kind. After offering this bit of advice, Konan left the room without sparing Kirito a glance. "What a strange woman," Kirito muttered, watching her leave. For a while after that, Kirito didn't take on any missions. He found a moment to give Izumi the magic bean and then settled into a routine. Every morning, he completed his training. In the afternoons, he spent time with Izumi. And in the evenings, he was with Mikoto. In his spare time, he worked on combining chakra natures to develop new variations of the Raise Nan and simply enjoyed the peaceful life. Until 2 months later. Pain called for him. The location, a temple near the land of Earth's border. It was also where, in the original story, Itaki, Sasori and Kisame had subdued Deidara. "Kirito, you're late," were Pain's first words upon seeing him. "Sorry, leader. I accidentally lost track of time," Kirito replied sheepishly, rubbing his head as he glanced at the 2 new members of the Akatsuki beside him. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 24. One of them had dark blue hair, shark-like features, sharp teeth, golden eyes, and skin reminiscent of a sea predator. A bandaged sword strapped to his back stood out prominently. His appearance made him look older than his actual age. The other person seemed much younger, even younger than Uchiha Izumi and Kirito himself, probably around 12 or 13 years old. He had long, dark blonde hair, with his left eye covered by the fringe. A pigtail sat atop his head, making him look more like a middle schooler, even more immature than Obito. If nothing unexpected occurred, these two were likely Kisame, the mist swordsman known for using hand seals during battles in the later stages of Naruto, and Deidara, the artist who loved to call his art true beauty. As Kirito assessed the two, they were also sizing him up. The same hata on Kisame's back seemed to emit a sense of confusion, anxiety, and excitement, making Kisame sweat nervously. What a terrifying guy, he thought. Just standing here makes same hata react like this. I've never seen anything like it before. Inexperienced Deidara, meanwhile, held his chin and looked Kirito up and down. After staring at him for a while, he couldn't figure out what made Kirito so special. Without waiting for Pain to explain, Deidara spoke first. "Hey, is this the so-called phantom god Kirito? The one who wiped out a clan? He doesn't look like much." He doesn't have any special abilities, nor does he have a bloodline limit like the Sharingan. Just plain genjutsu. Is this guy really that powerful? The moment Deidara finished speaking, the entire scene fell silent. Konan, Pain, Kakuzu, Sasori, Zetsu, and even Kisame, who had just joined, all stared at Deidara as if he were an idiot. Still oblivious to their reactions, Deidara continued looking at Kirito with disdain. You'll find out soon enough, Kirito said, his voice calm as ever. He had been waiting for a chance to set up a perfect illusion for Deidara and Kisame. Upon hearing Deidara's taunts, Kirito flicked his right sleeve and grasped the Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu, out of thin air. Under everyone's gaze, he silently activated it. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. That's enough, Kirito. Pain intervened before Kirito could take action. Deidara made a careless mistake. Let it go. Deidara was essential for capturing the tailed beasts in the future, and unlike Kakuzu, he didn't have 5 lives to spare. If a real fight broke out, Deidara would die before even realizing what happened. Haha, leader, I was just joking with him, Kirito said, the illusion already in place. How could I hurt this young rookie? Hey, who are you calling a rookie? Deidara fumed. The term rookie sounded harsh to his ears, and his tone turned sour. Sasori, who stood nearby, couldn't stay quiet any longer. That's enough, he said firmly. Deidara respected Sasori and, hearing his words, turned his head away in an arrogant huff. With the tension diffused, Pain began introducing the 2 newcomers to Kirito. This is Ataka's new partner, Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the second wielder of same hata. Nice to meet you, Kisame stepped forward politely, greeting Kirito. Kirito nodded in acknowledgement as Pain continued, and this is Deidara, the apprentice of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Oniki, from Iwagakure. Without wasting any more time, Pain got straight to the point. Kirito, from now on, you will accompany Sasori and Deidara to the Land of Wind to track down Orochimaru. At this, Pain's Rinnegan gleamed, and his expression turned cold. The Akatsuki does not tolerate traitors. This time, you must make sure to kill him. It seems Obito already informed Pain that I let Orochimaru go on purpose, Kirito mused, sensing the warning behind Pain's words. With a slight smirk, he nodded. Understood. I'll take care of it. Perfect timing, I've been wanting to test some new ninjutsu. By the way, what about my teammates? Kirito asked. Pain nodded, that brings me to the second matter. The negotiations between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand are nearly complete. Soon, the 4th Hokage will send Pakura of the Scorch Release to the Land of Water under the guise of a secret mission. Once you've eliminated Orochimaru, head to the Land of Water on Deidara's clay bird. Sasori and Deidara will accompany you. You'll have plenty of time. Let's move then, Kirito said, turning and walking out of the temple. Sasori and Deidara followed closely behind him. Itaki, Kisame, you're heading to Kyusagakure, Pain said, turning his back on Itaki and Kisame. The 2 nodded slightly, and Kakuzu asked, what about my new partner? You'll have to wait a bit longer, Pain replied thoughtfully. 3 days later, in the Land of Wind, near the Great Eastern Sand Dunes. Amid the vast desert, a fierce sandstorm howled. Kirito, Sasori, and Deidara, all dressed in black robes with red clouds and wearing wind chime hats, stood against the relentless wind and sand. Behind them, the desert had been trampled, leaving 2 rows of footprints and a trail from Sasori's puppet. Soon, the sandstorm buried their path. In front of them lay a depression, with a massive, disc-shaped sand dune rising ahead. In the distance, they could faintly see the entrance to a cave. This place is disgusting, nothing but sand everywhere, Deidara complained. Quit whining, we're here, Sasori said, glancing at Kirito. Well? Is that snake hiding in there? I can sense his chakra, Kirito nodded. He had formed an invisible shield around himself, preventing the sand from reaching him. In that case, I'll blow it all up with my art, Deidara said confidently. That's not an option, Kirito replied. The leader wants him dead, and if you blow the place up, Orochimaru will likely escape using a summoning jutsu. He's already aware of our presence. Kirito threw a few kunai casually, and moments later, sand snakes emerged from the dunes, slithering toward them. Before long, the 3 reached the cave's entrance, where Orochimaru awaited them. Oh? I didn't expect Pain to send Kirito after me. I thought it would be Itaki, Orochimaru mused, seemingly surprised, but not panicked. Sorry, Uncle Snake, or rather, Orochimaru now. I have no personal grudge against you, but orders are orders, and the leader has demanded your death, Kirito said calmly. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Of course, if you can manage it, Orochimaru said, licking his lips and turning his gaze toward Deidara, who stood next to Sasori. That boy used to be in the demolition team of Hidden Rock Village, right? Don't treat me like a kid, Deidara roared as he quickly formed hand seals and summoned his giant clay bird, preparing to attack. Sasori's voice interrupted from beside him, watch from above. Make sure he doesn't escape. What? You want to take him down yourself? Deidara asked, slightly surprised. You don't have any personal vendetta against him, do you? Sasori retorted before glancing at Kirito, silently seeking his opinion. I don't mind. If you need help, just let me know in advance, Kirito replied with a casual shrug. With a swift motion, he retreated several dozen meters, watching Orochimaru with interest. Kirito had a hunch Orochimaru might use the impure world reincarnation technique. Deidara jumped onto his giant clay bird and soared into the sky. Without wasting any more time, Sasori summoned the third Kazekage puppet. He spoke with pride. You're already familiar with the strength of the third Kazekage, aren't you? Yes, but when I see something valuable, I tend to take it. So, I prepared a little surprise, Orochimaru said, forming a seal with his right hand. A coffin with the word 3 engraved on it emerged from the ground next to him. The coffin opened, revealing a figure inside. This is... Sasori's eyes narrowed in shock. The figure standing before him was none other than the third Kazekage, whom he had once killed. Deidara, high in the sky, was also taken aback. What is that? This is the third Kazekage you killed. I brought him back using a forbidden technique. Now, let's see if my forbidden jutsu is stronger than your puppet technique, Orochimaru said with a sinister grin. He then drew a kunai engraved with talismans from his waist and inserted it into the body of the reanimated third Kazekage. The revived Kazekage regained clarity in his mind, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Sasori. Sasori? You bastard! This time, I won't fall for your tricks like before, the third Kazekage said, forming hand seals. Sand iron rain. Countless iron sand particles turned into black raindrops, covering Sasori, Deidara, and even Kirito, who stood at a distance. Facing the attack, Sasori immediately controlled his puppet, using its abilities to create an iron defense. In the sky, Deidara's bird's wings were pierced, causing him to sway unsteadily. Meanwhile, Kirito summoned his protective aura, creating a shield around himself. The relentless iron sand barrage didn't faze him at all. Simultaneously, Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage puppet's left arm, summoning thousands of arms that instantly smashed the reanimated Kazekage. However, in mere moments, the impure world reincarnation technique restored the Kazekage's body. As the battle between Sasori and Orochimaru reached a stalemate, Deidara regained his balance in the sky. Unable to stand by any longer, he hurled dozens of clay spiders toward the reanimated Kazekage. They exploded upon impact, but to no avail. The Kazekage's body began regenerating once more. Brother Sasori, what is going on? Why can't we kill him? Deidara exclaimed, flying his bird closer to Sasori's side. Don't waste your energy. This is the impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. It revives the dead and allows the user to control them, Kirito explained calmly. It can't be killed. The only way to stop it is through sealing techniques or by overpowering it. Or, Kirito chimed in as he appeared beside them, you could use genjutsu to control the caster and force them to cancel the technique. Otherwise, even killing the caster won't stop it. Deidara looked at Kirito, incredulous. How do you know all of this? Haha, I didn't expect Kirito to know so much, Orochimaru said, slightly surprised. Kirito smiled. Of course. After all, I spent time as an Anbu in Konoha, so I know plenty of secrets. But that's the usual case. From what I know, there are actually 4 ways to break this jutsu. As he spoke, Kirito extended his right palm, forming a small blue chakra ball. It quickly spun and expanded into a massive shuriken-shaped raised nan, emitting a fierce, high-pitched sound as it spun in the air. Sasori, Deidara, step back. I want to try out a new jutsu, and it might be powerful. I don't want you caught in it. As for Orochimaru, I'll let you experience the jutsu I created after studying the tailed beast ball of the 3 tails Jinchuriki. It took me nearly a month to perfect it, and I haven't had the chance to show it off yet. Sasori, though reluctant, realized he couldn't defeat the reanimated Kazekage in his current state. After seeing the Rasen Shuriken in Kirito's hand, Deidara also became more cautious. Feeling the immense power of the Rasen Shuriken, Sasori and Deidara exchanged glances before retreating 100 meters away. Orochimaru, too, wore a serious expression. Though not a sensory-type ninja, his sharp eyes could recognize the threat. He had seen the power of the original raised nan, but this shuriken-shaped version seemed even more formidable. Haha, this is a surprise, Kirito-kun. You've taken the 4th Hokage's raised nan and transformed it into something even more powerful. You truly are remarkable. But even so, this technique can't stop my impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru said, maintaining a calm exterior. Though Orochimaru appeared composed, he was secretly preparing his escape with the Orokai substitution technique. He knew Kirito's teleportation skills were swift and feared being caught off guard by the Rasen Shuriken. Kirito chuckled. Who said I was going to use this to stop the reanimation? I just wanted to test its power using you as a target. But first, let me show you how I'll break your impure world reincarnation. The first method is my mouth. With the Rasen Shuriken complete in his hand, Kirito smirked mischievously and turned to the reanimated third Kazekage, saying, You're from the same generation as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Known as the strongest Kazekage in Sand Village, aren't you? End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 26. Kirito stood confidently as the third Hokage, revived by the impure world reincarnation, frowned and asked, "Who are you? And why are you working with that scoundrel, Sasori?" "Who I am doesn't matter," Kirito replied with a smirk, ignoring the question. "What matters is who you are now, a puppet of Orochimaru, Konoha's traitor and former student of the third Hokage. How ironic that the great third Hokage, once feared as the strongest of the Hokages, is now reduced to a mindless tool for a Konoha outcast. It's rather pathetic, don't you think?" The third Hokage's expression darkened as he cast a quick glance at Orochimaru. Gritting his teeth, he did something unexpected just as he had in the original story. He used his own will to cancel the impure world reincarnation technique, releasing his soul and ascending to the afterlife. From the distance, Deidara, observing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Hey, Sasori! What kind of trick is that?" He didn't even lift a finger, and the guy who could resurrect endlessly just vanished. Did he just talk him to death? Sasori was silent, paying no attention to Deidara's incredulous remark. Instead, he focused his attention on Orochimaru, preparing for an attack. A massive cylinder formed from iron sand was ready at his command. On the other side, Orochimaru stood with a thoughtful expression. "It seems this technique still has some serious flaws," he murmured. Seizing this moment of reflection, Sasori controlled the iron sand cylinder to launch an attack at Orochimaru. But Orochimaru, ever the trickster, was ready. Using his Orochimaru-style substitution technique, he managed to evade the blow. His former body absorbed the damage, while Orochimaru, in his snake-like form, crawled out of the mouth of his substitute and quickly retreated toward a nearby cave. However, Kirito, using his advanced observational haki, had already anticipated Orochimaru's escape. The moment Orochimaru attempted to flee, Kirito hurled a Rasen Shuriken at him. Unlike Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, which had obliterated Kakuzu's hearts in the original story, Kirito only used 50% of its power, adjusting it specifically so that it wouldn't tear Orochimaru apart. He wanted to injure, not kill, ensuring that Orochimaru wouldn't easily recover. "Ah!" Orochimaru screamed, caught off guard by the attack. The Rasen Shuriken made direct contact with his back, enveloping him in a terrifying storm of wind chakra. The pain Orochimaru experienced was unlike anything he'd ever felt, a searing agony that even Kakuzu had once known. Hey! What kind of jutsu is this?" Deidara, stunned by the massive storm the Rasen Shuriken generated, had been preparing to launch a clay bomb but was blown off his clay bird by the sheer force of the technique. Now lying on the sand, he stared in awe at the devastation in Orochimaru's seemingly endless screams. Meanwhile, Sasori had erected a massive sand wall to protect himself from the storm's aftermath. "I heard Orochimaru mention the fourth Hokage created a similar jutsu called the Raise Nan," Kirito said calmly, his voice reaching both Deidara and Sasori over the howling whines. "So, I guess we'll call this wind style, Rasen Shuriken." Deidara, still awestruck, scrambled to his feet and approached Kirito. "That was incredible, brother Kirito. I didn't realize your jutsu was so powerful. I take back everything I said before. From now on, you're my big brother, just like Sasori." Kirito smiled warmly, placing a hand on Deidara's shoulder. "All right, little brother. From here on, I'll look out for you. Once a big brother, always a big brother." As the whines from the Rasen Shuriken began to subside, Orochimaru's figure appeared high in the air. His body had been shredded by the wind chakra, leaving him bloodied and barely recognizable. His entire form was bombarded by countless tiny needles of wind chakra until, finally, his screams ceased. His body fell from the sky and crashed into the massive crater formed by the Rasen Shuriken. "Is that snake finally dead?" Sasori asked as he lowered the sand wall, his gaze turning toward the fallen Orochimaru. Kirito knelt down, placing his palm on the sand as if pretending to sense Orochimaru's chakra. "It seems that way. I can't feel his chakra anymore." In reality, Orochimaru had managed to escape, using his snake substitution technique once again. The body lying in the crater was nothing but an empty shell. As Sasori approached and used his puppet tail to pull the body closer, he realized the truth. The body was hollow, and connected to its mouth was a large snake, a sign of Orochimaru's second escape. Within the darkness of the cave, the shadowy figures of the Akatsuki members began to appear one by one around a central Zen lamp. "That snake slipped away again," Sasori grumbled, frustration evident in his voice. "What happened?" Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, tilted his head in Kirito's direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kirito raised his hands in defense. "Don't look at me. I didn't hold back this time. If you don't believe me, ask Black Zetsu. I'm sure he was following us in secret, as always." As if on cue, Black Zetsu's shadowy form emerged. "Let's review the footage," he said, replaying the battle for everyone to see. The members of Akatsuki watched with intense focus, their faces displaying shock and awe as they witnessed the third Hokage's resurrection, Kirito's verbal confrontation, and the devastating power of the Rasen Shuriken. By the end of the footage, it was clear that few among them, aside from Pain, could have withstood such an attack. "It seems Orochimaru has some unique technique that allows him to avoid external harm entirely," Pain concluded, his tone as cold and calculating as ever. Turning back to Kirito, Pain asked, "Earlier, you mentioned that besides using force or seals, there were 4 other ways to counter the impure world reincarnation. What are they?" Kirito crossed his arms and responded, mouth escape, genjutsu, soul removal, and yin-yang release. His words left the Akatsuki members speechless. Black Zetsu, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of yin-yang release. After all, he was a product of that very technique, created by Kaguya Otsutsuki herself. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 27. Pain frowned and asked, be more specific. Kirito began to speak with a serious tone, despite the nonsense he was about to spout. The first method is verbal persuasion. Simply put, it's using words to convince the deceased to resist the control of the impure world reincarnation and ascend to heaven. However, this method has many limitations. First, the deceased must be strong-willed. Second, if you're not careful with your words, you might enrage the resurrected soul. Also, as the impure world reincarnation technique improves, the effectiveness of this method decreases. Worse, the enemy may attack while you're talking. Overall, mouth-to-mouth persuasion is extremely risky and should be used only as a last resort. The second method is through illusions, like those generated by the Sharingan, which can control the caster and force them to cancel the impure world reincarnation. This is the easiest and most straightforward method. The third method is to extract the soul. This is something only someone with the Rinnegan, like the leader, can achieve. When I was in Konoha, I snuck into the archives and read some of the second Hokage's notes. There, I found records mentioning the Rinnegan's soul-reaping abilities. One such ability is to pull the soul from a person's body. Think about it, if the soul is gone, the reanimated person is no longer under the caster's control. And lastly, there's yin-yang release. Kirito glanced at the unique black and white figure, Zetsu, before continuing. Yin-yang release is different from yin release, like illusions, or yang release, like medical ninjutsu. It's a combination of both. In the second Hokage's notes, it's written that yin-yang release contains both the power of creation and destruction. It's said to be a technique exclusive to the Sage of Six Paths. It nullifies all ninjutsu, and even a reanimated body can't withstand its effects. Once hit, the body can't regenerate. In severe cases, it can even be reduced to ashes. This technique has never been seen in use because it's nearly impossible for a person to wield both yin and yang chakras simultaneously. Even if someone could, they would struggle to merge the two. There were 2 other methods Kirito didn't mention. One was that if the deceased knew the seals of the impure world reincarnation, they could break free from the control of the summoner. The other was his Zanpakuto, which could kill even the reanimated dead. As soon as Kirito finished, silence fell over the group, leaving the atmosphere as still as death itself. No one had expected that such secrets existed in the ninja world. After a while, pain broke the silence. That's enough for now. Keep an eye on Orochimaru. He won't stay idle for long. As long as he's alive, he will surely take action. He's certainly troublesome, Deidara complained. Learning a technique to bring back the dead. If not for Kirito, we might have been in serious danger. Speaking of immortal bodies, there's another one we should deal with, Konan added. Pain explained, it's a request from Yugakure. They say a murderer appeared, and they've asked us to eliminate him. Kakuzu was slightly surprised. Doesn't Yugakure have ninjas of its own? They couldn't kill him. It's said that he's the only successful product of an ancient cult that experimented with immortality. Whether this immortality is real remains to be seen, Konan replied. Now for the mission details. Sasori, Deidara, you will continue with Kirito to recruit a new member, Scorch release user Pakura. Zetsu will give you the location of the ambush prepared by Hidden Mist. Kakuzu, Konan, and Ataki will take care of the other task. Dismissed. With that, Pain released the phantom body technique. He sure likes giving orders, Deidara muttered. Hey, Kirito, are the leader's eyes really that powerful? They can take people's souls. As soon as Deidara opened his eyes, he couldn't wait to ask Kirito. Well, they are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths himself. It's not surprising they have such abilities. But I've never seen it in action, so I can't verify its full power. Who would want to mess with the Rinnegan, anyway? Kirito replied, making up explanations as he went along. That's true, It can kill people by taking their souls, pretty artistic in its own way, Deidara said, nodding. Alright, enough with the chit-chat, Sasori interjected impatiently. If we delay too long, that woman from the sand village will be in trouble. I know, Deidara said, summoning 2 giant clay birds. The group flew toward the land of water with Kirito, Sasori, and Deidara. The journey wasn't too long. Carried by Deidara's birds, the 3 crossed the land of fire and several other countries, arriving at the land of water in less than a day. There, they met Zetsu. Finally here, hey. Black Zetsu murmured as he spotted the giant bird descending from the sky. After a while, the group landed, and Kirito, Deidara, and Sasori dismounted from the bird. How's the situation? Has the new recruit, Pakura, arrived? Deidara asked, forming a hand seal to dismiss the clay bird. We should expect her before sunset. The Mist Village shinobi are already lying in ambush on both sides of the mountain pass, waiting for Pakura to arrive, Black Zetsu replied in his usual raspy tone. Oh? It's a perfect ambush spot. Mountains on both sides, with plenty of space to hide a large force. If the target walks into the trap, they'll be bombarded with shurikens and kunao, Kirito remarked thoughtfully. He recalled that in the original story, Pakura was ambushed in a similar place, pierced by countless shurikens and kunao until her body resembled a pincushion. Sasori glanced at the mountain path below and sighed softly. So, what's the plan? Should we strike now? There's no need to act yet. If we intervene too soon, Pakura will grow suspicious. Only when she sees the true darkness of Tsunagakure will she be more inclined to join us. We wait for the right moment to step in, Kirito replied, shaking his head. He took out his wind chime hat, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, around dusk, a figure appeared at the entrance to the mountain path. The woman wore a black backless dress, though her chest was covered conservatively. A Tsunagakure forehead protector adorned her head, and her hair was styled into a bun with bangs that were a rare orange color, contrasting sharply with her dark green hair. But what caught Kirito's eye was her smooth, fair back and well-shaped figure, which rivaled even Mikato's. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 28. Is this the place? Pakura murmured, unaware of the danger awaiting her. She had been sent on a secret mission to the Hidden Mist Village by the 4th Kazekage, Raza, Gaara's father. This was where the meeting was to take place. After checking the mission scroll on her waist, Pakura gave the secret signal. A short while later, a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village appeared, a man with a kind face that exuded a deceptive air, resembling a benevolent elder. He greeted her with a smile. Scorch Release Master Pakura, I am the Kirigakure messenger sent to greet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Due to the dense fog in the land of water, Elder Yuanshi ordered me to wait for you here. As was customary, both parties exchanged proof of identity. Once confirmed, Pakura had no reason to doubt him and followed the mist ninja into the mountain path. Go to hell. Suddenly, as they walked deeper into the path, the seemingly kind mist ninja's expression changed. He hurled several kunao at her. Pakura, one of the strongest warriors from the sand village, reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging the kunao. She glared at him and barked, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to sabotage the peace treaty between the sand and mist villages?" Her mission had been to finalize the details of the peace treaty with the elder of the hidden mist village. The mist ninja sneered, looking at her with disdain as if she were a fool. Idiot. The peace treaty between sand and mist was already finalized. The condition? Your death. Pakura of the Scorch Release, you killed many of our comrades from the mist during the Third Great Ninja War. Now, it's time to pay with your life. You can't escape this time. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of mist village ninjas emerged from the high ground on both sides of the mountain path. They glared at Pakura with a mixture of amusement and hatred. Bastards. Pakura muttered. It dawned on her that she had been betrayed by the leadership of Tsunagakure. She quickly formed hand seals, intending to use her Scorch Release, but the kunao from the mist ninja forced her back. Pakura, we know all about you, and we won't give you a chance to use Scorch Release. Get ready, the mist ninja taunted as he distanced himself using the body flicker technique. At that moment, the mist ninjas, brimming with hatred from the war, launched a barrage of shuriken and kunao at Pakura simultaneously. In an instant, the sky darkened as countless blades rained down toward Pakura. Damn it! Realizing there was no escape, Pakura let out a roar of frustration and anger. Her heart sank. She couldn't comprehend why the village she had given her life to protect had betrayed her. Just as despair gripped her, a shadow appeared before her, like a divine figure descending from the heavens. In her astonished gaze, the figure raised his right hand and projected an invisible shield of light around them both. Kunao and shuriken clashed against the shield, sparking as they made contact, creating sharp metallic sounds. Yet, none of the projectiles penetrated. Instead, they all bounced harmlessly away. Pakura stared in disbelief at the young man who had appeared so suddenly, rescuing her from certain death. Looks like I made it just in time, Kirito said calmly as he flashed behind the mist ninja. He quickly struck the ninja's pressure points, subduing him, and then kicked him to the ground before Pakura. At last, Pakura saw her savior's face clearly. He wore a black robe adorned with red clouds, a ring with the kanji for blue on his right index finger, and a wide-brimmed hat with wind chimes. Beneath the bamboo hat, she glimpsed a handsome, youthful face. In an instant, Pakura recognized him and gasped, "Kirito of the Uchiha." It was impossible not to recognize him. Kirito's reputation had spread across the entire ninja world. Whether in the underground or the major ninja villages, the mention of Kirito's name struck fear into the hearts of all. This was the man known for slaughtering the third Hokage and dismantling powerful clans. Haha, it seems I don't need to introduce myself, Kirito said, removing his wind chime hat to reveal his medium-length black hair and a Konoha forehead protector with a slash mark across it. His face was undeniably striking, both handsome and intimidating. As they exchanged words, the sound of explosions, clashing metal, and the screams of mist ninjas filled the air. Pakura, on high alert, activated her Scorch Release. 4 fiery orbs materialized around her, orbiting her body, prepared to fend off any attack. Kirito noticed her caution and chuckled. Relax. The noise around us is from my comrades. One of them is an old acquaintance of yours. You're safe now. Pakura, still wary, hesitated. Why did you save me? She asked. Kirito smiled and replied, it's simple. Our leader recognizes your strength and wants to recruit you to join our organization. Join the organization? Pakura echoed, confused. Kirito nodded. Yes. And by now, I'm sure you realize that you've been betrayed by the leaders of the Sand Village. He then calmly explained the conspiracy between Tsunagakure and Kirigakure to eliminate her. Those bastards. How could they do this to me? Pakura growled, her brows furrowing as her anger boiled over. She had bled and fought for her village. She had dedicated her life to it. And now, she found herself betrayed by the very people she had sworn to protect. Enraged, Pakura grabbed the neck of the mist ninja that Kirito had paralyzed with a single hand. Without bothering to ask any questions, she snapped his neck. As if that weren't enough to satisfy her fury, she used her scorch release to reduce the ninja to a charred husk. Kirito shrugged slightly and continued, actually, this sort of thing is fairly common. Think about it. You and Raza were both strong contenders for the 4th Kazekage position. Even though you gave up, you still posed a threat in Raza's eyes. And because you voluntarily stepped aside, the Tsunagakure officials who once supported you completely shifted their allegiance to Raza. Even without this situation with the mist, Raza would have eventually killed you. He's similar to the 3rd Hokage, outwardly composed, but ruthless inside. In some ways, Raza's methods are even more cruel. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen had to maintain his public image and left the dirty work to Danzo. But Raza is different. If I'm not mistaken, the mission scroll he gave you is completely blank. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Pakura, skeptical but curious, opened the scroll as instructed. It was indeed blank. Enraged, she tore the scroll into pieces. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 29. Pakura didn't know whether to feel disappointed or furious. At this moment, she stood there trembling in anger. After a long while, she finally calmed herself and asked the question burning in her mind, then why are you and your companions here? It's simple, Kirito replied, his voice calm. We've known about the plans of Kirigakure and Tsunagakure for a while now, and we waited for this moment. Only when you've been completely betrayed will you sever all ties with the village. What do you think? Since you've been betrayed by the higher UPS of your own village, I believe you can relate. Kirito spoke with frankness. Pakura was stunned. You were also betrayed by your village. Of course. Do you think I slaughtered the Sarutobi and Shimura clans for no reason? Kirito nodded. At that moment, Deidara and Sasori approached, having dealt with the mist ninjas on both sides of the mountain path. Deidara casually said, Brother Kirito, the mist ninjas have been handled, and Sasori's collected some decent materials. Sasori glanced at Pakura before turning to Kirito, how's it going on your side? It's nearly done, Kirito replied with a slight smile, turning to Pakura. So, what's your answer? Pakura frowned and asked, what happens if I refuse? Kirito shook his head. It won't end well. Our organization has invested a lot of time in you. If you refuse, the 2 beside me won't let you leave. And even if you escape, where will you go? Back to Tsunagakure? You'd likely die even faster there. The high-ranking members, led by the 4th Kazekage Raza, won't tolerate a threat like you remaining alive. Those bastards, Pakura growled, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles cracked. Her rage made her body tremble, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. After a long moment, she exhaled deeply and said seriously, fine, I agree to join you, but I have a condition. Speak freely. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the organization and don't betray us, we won't interfere with your other activities, Kirito replied nonchalantly. I'm going to kill Raza and those traitors in the Tsunagakure leadership, Pakura said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, you'll have the opportunity. You're not the only one who wants Raza dead. Others are already working on it, Kirito replied, tilting his head towards Sasori with a knowing smile. Pakura's eyes widened as she recognized Sasori. Is that? This is Sasori of the Red Sand, a puppet master once hailed as a genius in your sand village, Kirito explained with a smile. TCH. Sasori clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away arrogantly. I never imagined even you would join this organization. It seems this group is more formidable than I thought, Pakura said with a deep breath, still in shock. She then added, Granny Cho is always thinking about you, Sasori. Since Cho and her brother Ebizo retired shortly after Sasori's defection and did not participate in the Kirigakure incident, Pakura didn't harbor much resentment toward Cho. Alright, enough talking. This place is close to the hidden mist village, and after all the commotion we've caused, it won't be long before more mist ninjas show up, Sasori said impatiently, sensing the urgency of the situation. Kirito smiled again. They won't just show up soon, they're already here. As soon as Kirito finished speaking, a large plant-like structure emerged from the ground beside him. Kirito, the mist ninjas have arrived, and they're being led by the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, White Zetsu said with a gleeful tone, clearly enjoying the situation. What will you do? Black Zetsu asked Kirito. At that moment, a system notification rang in Kirito's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system options. 1. Meet Mei Terumi and receive a senzu bean as a reward. 2. Meet Mei Terumi and flirt with her in front of the mist ninjas. You will be rewarded with 3 senzu beans. 3. Meet Mei Terumi and defeat her in front of the mist ninjas. You will be rewarded with armament haki. 4. Turn a blind eye, flee, and receive Viagra 9999. Rewards can be stacked. Please choose. Mei Terumi, hey. Kirito smiled. Since we're here, how can we not properly greet the new Mizukage? Sasori, Deidara, the hidden mist jutsu can obscure vision, and since you two lack sensory abilities, take Pakura and leave first. I'll catch up. Deidara and Sasori exchanged glances. We'll wait for you up ahead, brother Kirito, Deidara said before summoning 2 giant clay birds. With that, Deidara, Sasori, and Pakura took off. Before leaving, Pakura hesitated for a moment, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. Thank you for saving me earlier. Please be careful. After they departed, Black Zetsu spoke, we'll retreat as well. With that, the large plant structure sank back into the ground. Shortly after, the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, arrived with a squad of mist ninjas. She had emerald green eyes, long curly reddish-brown hair that partially covered her right eye, and pink lips. Her blue tube top dress hugged her body, accentuated by a white belt around her waist. Though she was in her 20s, not quite as mature as in later years, she had already grown into a stunningly beautiful woman. What happened here? Mei Terumi asked in disbelief, staring at the corpses of mist ninjas strewn across the mountain path. It was clear she hadn't been informed of the plot to ambush Pakura. Then her eyes landed on Kirito standing at the end of the path. She murmured, red clouds and black robes. You're with the Akatsuki. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning a senzu bean. Hearing the system prompt, Kirito shrugged with a playful smile. I'm just passing by. I didn't kill these people. Do you believe me? Before Mei Terumi could respond, the white-eyed killer, Ao, stepped forward and addressed her solemnly. Mizukage-sama, this is Kirito Uchiha, one of the most dangerous criminals from Konoha since Uchiha Madara. He single-handedly slaughtered the 3rd Hokage and the elites of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. He is a master of genjutsu and is known as the Phantom God of Konoha. It's said that his illusion techniques rival those of Uchiha Itachi. Mei Terumi raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. So the rumors are true. Not only are you still alive, but you've also joined the Akatsuki. Our mist village has a long-standing enmity with your group. If that's the case, we can't let you leave. With a sly smile, she raised her hand and pointed at Kirito. At the very least, let me give you a taste of my melting kiss. End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 30. It's okay if you want to use melt, but I can reluctantly accept the kiss. Though, that means we'll still have to fight, right? Kirito said casually, flicking his wide sleeves as he secretly grasped Kaika Suijutsu. Under the watchful eyes of Mei Terumi and her mist ninjas, he thought to himself, shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. Of course, we won't give you the chance to use your illusions, Mei Terumi replied with a faint smile. She swiftly formed hand seals and released her water-style, hidden mist technique. Thick fog began to seep from her mouth, quickly enveloping the entire area where Kirito stood, making it impossible to see. A mist hidden technique enhanced with water-style chakra. You are worthy of being the 5th Mizukage. The concentration of this mist is far superior to the usual technique, Kirito's voice echoed from within the thick fog. I'm honored to receive praise from the phantom god Kirito, but this is where it ends, Mei Terumi replied as she quickly prepared to release her Kekii Genkai, lava release. Yes, it's over. I accepted your first kiss, Kirito's voice cut through the mist. Before Mei Terumi could complete her hand seals, Kirito suddenly appeared right in front of her. Her pupils dilated in shock, and before she could react, her hands still in the midst of forming seals were grabbed by Kirito. To her astonishment, Kirito leaned in and kissed her. Silence fell over the battlefield. The mist ninjas surrounding them stared, their expressions frozen in disbelief, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Finally, it was Ao, the white-eyed killer, who broke the stillness. When did he protect Mizukage-sama? He immediately drew a kunai and slashed at Kirito, and several other mist ninjas followed suit, attacking him in unison. But Kirito was unfazed. With a few swift movements, he dodged their strikes and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared several hundred meters away. Mei Terumi stood still, her mind reeling. She had been kissed forcefully by a traitor. Even though Kirito was undeniably handsome, the situation was too shocking for her to process. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 senzu beans. Hearing the system's reward notification, Kirito wiped his lips and made a few symbolic hand seals. Not a bad kiss. For the sake of your Mizukage-sama, I won't kill anyone today. Until next time, he said, his voice taunting. Where do you think you are going? Ao growled, his face flushed with fury. As Mei Terumi's closest protector, he had just witnessed his Mizukage being humiliated, and his anger boiled over. He ordered the surrounding mist ninjas to launch a surprise attack on Kirito. But before they could act, Kirito spat out a fireball from his mouth. Upon impact, the fireball exploded into a sea of flames, engulfing the area around them. This wasn't an ordinary fire technique, it was fire style, great fireball technique, amplified by Kirito's senjutsu-enhanced chakra. Its power was so immense that it rivaled Uchiha Madara's great fire annihilation from the Fourth Great Ninja War. The mist ninjas were paralyzed by the sheer scale of the inferno. Reacting quickly, they combined their efforts to cast water wall jutsu. The water wall collided with the flames, sending thick steam into the air, obscuring their vision even further. Even with dozens of mist ninjas working together, they could only hold off Kirito's fire long enough for a stalemate. Sensing the growing threat, Mei Terumi unleashed her water-style, water pillar to finally extinguish the flames. Lady Mei, are you alright? Ao rushed to her side, concerned. Where's Kirito? Mei Terumi asked, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Perhaps due to the surprise of the kiss, her cheeks were flushed a deep red, and her entire body trembled slightly. It was unclear if it was from anger or something else entirely. I kept track of him with my Byakugan the whole time, Ao replied, shaking his head. After using that powerful fire technique, he vanished. Ao sighed and continued, he managed to appear right in front of you in an instant, despite being surrounded. The rumors are true, his genjutsu must rival Uchiha Itake's. No, perhaps he's even surpassed Itake, Ao mused grimly. When he cast that fire jutsu, I observed with my Byakugan that his chakra spiked more than tenfold, similar to the powerful chakra of a tailed beast. How Konoha allowed someone like him to rise is beyond me. Damn him, Mei Terumi muttered under her breath. Remembering the kiss, she felt a mixture of anger and embarrassment, her fingers lightly brushing her lips. After a pause, Mei frowned and asked, Ao, what exactly is going on here? I don't recall giving orders for anyone to be stationed in this area. Ao hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. This. What? Are you hiding something from me, the fifth Mizukage? Mei's voice grew sharp. I wouldn't dare, Mizukage-sama, Ao replied quickly, bowing apologetically before revealing the truth. He explained the secret arrangement made by Elder Yuanshi and the Hidden Mist. Mei Terumi had been aware of the peace treaty with Tsunagakuer, as she had signed it herself. The details of the negotiation, however, had been left to the Elder Master, who had requested Pakura as part of the deal. Though she felt a twinge of guilt, Mei understood the strategic advantage of eliminating Pakura, the scorch release user, for the benefit of the village. She patted Ao on the shoulder, a wicked smile forming on her face. Ao, don't keep secrets from me in the future. Understood. Yes, Mizukage-sama, Ao bowed again, feeling embarrassed. What do we do next? Ao asked. Should we report this incident to Konoha? What? Do you want the entire world to know that Fujiwara Kirito kissed me? Mei snapped, a vein popping in her forehead. I wouldn't dare. Ao immediately bowed lower, his face pale with fear. Enough of this, Mei said impatiently. Order the team to collect the bodies of our fallen comrades. Check if Pakura's body is among them. And make sure to investigate the cause of death for everyone. I want to know if Kirito was behind their deaths. Soon after, the results of the investigation were reported back. Mizukage-sama, we did not find Pakura's body, Ao reported. After investigating the cause of death of the mist ninjas, we found they were killed by a variety of strange weapons and explosives, some similar to the puppet techniques used by the Sand Village and the explosion techniques of Uegakuer. In addition, we found the body of the special Jonin, Dahoden. All the moisture in his body had been evaporated, likely by Pakura's scorch release. I see, Mei Terumi responded. With confirmation that Kirito hadn't killed any of her people directly, she felt a strange sense of relief. Her thoughts, however, drifted back to the kiss, and her face flushed again. That damn bastard. Don't let me catch you next time, she muttered under her breath. End of the chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 31. On the other side, Kirito had already arrived at the meeting place with Sasori and the others. Is it finally here? Sasori murmured, watching as Kirito approached like a shadow. Deidara was the first to approach, his curiosity evident. Brother Kirito, how strong is the new 5th Mizukage? Is she powerful? Kirito stroked his chin, preparing to speak. She's quite formidable. She's got a water-style jutsu strong enough to counter my fire-style, a dissolution technique that can cover large areas with sticky, corrosive material, and a boil release that can melt even the toughest metals. Her attack power is nothing to scoff at. She's worthy of being called Mizukage. If anyone else had faced her, they'd be in trouble. Deidara nodded, digesting the information. To hear such praise from you, Brother Kirito, means she must be quite skilled. Alright, enough talk. The leader is waiting for us, Sasori said, clearly uninterested in the conversation. He had little patience for Deidara's endless questions. I get it, Deidara sighed as he reluctantly summoned 2 clay birds. You're always so impatient, brother Sasori. Deidara and Sasori rode together on one bird, while Kirito and Pakura took the other. They flew toward Omegakure, the hidden village of the rain. It was only after they had been in the air for a while that Pakura finally spoke. Thank you for what you did earlier. Don't mention it. I was just following protocol, Kirito replied, turning to glance at her with a teasing smile. Besides, I couldn't stand by and let my future partner get turned into a pincushion. But you know, we won't be able to keep the fact that you're alive a secret for long. The leadership of Kirigakure will likely blame you for the deaths of hundreds of their ninjas today. They'll probably use this as a pretext to pressure Tsunagakure as well. Those bastards, Pakura growled, her face darkening. I'll settle the score with the Tsunagakure leaders soon enough. She clenched her fists, her anger boiling as she thought about the betrayal she had faced. Omegakure, Akatsuki's temporary base. Once they arrived, Pain had summoned all the members of Akatsuki to hold a customary welcome for the newcomers. Not only had Pakura been recruited, but Haiden had also been brought back by Kakuzu, Konan, and Itaki. After Pakura and Haiden scratched the symbols on their forehead protectors, officially cutting ties with their former villages, Pain distributed the standard Akatsuki uniforms, rings, and nail polish. Haiden's ring bore the usual sand symbol, while Pakura received a new ring, which, unlike the others, wasn't connected to the outer path golem but did have a communication function. Pakura was quick to speak her mind. Let me make it clear I will not give up my revenge against the Tsunagakure leadership. Haiden chimed in, and I won't stop spreading the word of Jashin. Pain was unfazed. That's fine. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the organization on time, we won't interfere with your personal vendettas. Pain looked around at the assembled group. The Akatsuki members are all here: Konan, Kirito, Itaki, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Zetsu, and now our newest additions, Pakura and Haiden. Each of us has our own motives and ambitions, and that's why we've gathered here, Pain continued. But starting today, our mission begins. We will hunt the 9-tailed beasts, from the one tail to the 9 tails. We will face strong opposition, but we must gather all the tailed beasts. Only then will we be able to achieve Akatsuki's ultimate dream. Now, let's begin. 11 of us are gathered here. We cannot afford to fail. With that, Pain raised his hand, and the stone doors of the base slowly opened, letting in the sunlight that illuminated the 11 members of Akatsuki. Let's move out, Pain ordered. As the members of Akatsuki filed out of the cave, Obito watched them from above, perched on a high cliff. So, the Akatsuki's prelude is finally starting. No, it's the beginning of the Moon's Eye plan, he murmured. Kirito, walking behind Pain, overheard Obito's words with his enhanced senses and couldn't help but think to himself, what a typical Shuyunobu. The Akatsuki members split into pairs and began to disperse across the ninja world. Kirito, along with Pakura, was assigned to a relatively peaceful country, the land of hot water, Haiden's homeland. As was his routine, Kirito returned to his residence before embarking on his next mission. He spent his days with Izumi and his nights with Mikoto. Just as he was preparing to leave for Omegakure, Konan stopped him. Kirito, wait a minute. Kirito raised an eyebrow, surprised. Ever since the mission at Tanzaku Street, Konan had barely acknowledged him. He suspected that Black Zetsu might have told her about his situation with Tsunade. What's up? Kirito asked. Konan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced at Pakura. Kirito sighed. Pakura, go ahead. When you reach Omegakure, Jozo will arrange a place for you to stay. Biwa Jozo, now serving as the captain of Omegakure's Anbu, was responsible for security and handling external threats, allowing Pain to focus on more significant matters. Pakura nodded and disappeared. After she left, Konan finally spoke, her voice tinged with disdain. Mikoto is pregnant. Kirito froze, his mind racing. When did that happen? But without waiting for an explanation, he disappeared in a flash, heading straight for Omegakure. Konan, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed, her wings of paper unfurling behind her. Aren't you going to explain yourself? She called after him. What's there to explain? Kirito replied matter-of-factly. I'm a man, and she's a woman. We're both adults. It's natural. She's Itaka's mother. Konan shot back. She's over 20 years older than you, and her son is the same age as you. Kirito shrugged. So what? They say women who are a few years older than their partners are worth their weight in gold. Mikoto is only about 20 years older than me, so that's like 7 gold bricks. I can't complain. Konan was exasperated. You're impossible. But Kirito, undeterred, simply laughed. Besides, I have my ways to ensure age won't be an issue. After all, what's a 20-year age gap in the grand scheme of things? End of chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading 1 chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 32. What about Izumi? Konan asked, a concerned expression on her face. She had developed a special bond with Izumi after spending more than half a year together, and she really didn't want this simple and kind-hearted girl to get hurt. Wait until she grows up, and then she can marry me together with Mikoto, Kirito said with utmost seriousness. You. Should I call you a scumbag? Or someone who's overly amorous? Konan gave him a disbelieving look, caught between scolding him and giving up entirely. On one hand, she admired Kirito's loyalty for defecting from Konoha for Uchiha Izumi. But on the other hand, Kirito had a certain restless energy, much like Jiraiya. While Kirito wouldn't sneak around bathhouses like Jiraiya, his lustful tendencies were evident in other ways, perhaps even worse than his former teacher. At least Jiraiya had limits and never dared to cross certain lines. But Kirito? He clearly had no such reservations, as evidenced by his actions with Mikoto. Konan knew Mikoto too well to believe she would have initiated anything with someone so much younger. The only explanation was that Kirito had pursued her relentlessly. Thanks for the compliment, Kirito replied, without any trace of embarrassment, clearly proud of himself. As soon as he returned home, Kirito's observation Haki picked up the sound of Izumi sobbing in her room. In the adjacent room, Mikoto seemed to be wallowing in guilt and loneliness. Realizing the situation, Kirito stopped abruptly and turned to Konan in shock. Konan, does Izumi already know? I'm not sure, Konan replied, uncertain. Mikoto asked me to keep it a secret, and I wasn't planning on telling you unless it became necessary. Unless Izumi found out on her own, I don't think she knows. A drop of sweat formed on Kirito's forehead, and for the first time in a while, his usual calm demeanor broke. His face revealed a hint of panic. In an uncharacteristically embarrassed tone, he said, Konan, please go to my wife's room and keep her company. Tell her I'll speak to Izumi first, before things get worse. I owe you for this. Konan had never seen Kirito so flustered, and it brought her a strange sense of satisfaction. She couldn't help but smile faintly, enjoying his discomfort. I never thought someone like you who wouldn't even flinch in front of Orochimaru would be so shaken by a situation like this. She continued, teasingly, by the way, what about the favor you promised me? It seems like I haven't seen much progress on that front. That's easy, Kirito responded, eager to deflect the conversation. He didn't hesitate to sell out Obito. Whether that masked man is really Uchiha Madara, I can't say for sure, but I have figured out some of his abilities. He continued, he can use two kinds of space-time ninjutsu. The first allows him to make himself intangible, avoiding attacks by transferring the part of his body being attacked to another dimension. But it can only last 5 minutes at a time. The second technique allows him to teleport objects nearby through space-time. However, when he attacks or teleports, he has to materialize, which is his biggest weakness. Kirito paused for a moment before adding, he also controls a secret technique called Izanagi. It sacrifices one of his Sharingan to alter reality, making it so any damage he receives becomes an illusion, preventing his death. At the same time, his attacks become reality. The duration is unknown, but this technique is incredibly dangerous. I've managed to kill him twice before in Konoha, which is why he's so cautious around me. Konan frowned, absorbing the information. She realized just how difficult and dangerous the masked man was. Especially with his ability to alter reality and avoid death, paired with space-time ninjutsu, it was a nearly unbeatable combination. Fine, Konan finally said. I'll help you find more information about him. In return, the leader and I will guarantee the safety of your wife and future child. Kirito nodded, acknowledging her agreement. With that, he pushed open the door to the living area, leaving behind the laughter-filled life he once had with Izumi and Mikoto. Izumi's room was on the opposite side of Mikoto's, with the kitchen and bathroom separating the two. Kirito wasn't worried about disturbing Mikoto as he carefully knocked on Izumi's door. After a pause, he called softly, Izumi, it's me, Kirito. Moments later, the door creaked open, and what Kirito saw shocked him. Usually, Izumi greeted him with youthful energy, a shy smile gracing her beautiful face. But today, she looked haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen, and despite her attempts to cover it up with makeup, it was clear she had been crying for a long time. Izumi, what happened? Kirito asked, feeling a growing sense of dread. He quickly added, please, tell me what's wrong. I'm fine, Izumi replied with a forced smile, turning her head to avoid his gaze. But her tears betrayed her. She wasn't one to hide her emotions well, and it was obvious something had deeply hurt her. Seeing her like this, Kirito's heart sank. He spoke softly, you found out, didn't you? About me and Mikoto. Izumi nodded gently, then pulled Kirito into the room. She closed the door behind him and, without a word, wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest as she cried. She was careful not to be too loud, afraid Mikoto might overhear from the other side. The night before last, Izumi began, her voice trembling, I went to Konan's place, but when I realized I'd forgotten something, I came back. When I knocked on the door, I heard you and Aunt Mikoto talking. I overheard that Aunt Mikoto is pregnant, and you're the only man in the entire tower. Kirito, how could you do this? She's Ataka's mother. She had a family. If you wanted someone, why couldn't it be me? Tears streamed down Izumi's face as she poured out her heart. Her words were filled with confusion, hurt, and love. Kirito felt a surge of guilt. He held Izumi tighter, unsure of how to explain. Izumi, it's not what you think. Mikoto lost her husband and family long ago. She's not the person you imagined. I never meant to hurt you. As much as Kirito wanted to comfort Izumi, he knew any explanation might hurt her more. But if he didn't clarify things now, it would only make matters worse. End of this chapter. John_Smith Patreon. Let's celebrate November by reading one chapter each day instead of taking 2 days for each chapter, special offer. Available only this month. Don't forget to check out the additional chapters on Patreon. Smiley face, visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 33. I don't care what she's like. I only care that she's a woman. With you. Kirito, you know I like you, so why did you go for someone else? If you want something, you could have come to me. With you. Izumi cried until she was utterly exhausted, leaving Kirito in a bit of a panic. He looked down and realized that she had fallen asleep in his arms, completely worn out from the emotional turmoil she had been through. It was obvious that she hadn't slept properly since overhearing the conversation about Mikoto. Both physically and mentally, she was drained. Kirito was torn. Should he let her sleep in his arms? But no, he couldn't afford to favor one person over another. His wife, Mikoto, was pregnant and needed him the most during this insecure time. Seeing Izumi's tear-streaked, haggard face, Kirito felt a deep pang of guilt. He carefully laid her down on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and quietly closed the door so she could rest. Afterwards, Kirito headed to Mikoto's room. As a skilled ninja, Mikoto had heard Izumi's sobs clearly. Konan had also heard everything, but she remained quiet until Kirito entered. For your mission, I can ask the leader to send a shadow clone on your behalf this time, Konan said, looking at Kirito intently before leaving the room. It was clear she understood the weight of the situation. Kirito nodded in appreciation, then immediately created a shadow clone and sent it off to follow Konan. Once alone with Mikoto, Kirito sat beside her on the bed. I'm sorry. If it weren't for you and Izumi, I wouldn't have let things get to this point, Mikoto whispered as she avoided Kirito's eyes. Her voice trembled with guilt and confusion. She couldn't face Izumi, her former student, after everything that had happened. Kirito shook his head gently and pulled Mikoto into his arms. I'm the one at fault. If I hadn't been greedy and pushed you into this situation, none of this would have happened. Mikoto's eyes brimmed with tears as she leaned into Kirito's chest, letting them fall silently. For a while, they sat together in silence, both grappling with the weight of their actions. After some time, Mikoto bit her lip and finally broke the silence. Kirito, maybe we should end this. I'm too much older than you. After the baby is born, I'll... Before she could finish, Kirito placed his hands on her shoulders and said sternly, don't say such things. I'm not giving up on you or our child. As for the age difference... He reached for the pink cord around Mikoto's neck, pulling out the pure gold ring he had given her. Since the ring was too conspicuous, she had worn it around her neck instead, per Kirito's suggestion. Do you remember this ring I gave you? He asked. Mikoto nodded, wiping her tears. Kirito smiled and, with a flourish, he summoned Kyoka Suijutsu from his storage, plunging the sword into the ground to block any outside perception. This isn't just an ordinary ring, he explained. It's made of a rare metal that can delay aging and keep someone youthful and healthy. It's called pure gold. As long as you wear it, you won't age. Your appearance and body functions will remain the same for hundreds of years. 200 or 300 years. Mikoto gasped, her disbelief evident as her eyes widened in shock. Kirito gently covered her mouth and made a SHH gesture. Do you still think you're much older than me now? Mikoto blinked, processing this revelation, and slowly shook her head. But then she asked, what about Izumi? Kirito sighed, glancing towards Izumi's room, sensing her even, quiet breathing. Let her rest for now. I'll explain things to her later. Honestly, I didn't want to reveal the truth to her so soon. I wanted her to enjoy a carefree childhood a little longer. But it seems that's no longer possible. Mikoto nodded, sympathy in her eyes. You've been through a lot, Kirito. Kirito gave a bitter smile. I deserve it, he replied, before shifting the topic. When did you find out you were pregnant? Mikoto blushed and lowered her gaze. It must have been that day. Which day? Kirito asked, trying to recall. The day Konan came over, and Izumi invited her for tea. You used genjutsu. That night. Mikoto's face flushed even more, turning a deep shade of red as she recalled the event. Oh, so that day? Then that means you're about a month along now, right? Kirito said, finally piecing the timeline together. Mikoto nodded shyly. Well then, after the baby is born, we'll try for another, Kirito teased with a grin. Mikoto playfully swatted him, biting his shoulder lightly. Go to hell, she muttered. Ouch. Kirito yelped, though the bite didn't actually hurt. He dramatically pretended to be in pain, making Mikoto giggle. You deserved it, Mikoto said with a mischievous smile, the laughter lifting her spirits. Seeing her laugh, Kirito couldn't help but smile mischievously. Mikoto noticed the look in his eyes and immediately grew wary. What are you planning? Don't forget, I'm pregnant. Kirito laughed. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Later that evening, Kirito left the room, satisfied, after spending some quality time with his wife. He decided to cook dinner, something he hadn't done in a long time. First, he prepared a portion for Mikoto, then he took the rest to Izumi's room. Hey, Izumi, wake up. It's time to eat, Kirito said softly, waking her with a gentle nudge. Izumi blinked her eyes open, looking a bit more refreshed after a good nap. Her face had regained some color, though there was still a hint of sadness. She glanced at Kirito briefly, stood up, and fixed her clothes before saying, "Thank you," in a soft, distant tone. She then walked out of the room. Watching her go, Kirito felt a pang in his chest. Izumi's thank you had been polite, but it felt far too formal, too distant. It had been years since she'd spoken to him like that. Had the situation with Mikoto caused an irreparable rift between them? Kirito couldn't help but feel that he was paying the price for his actions, knowing that one relationship was suffering because of another. But that price, it hurt. Just when Kirito thought all hope was lost, he heard Izumi's voice from the bathroom. "Put the food on the table and cover it for me. Since you rarely cook, it'll taste bad if it gets cold. I'm going to shower first." Kirito's spirits lifted immediately. There was still hope. "Got it. I'll go do that now," Kirito replied, rushing to the kitchen with a smile. End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 34. Half an hour later, Kirito watched Izumi, wrapped in a bathrobe, looking refreshed as she eagerly devoured her meal, a faint smile lighting up her face. Sensing his gaze, Izumi paused, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. She crossed her arms and, with a playful glint in her eyes, said, "I don't want to eat any more." Kirito looked at her, puzzled. "Is something wrong? Did you not like the food?" "It's not that." Izumi's expression turned serious. "I want to be a ninja again, and I want to go on missions with you." Before she could say more, Kirito shook his head firmly. "No." Izumi's face fell, frustration flickering in her eyes. "Why not?" Kirito leaned forward, his tone somber. "It's dangerous outside. If people knew you're from the Uchiha clan, there would be plenty of people eager to come after you." Izumi's gaze sharpened, and without another word, she activated her Sharingan. The three tomo quickly spun, morphing into a new shape and intricate pattern resembling blooming sakura petals. She had unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. Kirito blinked, surprised. "You awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? When did this happen?" Izumi sighed, her voice soft. "It happened just before I fell asleep. I was clinging to hope, even after I overheard things, but when you confirmed it, I just felt something inside me shift." Her shoulders slumped as she looked down. Kirito's mouth twitched in surprise. "So that explains it. No wonder you fell asleep so deeply, the mental strain from awakening the Manjiki must have drained you completely." Izumi looked up, her eyes bright with determination. "Can I go on missions with you now?" Kirito shook his head again. "No, Izumi. Not yet." "But why?" Izumi pressed. Kirito moved closer, gently taking a tissue from the table to wipe the oil from her lips. "Izumi, the Manjiki is powerful, yes. It can turn a skilled Uchiha strength into something remarkable. But just having power doesn't mean you know how to wield it effectively. Strength isn't just about raw power, it's about control and mastery. Do you know how to use the Manjiki Sharingan?" Izumi's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked away, shaking her head. Seeing her reaction, Kirito softened. "I'll make a deal with you. For the next few years, I'll train you myself. Once you meet my standards, I'll consider taking you on missions. How's that sound?" Izumi's eyes brightened. "Really? You mean it?" Kirito nodded, "Yes, but you'll need to keep your Manjiki Sharingan a secret for now. Not even Konan can know about it without my permission." Izumi thought about it for a moment, then stretched out her pinky. "Promise." Kirito chuckled and linked his pinky with hers, sealing the promise. Satisfied, Izumi deactivated her Sharingan and looked at him curiously. "By the way, what did you mean when you said Aunt Mikoto has no family?" Kirito's face grew solemn. "I didn't plan to tell you this so soon. I wanted you to have a peaceful youth. But since things have come to this, I think it's time you knew." With that, Kirito explained the massacre of the Uchiha clan and the tragic circumstances surrounding it. When he finished, Izumi's eyes filled with tears. "Everyone, they're all gone." Her hand flew to her mouth as she stifled a sob, the weight of the revelation crashing down on her. She recalled Mikoto's subdued demeanor in the days before Kirito had arrived. Only recently, since his return, had Mikoto seemed to smile again. So, was Aunt Mikoto's pregnancy because of Uncle Fugaku's last wish? Izumi's voice trembled. Without thinking, she had begun calling Mikoto Sister Mikoto, a reflection of the unspoken, strange acceptance in her heart. Kirito sighed deeply. "Would you rather hear the truth or a lie?" Izumi tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean?" "The lie is that I'll only ever love you and that I agreed to have a child with Mikoto solely because of Fugaku's dying wish." He spoke softly, reaching out to gently wipe a stray tear from Izumi's cheek, his tone unexpectedly tender. Izumi blinked, stunned. "And the truth?" Kirito gave a small, genuine smile. "The truth is, I care for you deeply, but I also care for Mikoto." Izumi's face softened, the whirlwind of emotion slowly settling. She looked up at him, a glimmer of understanding in her gaze. Perhaps love, like her newly awakened eyes, was something multifaceted, complex, and deeply rooted in the bonds they shared. End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 35. Kirito couldn't hide his shameless grin. Maybe it's because I lost my parents young and grew up lacking a mother's love. When I'm around a mature, beautiful, and kind woman like Mikoto, I have no resistance. I think I began to like her from the moment I first saw her. He then silently counted down in his mind, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, he heard a loud crash and the sound of dishes breaking from Mikoto's room. Mikoto. Kirito quickly approached her door, knocking with concern. Are you all right? The door creaked open, and there Mikoto stood, stepping gingerly over shattered dishes on the floor. She shook her head and walked out, bowing formally to Izumi. I'm so sorry, Izumi. Izumi hurried forward to support Mikoto. Ever since learning the truth about the Uchiha massacre from Kirito, any resentment she once held against Mikoto had melted away. She saw Mikoto now as a tragic figure, a woman who had suffered greatly. The two women made amends, offering comfort to each other, leaving Kirito momentarily sidelined. That night, as a price for his wandering heart, Kirito took on all the housework, watching his two wives big and small form an unspoken alliance. As he scrubbed the dishes, Kirito's mind drifted to Tsunade. He remembered her fierce demeanor, her battle-worn scars, and the complicated entanglement that led to the loss of his innocence. With Mikoto now pregnant, he couldn't help but wonder if Tsunade might also be. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, in a remote hot springs inn. Ha! Ha! Tsunade stifled yet another yawn. Beside her, Shizune put down her travel bag, casting a concerned look. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Tsunade rubbed her nose, feeling it tingle. I've been yawning a lot recently, probably because I haven't had any sake in days. She rummaged around inside her cloak, pulling out a collection of odd items, playing cards, a ninjutsu scroll, various coins almost like a treasure trove. Finally, she retrieved a small, stainless steel flask. Found it. Tsunade opened the flask, bringing it close to her lips, only for Shizune to snatch it away. Lady Tsunade, I've told you that drinking is off limits for someone in your condition. Wait. This isn't sake. Curious, Shizune took a small sniff and a taste. It was just juice. Of course. Tsunade's cheeks turned pink, her hand unconsciously resting on her abdomen. Like Mikoto, Tsunade was also pregnant. She had been surprised to learn this just 2 months ago, and it had been a shock that altered her life entirely. This unexpected story had begun shortly after Kirito left. Distraught, Tsunade had taken the money Kirito had left and, in a half-hearted attempt to relieve her frustration, decided to gamble. Oddly, rather than losing, she had found herself on an unusually lucky streak, bankrupting several casinos along Tan's Street. Her good fortune was startling enough that she soon suspected something unusual. Later, she discovered she was pregnant. Initially, Shizune had suggested terminating the pregnancy, thinking it might be best for Tsunade's reputation. But Tsunade had refused, determined to keep the child. After the loss of her younger brother Noeki and her lover Dan Kato, she didn't want to lose another chance at family. Lady Tsunade, are you sure about this? Shizune asked, concern evident in her voice. She was tempted to find Kirito herself and make him take responsibility. Do you even know his real name? Tsunade asked, her voice calm. Shizune hesitated. Well. No. Tsunade poured herself a cup of tea and continued. Do you know what he looks like? Can you describe him accurately? Again, Shizune shook her head. Exactly. Tsunade shrugged. We're not intelligence specialists. With nothing but a vague memory, we'd be searching for a needle in a haystack. Shizune opened her mouth to suggest going back to the Leaf Village for help, but Tsunade cut her off. Enough, Shizune. Don't even bring that place up. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune sighed, but she still looked annoyed. So, are we really just letting him off the hook? Of course not. Tsunade's fist clenched, the teacup in her hand shattering. The next time I see that guy, I'll make him pay. Shizune watched her master's anger with a mixture of exasperation and sympathy, especially as Tsunade turned and punched a nearby wall, leaving a massive dent. Lady Tsunade, was the wall really to blame? On the other side of the world, back in the Rain Village, Kirito sneezed just as he was setting out plates of food for Mikoto and Izumi. Are you all right? Mikoto asked, handing him a bowl of rice. Kirito chuckled, probably just someone thinking about me. Maybe Tsunade. His mind raced. Perhaps he would check in on her soon, assuming she was still in Tan's Street. He'd have to be cautious around her, a punch from Tsunade was a danger few could endure. While Kirito contemplated his next steps, Danzo, after months of recovery, was welcoming a new child into his household. Deep underground at the root facility, Danzo had meticulously selected the child's other parent from his strongest subordinates, choosing one with an affinity for wood release in hopes that the child would inherit it. Lord Danzo, a root medical nin said, bowing. The fetus is stable and progressing well. Danzo nodded approvingly. Good. Do you think this child will inherit wood release? The medic hesitated before replying, we can't be certain until the child is born, but we've observed that this child's mother, your first child, has wood release cells with a genetic makeup strikingly similar to yours. The odds seem favorable. Danzo nodded, a rare glint of satisfaction crossing his face. For years, he had made countless sacrifices and endured much to secure a future generation of wood release users. This child, he hoped, would carry on his legacy. While Kirito had unexpectedly brought new lives into the world, Danzo was moving forward with his own plans for the next generation, determined that his sacrifices would yield the results he desired. End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote. Chapter 36. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months have passed. Kirito is now 14 years old. Mrs. Mikoto has finally given birth. Ever since he discovered his wife was pregnant, Kirito had refrained from going on any missions, leaving everything to his shadow clone and Pakura. Aside from practicing the Tiangang-ju and Taijutsu, he had almost suspended all ninjutsu training, instead focusing on his family. He spent more time with Izumi and Mikoto, even creating a shadow clone to guide Izumi in her training. Under Kirito's watchful eye, Izumi's strength grew at an astonishing pace. Not only did she master the Sharingan, but she also excelled in various ninjutsu. She had successfully learned 4 fire-style techniques, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Great Dragon Fire, and the Shadow Clone technique. Due to her innate fire attribute chakra, Kirito couldn't teach her Chidori, so he patiently guided her in mastering the Raised Nan using Naruto's training method from the original story. In addition, he made sure to pass on the art of summoning. Using a scroll obtained from Orochimaru, he had her sign a Dragon Earth summoning contract, making her the second person after him capable of summoning Zinja. As for Mikoto, she led a comfortable life under Kirito's affection. With her husband doting on her, she gradually emerged from the shadows of the Uchiha clan's massacre, truly embracing her role as Kirito's wife. At the Hidden Rain village, where Kirito resided, he waited anxiously in the suite's lobby, pacing nervously around Mikoto's room. Inside, Konan was helping Mikoto deliver their baby, with Izumi assisting her. This moment marked Kirito's first experience as a father, and despite knowing that Mikoto was in safe hands with Senzu and Konan, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of worry. Wow! As the baby's cries echoed, the door swung open, and Izumi rushed out, beaming with joy. She's here. Mikoto has given birth. Both mother and daughter are safe. It's a girl. Kirito's heart raced, his eyes widening in surprise and excitement. He scooped up Izumi and planted a kiss on her cheek, causing her to blush. There are other people here, Kirito, she exclaimed shyly. Don't worry about that, he said, smiling as he gently ruffled her hair. Let's go in and see them. With that, he entered the room. Upon seeing him, Konan's warmth vanished, replaced by her usual cold demeanor. Tomorrow, the organization will hold a rally and assign new tasks. Don't be late, she stated, placing the baby in Mikoto's arms before leaving. Kirito knew that Konan disapproved of men who strayed, but he simply smiled and focused on Mikoto, who looked weak and weary. His heart ached for her, and he promptly retrieved a senzu bean from his system. Mikoto, I. She hesitated, recognizing the magic of the senzu bean and wanting to refuse. Before she could finish, Kirito interrupted, Madam, you've just given birth and need to recover. The organization's tasks will require me to be away, so it's crucial for you to regain your strength quickly for our child. He pressed the senzu bean into her mouth. Izumi chimed in, yes, Sister Mikoto, your recovery is the top priority right now. Mikoto looked at Kirito, then at Izumi, and finally at their baby. After a moment of contemplation, she opened her mouth to accept the bean. Just chew it like a normal bean, Kirito advised with a reassuring smile. As she followed his instructions, Mikoto felt her color returning almost immediately. Her pale face blossomed into a healthy hue, making her appear revitalized. This senzu bean is truly magical. Mikoto marveled, feeling stronger than ever. Kirito smiled, then turned his attention to the baby. Is this our daughter? She's as beautiful as you. The baby girl, a perfect blend of Kirito and Mikoto's genes, possessed delicate features and smooth, rosy skin. In Kirito's arms, she stopped crying, her big round eyes blinking at him, filled with curiosity. Look, Izumi, isn't she gorgeous? Kirito exclaimed, pride shining in his eyes. As long as you're happy, Mikoto replied, relieved that Kirito loved their daughter. Izumi approached, gazing at the newborn with affection. Kirito, what will you name her? After a moment of thought, Kirito chose a name inspired by a beloved character from an anime in his past life. Let's call her Chika. Fujiwara Chika. His thoughts drifted briefly to Tsunade, wondering if she was also expecting. It was a good time to check on her while on a mission tomorrow. Meanwhile, as Kirito celebrated, Danzo faced a grim reality. Despite his efforts, including a cesarean section for his second child, the baby had not inherited the wood release. Say that again. Danzo glared at the root ninjas before him. Master Danzo, the second young master did not inherit the first master's genes, a medical ninja stuttered, visibly trembling. Fool. Danzo, still weak from his own ordeal, struck the ninja with his crutch, causing the man to scream and collapse. The room fell silent. Every root ninja knelt, fearful of provoking their enraged leader, Lord Danzo. Seeing Danzo's fury, Yamanaka Kaze, a nearby root elite, spoke hesitantly, Master Danzo, could this be an issue with the male body? Male body? Danzo paused, considering the words. After a moment, he nodded slowly. That makes sense. Do you have any suggestions? End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 37. In the depths of the root, Danzo listened as Yamanaka F spoke respectfully. Our intel suggests that Sarutobi Asuma's unusual pregnancy came from a mysterious substance Fujiwara Kirito administered, which may have altered Asuma's physiology. It's possible, based on similar factors, that Kirito tampered with your tea the night before your clan's demise. Danzo's brow furrowed. Continue. Yamanaka F pressed on, if I may, it seems likely that Lady Shimura's ability to inherit the first Hokage's cells is due to a specific interaction of your own DNA, possibly facilitated by the tea. This seemed to appease Danzo, and he resolved to try again once he had fully recovered. He couldn't accept not producing a second would-release user. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain village, the sun was just rising. Kirito had just finished his breakfast, donned his red-clouded Akatsuki robe, and was about to leave his suite when he bumped into Konan on the stairs. Your daughter's essentials need to be purchased outside, and with White Zetsu lurking, it won't be long before the masked man learns of her. I'll tell him she's Izumi's child, Konan remarked without preamble. Kirito smiled appreciatively, pulling 2 wrapped candies from his pocket and handing them to her. Thank you, Konan. Here's a little something for you. Where I come from, it's tradition to give wedding candies to friends when a child is born. One's for you, the other's for the leader. Konan was taken aback. Wedding candies, she repeated, pocketing them. His genuine warmth chipped away at her usual reservations. They soon arrived at Akatsuki's gathering cave, where they were the last to join. All members were present, including Kirito's shadow clone alongside Obito's alias, Tobi. Seeing Kirito, Obito approached him with a grin, long time no see, Kirito-senpai. Kirito nonchalantly handed him a bag of wedding candies before making a hand sign, instantly dispelling his shadow clone standing by Pakura's side. Pakura looked at him, stunned. So, the one following me this entire time was just a shadow clone. Kirito smiled. It was necessary. I had some business to attend to, and rather than delay missions, the clone handled things. Moving through the group, he continued handing out candies. Obito, the first to receive his, examined it curiously. Senpai, what exactly is this? As I mentioned, it's wedding candy, Kirito replied, nonchalantly. The rest of the group looked at him in shock, with Deidara finally daring to ask, wait, are you married, Kirito? Not quite. Kirito's calm answer relieved them, but his follow-up stunned them even more. Obito and others, particularly those who assumed he had finally settled down with Izumi, were dumbfounded. As Kirito neared Itaki, he paused and handed him a thick red envelope. Here, Itaki. I didn't have enough candy, so this is for you. After a moment's hesitation, Itaki accepted, his gaze tinged with guilt aware of his earlier intentions to harm Kirito and Izumi. Konan and Pain exchanged knowing glances, recognizing Kirito's mischievous nod to attack his filial nature. The red envelope in the Naruto world traditionally represented blessings given by elders, making the gesture especially ironic since Itaki was unaware of his own mother's connection to Kirito. Kakuzu looked at the envelope in Itaki's hands with envy. For him, wedding candy suddenly seemed lackluster, though he dared not ask for more, fearing Kirito's retribution. Beside him, Haiden seemed amused by Kakuzu's reluctance, popping a piece of wedding candy into his mouth. Kakuzu, you really want that red envelope, hey? I could ask Kirito for you if you are too shy, he teased. Shut up, Haiden, or I'll kill you, Kakuzu hissed, narrowing his eyes. Standing away from the bickering, Kisame approached Kirito with a respectful nod. A child already? As a fellow wanderer, I have to say, that's inspiring. Here, Kirito-san, something for your collection. He handed Kirito a scroll. Kirito accepted the scroll with interest. Water style, water dragon bullet? Thoughtful gift. He acknowledged, recognizing that Kisame's ability to infer his techniques was impressive. This prompted others to step forward, each offering congratulations in their own way. Deidara handed him a harmless clay owl, Sasori gifted a small puppet with instructions on chakra strings, Kakuzu grumpily gave a handful of Ryo notes, and Haiden presented an evil god's necklace, which Kirito politely declined. Konan handed over an elegant paper flower, while Pakura promised a gift upon returning from her next mission. Even Itaki, moved by the moment, presented a custom kunao though Kirito later handed it off to his next mission target. Before long, what was meant to be a mission briefing had turned into a celebration, each member of Akatsuki temporarily putting aside their darker purposes for a rare moment of warmth and camaraderie. Amid the cheer, Pain finally reassembled the group to distribute missions. Soon, everyone dispersed, heading off to various parts of the ninja world once more. End of the chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 38. 3 years have passed. The Land of Waves lies southeast of the Land of Fire, separated by a nearly 2,000-meter sea passage. Though called a country, it's less than 1% the size of the Land of Fire, even smaller than the Rain Country nestled between the lands of Fire, Earth, and Wind. The Land of Waves is an isolated island nation. Initially, while not particularly prosperous, it was self-sustaining. But about a year ago, the wealthy and ruthless Gato set his sights on it, forcing the country into poverty. Gato, a world-class billionaire, hired numerous henchmen and ninjas, using both wealth and intimidation to monopolize maritime transport. He quickly took control of all sea routes, imposing exorbitant shipping fees on the people and raising prices throughout the country, making a substantial profit. The once modestly stable country has since fallen into hardship. To resist Gato's oppression, the people of the Land of Waves, led by Tajuna, started building a bridge to the mainland. This bridge would later be known as the Naruto Bridge. At dawn, thick fog covered the coastline as a small boat drifted toward the Land of Waves, moving steadily beneath the incomplete bridge. Just like in the original story, Tajuna, pursued by Gato's men for his bridge-building efforts, had hired Konoha shinobi to protect him. This mission was led by Kakashi Hatake, who had since left the Anbu. His students, the newly graduated members of Team 7, included Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, there's someone up ahead. Sakura's voice caught the attention of everyone in the boat. They all looked ahead, where two figures walked calmly on the water, obscured by the thick fog. Kakashi narrowed his visible right eye and focused through the mist, spotting the two approaching figures. As they drew closer, he could see more details. Both wore black cloaks with red clouds, wide-brimmed hats, and their bodies entirely concealed. He couldn't tell their gender, but the fact they walked on water marked them as shinobi. Years of experience told Kakashi these were no ordinary ninjas and likely dangerous. Kakashi-sensei, are they? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stared in trepidation, still new to the world of real shinobi battles despite their recent graduation. Seeing the two figures striding across the water had clearly unsettled them, and they looked at each other in fear. Stay calm. They're likely not enemies. I don't sense any killing intent from them. If they meant harm, they would have attacked us in the fog. Boatman, maintain a safe distance, don't approach them, Kakashi instructed. The boatman nodded and adjusted the pace, slowing down as Kakashi kept a cautious eye on the mysterious figures. Sakura whispered, Kakashi-sensei, are they stronger than you? Naruto and Sasuke leaned closer, curious. The ninja world is vast, and I'm not invincible. Some people out there are even stronger than me, some younger than you, especially those who go out of their way to conceal their identities like this. They could be rogue ninjas. Don't attempt to see their faces. One wrong move could cost you your life. Kakashi explained, his serious gaze still fixed on the red-clouded figures. No way. Stronger than you and younger than us, Kakashi-sensei? How could that be? Sakura was incredulous. Glancing at Sasuke, her face flushed as she added, I can't believe anyone our age could be stronger than Sasuke. For Sakura, Sasuke was undoubtedly the most powerful among their generation. But before she could finish, Sasuke interrupted, actually, it's true that there are people our age stronger than Kakashi. He thought of his older brother, Uchiha Izumi. Naruto, too, appeared uncharacteristically serious. He nodded in agreement, a sense of loneliness momentarily shadowing his eyes. His mind drifted to the first person who had ever treated him kindly, recognized him, and invited him for ramen. Naruto could never believe this person would betray Konoha. There had to be more to the story. Sakura looked between Naruto and Sasuke in disbelief. Really? Even more powerful than Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, who understood whom they were thinking of, broke in, enough. We don't know yet whether they're friend or foe, so keep your guard up and don't let down your defenses. Yes, sensei, the three replied in unison, each growing more vigilant. While Team 7 observed the two strangers from a distance, the figures had already noticed them. That looks like Konoha's copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Lord Kirito, what shall we do? If they recognize us, it could be trouble. Should we eliminate them? One of the figures asked, her voice soft yet clear. She was Pakura, who had joined the Akatsuki 3 years earlier. The other figure beside her was none other than Kirito himself, now fully grown and changed by his years of experience. Over the last 3 years, Kirito had traversed the ninja world, balancing training and time with his family. His wanderings took him to the land of lightning, where he enjoyed the hot springs, and to the land of earth, where he took Deidara along to admire the leg shadow of black earth. In the land of water, he once accidentally stumbled into Mei Terumi's private bath, which resulted in her chasing him for 3 days with a squad of mist ninjas. Eventually, he managed to appease her by slipping her a pure gold ring and 10 senzu beans. Only then did she let him go. However, Kirito had yet to explore the land of wind, as its barren landscapes held little appeal. And the land of fire was still off limits to him due to an agreement between Pain, Obito, and Atake, restricting Kirito to territories distant from Konoha. Despite his adventures, Kirito never managed to find Tsunade. A year after their last encounter on Tanzaku Street, he returned to discover she had left, with no one knowing where she had gone. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 39. It was challenging for Kirito to investigate Akatsuki's intelligence channels due to his identity as a medical ninja. Plus, there were countless ways to prevent pregnancy, leaving the matter unresolved. Just as he returned from a mission in the Land of Water, he heard news about Cardo's exploitation of the people in the Land of Waves. Knowing the plot was about to unfold, he decided to come under the pretense of making some extra money. Who would have thought they would run into Naruto and his team by chance? Ding! The system is activating. Host: Fujiwara Kirito. Gender: male. Age: 17 years old. Chakra attributes: fire, lightning, earth, wind, water, yin, yang. Chakra amount: 10 cards. In Sage mode, it can reach 160 cards. Secret technique: Tiangangju, 8th level, with self-protective energy and flash skills. Ninjutsu: Fire style Great Fireball technique, Fire style Head Hard Work, Fire style Great Dragon Fire technique, Shadow Clone technique, 3 Body technique, Instant Body technique, Chidori series ninjutsu, Raise Nen series ninjutsu, Lightning style Pseudo Dark, Wind style Pressure, Earth style Earth Spear, Earth style Earth Flow Wall, Water style Water Dragon Bullet, Water style Water Curtain Barrier, Summoning technique Rashomon, Summoning Beasts, Crow, Zinnia. Asterisk. Barrier techniques. Asterisk Uchiha Flame Array, Breath Barrier. Asterisk. Special abilities. Asterisk Observation Haki, Kyoka Suijutsu, works by enemy seeing Shikai once, directly affecting the soul, controlling the 5 senses, spiritual power sensing, and chakra sensing in the Naruto world. Asterisk. Genjutsu. Asterisk Koda Amatsukami, Genjutsu, Sharingan, Magic, Tree Binding Death, Genjutsu, 3 Jewel Sakura, Nariku's Observation Technique. Asterisk. Taijutsu. Asterisk Konoha Basic Taijutsu, Tiangang Jutsu's techniques, Uchiha Style Shuriken and Kunao Throwing. Asterisk. Chakra Nature Transformation. Asterisk Fire, Lightning, Earth, Wind, Water, Yin, Yang. Asterisk. Inventory. Asterisk Kyoka Suijutsu, Zanpakuto, Kunao times 1225, Shuriken times 2311, Some Clothing, Space Storage Scroll times 15, Substitution Wooden Stakes times 79, Zemo River Water, I Love Firewood, Senzu Beans times 34. They haven't discovered our identities yet, have they? Let's not be too quick to kill, Pakura. If you keep going down this path, you risk becoming a puppet of hatred, Kirito advised while checking his system panel. I understand. I'll pay attention next time. Pakura bowed her head, admitting her mistake. In this world, it was survival of the fittest, and the strong were always right. This was particularly evident in Akatsuki, where few dared challenge Kirito, one of the strongest in the organization. Even though Kirito didn't put on airs, members like Pakura instinctively showed deference, keeping a respectful distance, something that made Kirito feel both amused and awkward. Alright, I'm not blaming you. You just want to seek revenge on Raza. Don't worry, that old guy won't hide in the Sand Village forever. In a few months, you'll get your chance, Kirito reassured her with a chuckle. Really? Pakura's eyes lit up. Since joining Akatsuki, she had worked tirelessly to improve herself, hoping for a chance to seek revenge on those high-ranking officials of the Sand Village who betrayed her. Of course. Kirito smiled. He recalled that after the mission in the Land of Waves was complete, Konoha would hold the Chunin exams jointly with Tsunagakuer, inviting various ninja villages. This was also the start of Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan, as revealed in the original story. Due to the alliance between Konoha and Tsunagakuer, the daimyo of the Land of Wind entrusted more missions to Konoha, reducing Tsunagakuer's income and forcing them to cut military spending year after year. Under Orochimaru's influence, the Sand Village joined forces with the Sound Ninja to initiate the Konoha Crush plan. At that time, Orochimaru would ambush and kill the 4th Kazekage, Raza, en route to Konoha. Reflecting on this, Kirito couldn't help but question Orochimaru's motives. On one hand, he claimed to want Konoha's destruction, yet on the other, he eliminated Raza, a rival Kazekage who had long threatened Konoha. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's death as a hero left Konoha ready to emerge from stagnation into a new era. Orochimaru, it seemed, had his own twisted way of preserving Konoha while fulfilling his ambitions, a revelation that would eventually lead to his exoneration. Before long, Kirito and Pakura crossed the mist to reach the Land of Waves. Watching them disappear into the distance, Kakashi and his team, following cautiously behind, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. I thought they'd come to kill me. Desna muttered, relieved as he stepped off the boat. Seems it was just a false alarm. Naruto resumed his carefree demeanor, seeking attention in his usual way. Naruto, you're too laid back. Sakura scolded him with a punch to his forehead before turning to flatter Sasuke. Look at Sasuke, he stayed calm. Sasuke merely snorted, arrogantly accepting Sakura's praise. Observing his 3 problem students, Kakashi could only shake his head in exasperation. Then, as in the original storyline, Naruto spotted a snow rabbit, leading Kakashi to sense Zabuza's presence, and the battle ensued. Zabuza used the hidden mist technique, taking advantage of Kakashi's need to protect Team 7 and Desna to trap him in the water prison technique. However, Naruto and Sasuke managed to free him with a combined shadow windmill strategy, escalating the fight. Throughout the skirmish, Sakura played a minor supporting role. From a tree outside the battlefield, Kirito and Pakura silently observed the encounter. They watched as Zabuza prepared to perform the water dragon bullet technique while Kakashi copied the jutsu with his Sharingan. Seeing them execute 44 hand seals each to summon the water dragon bullet, Pakura's disbelief grew. She turned to Kirito, asking, Lord Kirito, what exactly are they doing? Zabuza cast water style, water dragon bullet, and Kakashi used his Sharingan to copy the move, Kirito explained. I know it's a water dragon bullet, but do you really need so many hand seals for it? Pakura looked baffled. I've seen you perform it with just one hand. Even Kisame, who probably uses the most seals in our organization, doesn't need more than 3 or 5. 44 seals. With hand seals that slow, it's a wonder they're still alive. The so-called demon Zabuza and copy ninja Hatake Kakashi really don't seem as formidable as their reputations suggest. Pakura spread her hands, exasperated. Kirito held back a smile. That's because your perspective has changed over the past few years, along with your skills. Originally, the water dragon bullet did require 44 hand seals, but Kisame and I can perform it more easily due to our chakra control. End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 40. Kirito continued, never underestimate any opponent. Let's not talk about Zabuza for now. Kakashi is the type who gets stronger when facing a stronger opponent. He can hold his own against anyone. If you underestimate him, you might easily end up defeated. Take Zabuza, for instance. Those kids distracted Kakashi's attention, giving Zabuza the advantage to trap him with the water prison technique. Kirito explained. But Zabuza's arrogance put him at risk, and now this battle is already lost for him. As they spoke, Kakashi copied Zabuza's water style, great waterfall technique. With his Sharingan, and used the jutsu to release a powerful wave, driving Zabuza to shore and slamming him against a tree. Kakashi then threw Kunao, pinning Zabuza's limbs to the tree. It seems you're right, Pakura replied, glancing behind. But it also seems someone's hiding behind us, listening in. Shall I take care of her? No need. Let's go, Kirito instructed, his figure disappearing from the tree trunk. After a moment's hesitation, Pakura followed closely behind. Strictly speaking, Kirito's purpose for coming here, besides meeting an old friend, was also to save Haku and prevent a tragedy. Although he is not a saint, anyone who has read the original Naruto would feel sorry for Haku's death. This is also the second step in his plan to solve complicated issues just as he did for Pakura. By saving Haku, Kirito could potentially add a capable ally for his dear Mizukage. Not long after Kirito and Pakura left, Haku slowly emerged from behind a tree, bowing slightly in the direction they had gone before leaping towards Zabuza's location. Elsewhere, Kirito and Pakura arrived at the residential area of the Wave Country. Seeing the poverty-stricken atmosphere and struggling pedestrians around, Pakura couldn't help but ask, can you really make extra money in a place like this? Of course, Kirito replied, sensing Haku and Zabuza's movements with his observation abilities. He smirked as they reached a small hot spring inn. Turning to Pakura, he asked, feel like taking a bath? My treat. A bath. Pakura tilted her head. Soon after, Kirito and Pakura had changed into bathrobes and entered the open-air hot spring. I'm sorry, sir, the innkeeper, an elderly woman, explained. Due to the poverty in the Wave Country, we lack the funds to operate individual baths, so only a mixed bath is available. That's fine, Kirito said, pulling out a thick wad of bills. Here's enough to cover your annual income. For the next week, don't let anyone else in. The innkeeper, eyes wide with gratitude, bowed deeply and promised, thank you so much. I'll make sure you're not disturbed. After she left, Kirito removed his robe, leaving only a white towel around his waist, and slipped into the hot spring with a contented sigh. Aren't you coming in? Kirito asked, glancing at Pakura. Yes, Pakura responded, cheeks flushed as she shed her robe and stepped into the spring. Her towel covered her upper body as well, her figure outlined against the wet fabric. Relax, Kirito teased, observing her reaction. It's not like it's the first time we've done this, and I won't bite. A blush spread across Pakura's face as she hesitated before speaking timidly, if Lord Kirito wishes, I'd be willing to do anything for you. Kirito chuckled, reaching out and touching the pure gold ring that hung around her neck, a smile on his face. You're still wearing this ring? Yes, you told me to keep it on me at all times, Pakura replied, cheeks turning even redder. Come now, I've told you not to call me Lord, Kirito said, shaking his head. Lord Kirito, you saved my life, guided my training, and taught me ninjutsu. I owe you a lot and respect you greatly, Pakura replied, her voice full of sincerity. All right, suit yourself, Kirito sighed. He leaned back against the edge of the hot spring and closed his eyes, seemingly content. A few moments later, he felt a warm presence behind him as Pakura wrapped her arms around his shoulders. If Master Kirito wants, I would do anything for you, she whispered. Kirito's blood quickened, but instead, he gently unwrapped her arms, draped her towel back over her shoulders, and smiled. I know you want revenge, and I promise to help you. But don't let hatred turn you into someone you're not. I prefer the old Pakura. Standing up, he added, I'll go order some food. Take your time. Leaving a dazed Pakura in the hot spring, Kirito exited, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Meanwhile, Zabuza lay recuperating, and Kakashi was incapacitated, his chakra depleted from using the Sharingan. Naruto and Sasuke practiced tree climbing as instructed by Kakashi, while Sakura, relaxed. The wave country remained quiet. During that time, Kirito had slipped into Cardo's residence, activating the Sharingan to manipulate him into arranging for funds. A week later, Kirito and Pakura, now dressed in Akatsuki cloaks and wind chime hats, stood at the inn's entrance. As the final battle between Kakashi, Sasuke, Zabuza, and Haku raged in the distance, Kirito handed Pakura a pack of storage scrolls. Pakura, you know what to do. I'll meet you at the bridge. Leave it to me, she replied, taking the scrolls and disappearing. Watching her go, Kirito chuckled. After so many years in this world, doing so much for one person, especially for a boy, of all things. With a smirk, he leaped toward the bridge. End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 9 Comment. Vote. Chapter 41. By the time Kirito arrived, the battle had already reached its climax. Sasuke had been put through his paces. He initially acted confident but was soon overpowered by Haku's ice release technique. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. And was pierced by Haku's Senbon needles, turning him into a virtual hedgehog. It wasn't until Naruto arrived that they had a chance to regroup. Meanwhile, Zabuza was gradually falling into Kakashi's trap. After his executioner's blade was stained with Kakashi's blood, he used the hidden mist technique, shrouding the entire bridge in mist. Kakashi took this opportunity to summon his ninja hounds. Seeing Kakashi calling out his dogs, Kirito was reminded of Batman from an American comic. In his previous life you could fight him, but never plan an appointment with him, because with enough prep time, he'd find a way to counter you. Zabuza seemed to be learning this lesson the hard way. While Kakashi released his ninja hounds, Naruto's situation worsened. To protect Naruto, Sasuke was hit once again by Haku's Senbon. You big idiot, Sasuke forced a smile, despite his pain. Naruto's body trembled, eyes widening. Why did you save me? How should I know? Sasuke's vision began to blur as memories of him and Naruto flashed before him. I hate you the most, but my body moved on its own, idiot. With that, Sasuke could hold on no longer and collapsed, only to be caught by Naruto. As he lay in Naruto's arms, his thoughts drifted to his older brother, Uchiha Izumi. As his vision dimmed, he murmured, I haven't beaten my brother yet. I can't die here. He then fainted. Sasuke! Naruto roared, unleashing the dark red chakra of the Nine Tails out of pure rage as he charged at Haku. Watching this unfold, Kirito thought. No wonder Kakashi later said during the Fourth Great Ninja War that it was Team 7's luck that their first enemies were Zabuza and Haku. Looking back, it's clear why Naruto fought so fiercely to protect Sasuke. The bond between them has taken root here. If this were between a man and a woman, Hinata and Sakura would likely not exist in the original storyline. It looks like it's almost over, Kirito murmured as he stood up. The battle was indeed drawing to a close. Zabuza was now restrained by Kakashi's ninja hounds, and Kakashi had activated Reikari. Ready to end Zabuza's life. Haku, defeated by Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, had decided to protect Zabuza and sacrifice herself to block Kakashi's attack. Just as Haku used the water body flicker technique to shield Zabuza, Kirito intervened. He intercepted Haku and created a shadow clone to disguise itself as Haku, positioning it to take Kakashi's Reikari. Why did you save me? Haku asked, recognizing Kirito. It would be too tragic for you to die now, Kirito replied. Don't think you've lost your purpose. Zabuza doesn't see you merely as a tool. Just watch what happens next. As Kakashi's Reikari struck Kirito's shadow clone disguised as Haku, the clone held its form longer than expected, confirming Kirito's thoughts. Kakashi has definitely gotten rusty. In Shippuden, this would have been a different story. All I had to do was use Kaiga Suijutsu to trick his senses and add a protective aura around the clone. He thought. Kakashi gently laid down the clone, believing it to be Haku, then turned back to Zabuza and began to attack, swiftly breaking both of Zabuza's arms with his kunai. At that moment, Kato arrived with a group of thugs, unaware he'd been robbed. As he insulted Zabuza and stomped on what he thought was Haku's lifeless body, Naruto's heartfelt words finally broke through to Zabuza, who shed tears and, with kunai clenched between his teeth, charged at Kato and his men. Is this the talk no jutsu you mentioned, Lord Kirito? Pakura, who had arrived in time to witness the scene, appeared beside Kirito and Haku. Something like that, Kirito replied, then turned to Haku, who watched Zabuza with tear-filled eyes. Now, do you still think you are just his tool? No, sir, Haku whispered, voice trembling as he watched Zabuza fight. Tears flowed freely down his face. I could never fight against him again. Even Pakura seemed moved by the scene. Lord Kirito, please, let me help Zabuza. No need. Kirito shook his head and snapped his fingers. The shadow clone disguised as Haku suddenly leaped up, picking up a sword and rushing into the crowd with ghost-like speed. In moments, every thug, save for Kato and Zabuza, lay dead. How? How is this possible? I thought that child was dead, Kakashi said, stunned by the sight of what he thought was Haku's resurrection and sudden burst of power. Naruto and Zabuza both cried with relief to see Haku alive. Sakura, meanwhile, as ever, remained oblivious, unsure if Sasuke was dead or alive, clinging to him and weeping. It's simple, Kirito's voice cut through the fog. He and Pakura, in their Akatsuki robes, red clouds billowing, stepped forward with Haku. He's not dead. As they emerged from the mist, cherry blossom petals floated through the air, casting an illusion over the area. Everyone but Kakashi, Zabuza, and Kato fell unconscious. This is an illusion, Kakashi murmured as he recognized the voice, his pupils widening in shock. Looking between Kirito, his companions, and Haku, who had slain Kato's men in moments, a dreadful realization formed in his mind. With a poof, the shadow clone transformed back into Kirito's form, dispersing in a cloud of smoke. Haku, you're alive! Zabuza exclaimed, coughing up blood as he collapsed, his body exhausted from wounds and exertion. Lord Zabuza! Haku cried, rushing to catch Zabuza as he fell. End of chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 42. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Cardo screamed, his voice trembling. Knowing he had no way out, he grabbed a blade from the ground and held it to Zabuza's neck, trying to stave off his terror with a show of bravado. Kirito, however, didn't even glance at Cardo. Lightning crackled in his hand, forming a spear of pure energy accompanied by the sound of 1,000 chirping birds. The spear shot forward, piercing Cardo's brow and shattering much of his forehead. The blade in Cardo's hand clattered to the ground, and he staggered, collapsing dead on the spot. With Cardo gone, Haku was finally free of concerns and quickly moved to support Zabuza. This is Chidori. Are you? Kirito. Kakashi, now drained of chakra, dropped to his knees, holding himself up with his hands. His gaze fixed on Kirito, who wore a wind chime hat that partially concealed his face but left enough to reveal a familiar angle of his jaw. After a moment's silence, Kirito murmured, finally recognized me. Why? If you're alive, why haven't you returned to the village to explain everything to Lord Hokage? Not just me, but Naruto and Kurane. Everyone has been hoping you'd come back, Kakashi gasped. How's Kurane? Kirito asked, pausing thoughtfully. She stepped down to a secondary role and joined the medical department because of what happened with you. 3 months ago, though, Hokage brought her back to the front lines, and now she's a team leader, just like me, Kakashi replied. Kirito nodded, smiling. He removed his collar and wind chime hat, revealing his mid-length black hair, a scratched Konoha headband, and his face perfect and handsomely familiar. Kakashi's pupils shrank as he took in the scratched headband. Kirito, you. As you can see, I'm a traitor now, Kirito replied nonchalantly. I appreciate the trust, but the wanted posters don't lie. Just as Itachi eliminated the Uchiha, I wiped out the Sarutobi and Chimera clans. Not only that, but I also killed Sarutobi Hiruzen's son and daughter-in-law. Kakashi's mind reeled. Here was the person he'd known as kind and courteous, a beacon of optimism now calmly admitting to unspeakable actions. Why? Why would you do something like this? Why? Kirito repeated, replacing his hat with a smirk. Think of it as part of a plan, or just an interest of mine. Or, maybe you could say it was to cleanse Konoha of its rot. What do you mean by that? Kakashi pressed, his brow furrowed. Kirito summoned a stool from his storage, took a seat, and continued. Kakashi, you're smart, but your environment has stunted your perspective. As Anbyo captain, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered you to recover the bodies of the Uchiha clan. I imagine you also had a hand in gathering the Sarutobi clan's remains. Didn't anything strike you as odd? The Sarutobi clan, known for their limited prominence, suddenly had over 2,000 ninjas? That's more than the Senju and Uchiha clans at their height, despite surviving 3 wars that weakened every other clan in the village. Kirito handed a bottle of water to Pakura, who stood behind him, and tossed another to Kakashi. Take the Sarutobi clan, for example. Except for that fool, Asuma, have you ever heard of any notable Sarutobi ninjas on missions? Isn't that enough to prove something? Kakashi took the water bottle but didn't drink. Instead, he simply observed Kirito silently, waiting for him to continue. Kirito took a sip and continued, you've heard the saying, where the leaves dance, the fire will burn. The flames will illuminate the village and allow new trees to sprout. The will of fire will never fade. Kakashi nodded, feeling the weight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mantra. Kirito gave a dry chuckle. The phrase sounds nice, but what did Sarutobi actually do? He used Konoha's people as fuel, burning everything to light up the Sarutobi clan. If I hadn't removed him and his clan, Konoha would have become his family's playground. Kakashi clenched his fists, still processing Kirito's words. Is that why you hated the third Hokage and destroyed the Sarutobi clan? Not exactly. Kirito shook his head. I don't care about the Sarutobi family's ambitions. They're irrelevant to me. But, if you want a reason, I'll give you one. Do you know how your father died? Kakashi's eyes widened. My father? Yes, your father, Hitaki Sakumo the famed White Fang, Kirito continued. He was a powerful ninja, even more gifted than the Sunin, and feared across the nations. But one day, he took his own life. Kakashi's memories of his father flooded back. It's said he abandoned a mission to save his comrades, leading to great losses for Konoha. His fellow villagers condemned him, and even those he saved turned on him, leaving him mentally devastated until he took his own life, Kakashi recounted, his voice heavy with sadness. Kirito shook his head. That's only the story they fed you. As the sun rose, piercing through the dissipating mist, half of Kirito's face fell into shadow. Your father died because of political persecution, Kirito declared, his tone cold. Political persecution. Kakashi's confusion deepened, his gaze locked on Kirito as he struggled to comprehend. End of chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 43. Kirito nodded and said seriously, back then, your father was so famous that he overshadowed the 3 legendary Sunin. His prestige was even comparable to that of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in his prime at the time. He was a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage. Many ninjas and common people called for him to succeed as Hokage. Even the 3rd Hokage had to reluctantly recognize his influence by granting him the Hokage half-sleeves under pressure. However, it was that support that ultimately led to his tragedy. You should know the Hokage position is said to go to the best and the most capable, but starting from the 2nd Hokage, there has been an unspoken rule. The 2nd Hokage was the 1st Hokage's younger brother. The 3rd Hokage was the 2nd Hokage's apprentice. Your teacher, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wasn't the 3rd's direct apprentice, but he was trained by Jiraiya, who was. From the 2nd to the 4th Hokage, one common factor is evident, all are from the Hokage's inner circle. From the moment your father became a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage, his fate was sealed. That so-called secret mission was just a pretense. Even if he had completed the mission instead of saving his companions, another accident would have happened. After all these years, haven't you wondered why a supposedly classified mission was suddenly known to everyone? Kakashi listened to Kirito's words, his voice lowering as he asked, are you saying that the 3rd Hokage let someone leak the information deliberately? No, that old man would never have done it directly, Kirito replied. That was Danzo's doing. Danzo craved the Hokage position. You, having served in the Anbu, know this well. At one point, you and Tenzo were even ordered to assassinate the 3rd Hokage because of Danzo's schemes. Danzo knew he couldn't openly eliminate a rival as strong as your father, so he waited quietly for a slip-up. Then, when your father's mission failed, Danzo jumped at the opportunity, spreading news of the supposed disaster it caused Konoha. Within days, your father went from Konoha's hero to a public outcast. Even those he'd saved turned on him. The 3rd knew all this and, rather than preventing it, actually benefited from it. First, he was still in his prime and didn't want to step down. And even if he did, he would never pass the title to anyone outside the inner circle. Secondly, it's part of the Hokage's hidden legacy succession within the Hokage's circle. Even after the 3rd war, when he stepped down, he passed the title to Minato, his disciple student, instead of Orochimaru, who had sided with Danzo by then. Have you noticed how, after failing to become Hokage, Orochimaru's crimes increased? He began to experiment on Konoha residents. Your father didn't die from public gossip alone. He saw the dark side of Konoha, where ideals collided with reality, and ultimately, that despair drove him to end his own life. Kirito finished, and silence settled over the bridge. After a pause, Kakashi asked, why are you telling me this? Do you want me to betray Konoha as you did? Kirito shook his head. No, I don't expect that. Besides, even if you knew this was true, your loyalty to Konoha would prevent you from leaving. I simply want you to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's true nature. At that moment, the rings Kirito and Pakura wore emitted a faint glow, and Pain's voice reached them, a new village, Otagakuer, has recently surfaced. Orochimaru likely has connections there. Who among you can investigate? Kirito stood up and glanced at Pakura. I'll go. We're available now. You're the best tracker among the Akatsuki, thank you for handling this, Pain said before ending the call. Kirito turned to Kakashi. Well, Kakashi-senpai, it looks like this is goodbye for now. I had wanted to chat more, but duty calls. The next time we meet, we may have to fight as enemies. And remember, it's up to you whether to inform the Hokage about today's conversation. Either way, it won't impact me much. With the talents Konoha has lost to Hiruzen's games, there's little left to fear. Konoha's resources have been drained, and even the Sarutobi and Shimura clans I eliminated are no longer a threat. After finishing, Kirito turned towards Zabuza and Haku. Pakura gave Kakashi one last look and followed him. Watching them walk away, Kakashi felt uneasy. He's not bluffing. That much is clear. Kirito approached Zabuza. The swordsman was severely injured, barely holding on as Haku tended to him. Not bad. I didn't expect you to help me, Zabuza managed weakly, his voice faint. Don't misunderstand, Kirito replied. You earned it by showing a warrior's heart at the end. Zabuza gave a small smile, looking at Haku with softened eyes. Haku, I'm sorry, but it's good that you are still alive. Lord Zabuza, Haku cried, grasping his hand, fully ready to follow Zabuza in death. Kirito, Zabuza whispered, can I ask one last thing of you? Kirito took out a senzu bean. If you want me to protect Haku after you die, save it. Haku won't live without you. Besides, you don't have to die. Eat this. End of chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 44. Zabuza was stunned. Although he didn't fully understand why Kirito wanted to give him the mysterious bean, who would choose death if given the chance to live. Sure enough, after eating the bean, Zabuza's injuries healed almost instantly. Not only that, but his chakra and physical strength were also fully restored. What is this? Zabuza, who had just returned from the gates of death, looked at his now healed wounds in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Kakashi, who was kneeling in the distance, weakened from chakra depletion, was also astonished. From his position, he couldn't see clearly what Kirito had done to Zabuza. Watching Zabuza recover so suddenly, he became even more wary of Kirito. What are your plans next? Kirito asked Zabuza and Haku. Upon hearing this, Zabuza and Haku exchanged glances before kneeling on one knee and saying in unison, if Master Kirito permits, we would like to follow you. Forget about following me. You wouldn't last long in that situation, Kirito replied, hesitating a moment. He took out a scroll from his inventory, wrote something on it, and handed it to Zabuza. The current Kirigakuer, under the 5th Mizukage, isn't the same Bloody Mist village anymore. If you trust me, take this to Mei Terumi. I believe she'll show leniency. Kirito considered that Kirigakuer was in need of strong ninjas and that Zabuza and Haku would be valuable allies for Mei Terumi. The 5th Mizukage. Zabuza and Haku looked at each other in shock. They hadn't expected that Kirito would know the Mizukage personally and even seem close to her. Tell Mei Terumi about the beheading sword, and say that I'll hold onto it for now. Later, it'll be returned to Kirigakuer. Kirito raised his hand, and the beheading sword, which had fallen to the ground during the fight with Kakashi, flew into his grasp and was stored in his inventory. Kirito planned to pass it on to Sasuke in the future, knowing it could help him gain the loyalty of Suijutsu Hojiki. Zabuza accepted the scroll, thanking Kirito alongside Haku. Afterward, they both greeted Kakashi, whom they had never properly met. Just as Zabuza and Haku were about to leave, Kirito suddenly remembered something and called out to Haku. Haku, wait a moment. Master Kirito, is there something else? Haku, still bearing the wounds from her battle with Naruto, turned back, leaning on Zabuza for support, and looked at Kirito with a puzzled expression. Kirito appeared in front of them in a flash. Kakashi, observing from a distance, was taken aback, thinking. So fast, even my Sharingan couldn't keep up. Kirito ignored Kakashi and looked Haku over, noticing her delicate features and long, smooth black hair. From head to toe, she looked like a girl, with soft features, red lips, and pale skin, without a trace of masculine characteristics. He briefly hesitated, wondering if the creator Kishimoto had fully grasped his character design choices. Trying to emphasize the toughness required for men in the ninja world, Kishimoto had perhaps drawn a girl but labeled her a boy. Are you a man or a woman? Kirito asked, finally voicing the question that had puzzled him since his previous life. Both Kakashi and Zabuza had expressions of disbelief on their faces, each thinking. A strong guy like him actually cares about something so trivial? Haku smiled, giving an unexpected answer. If anyone else asked, I'd say I'm a man without hesitation. But since it's you, Master Kirito, I'll admit I am a woman. A woman? Zabuza looked shocked. Haku quickly apologized, I'm sorry, Master Zabuza. You once said there was no place for women in this harsh world, so I hid my gender to stay by your side. Zabuza merely shrugged, is that so? Doesn't matter. None of that matters anymore. At this moment, Pakura approached them. Master Kirito, it's time for us to leave. See you soon, Kakashi-senpai, Kirito said, leaving Kakashi with that parting remark before he and Pakura vanished from the bridge. Zabuza and Haku bowed in Kirito's direction, Haku silently hoping. Master Kirito, may you find great fortune and luck in battle. The two then bade farewell to Kakashi and slowly disappeared down the bridge. Kakashi stood in bewilderment, musing. It seems we're in for some difficult times. What exactly is Kirito's goal? Who is that woman by his side? How does he know so many secrets, even things that connect me to Danzo and the third Hokage? While Kakashi mulled over these questions, the illusion faded, and Naruto, Sakura, Desna, and the others began to wake. Naruto, groggy, scratched the back of his head and asked, Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Why did we all pass out? Kakashi responded briefly, it's hard to explain, but it's over now. What about Zabuza and those bad guys? And what happened to Haku's body? Naruto looked around. Seeing the bodies scattered at the end of the unfinished bridge, he froze, fear creeping into his expression. Whoa, there are so many bodies. Don't worry. Those are Kato and his men. Zabuza and Haku are alive and have already returned to their village, Kakashi said. Naruto's face lit up, relief washing over him. That's great. Meanwhile, Sasuke woke up. Sakura, admiring his resilience, fussed over him and called out to the others, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Sasuke is fine, he's awake. As they celebrated Sasuke's recovery, Dazna's grandson led a group of people from the Land of Waves, inspired by Naruto's words, who arrived armed with tools to protect their village. Kakashi and Naruto exchanged a look and smiled, silently conveying their satisfaction. The mission in the Land of Waves had been a success. Elsewhere, Kirito and Pakura had returned to the mainland. Master Kirito, why did you go to such lengths for those two strangers? Pakura finally asked, voicing her confusion. Kirito smiled and looked back in the direction of the Land of Waves, offering a thoughtful response that only further puzzled Pakura. Just as I saved you from Kirigakure, sometimes we act to prevent any unhappiness. End of chapter 96. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 45. What is regret? Pakura asked, a bit puzzled. It was the first time she had heard the term. It comes from the ancient poem, Blocking the Wind and Mooring the Boat to Visit Jingzhong Temple, which says, the cold horns move in sorrow, and the night is long and hard to calm down. It usually refers to the feeling of being unable to let go, fixated on something or someone, but not receiving any response, Kirito explained. The phrase reminded him of a character from a novel in his previous life, someone who was obsessed but eventually met a tragic end. Pakura nodded in understanding. She herself had been moved when she saw Haku, even though she didn't know Kirito's personal connection to such things. So, which type are you, Master Kirito? Pakura asked but then moved on to another topic. I have a question. Go ahead, Kirito replied, looking over at her. You once mentioned that you faked your death to avoid unwanted trouble from the higher UPS in Konoha. Why did you reveal yourself this time? Pakura couldn't help but ask. Kirito paused, glanced toward Konoha, and replied, death isn't the worst thing, the most terrifying thing is the fear people feel before death. He wouldn't mention his plan to draw out Danzo and others who needed to face their own ends. Several days later, Kirito and Pakura finally arrived at a vast expanse of rice fields that bordered a valley. Through the valley, a jungle could be glimpsed in the distance. The landscape was serene, full of pastoral charm. As they took in the view, Kirito noticed a stone tablet standing at the valley entrance. On it was engraved an 8th note, adorned with red markings that added a hint of mystique to the village. Is Sound Village down there? Should we sneak in? Pakura asked, standing beside Kirito as they looked down from the valley top. No need. Orochimaru isn't in there, Kirito replied. Pakura was taken aback. Then, where is he? Kirito raised his hand, forming a raise-nan that transformed into a laser beam, which he fired at the opposite mountain wall. With a loud boom, the cliff collapsed, revealing a hidden, grey passage lined with talismans. Pakura looked shocked. His base is here at the village entrance. Let's go, Pakura, Kirito said, jumping down. Pakura followed close behind. As they moved through the enclosed passage, she hesitated. Master Kirito, do you think there will be traps? Don't worry. Orochimaru isn't the type to waste time with unnecessary traps. Besides, it looks like someone's waiting for us, Kirito said, stopping. Isn't that right, Kabuto? Master Kirito's perception is as sharp as ever, came Kabuto's voice, echoing in the space as he emerged from the shadows with a sinister smile reminiscent of Orochimaru's. Master Kirito, please follow me. You're starting to look more and more like Orochimaru himself. I think you were much cuter as a kid, Kirito commented. Kabuto hesitated, images of his past at the orphanage flashing in his mind, though he quickly dismissed them. Did Master Kirito know me back then? Kirito gave a slight shrug, fabricating a story. I visited the orphanage on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Konoha wasn't sure I'd make it as a ninja and thought I might be placed there, where I happened to meet you and the director. Kabuto chuckled, adjusting his glasses. You must be mistaken, Lord Kirito. I left Konoha before the Nine Tails attack and haven't been back. Kirito sighed, is that so? Maybe I did mistake someone else for you. But I did see the director, she was a good person, one of the few in Konoha I respected. She's dead, Kabuto said, pausing. How did it happen? Kirito asked knowingly. Kabuto lowered his gaze. She died, by my hand. His voice trailed off, glasses catching a glare, obscuring his eyes. Kirito thought he noticed a tear at the corner of Kabuto's eye and patted him on the shoulder. Danzo again, no doubt. He'd have a spy squeezed of every last bit of value, forcing them to kill the one they loved most. At that moment, Orochimaru's raspy voice came from a nearby chamber. Oh, Kirito-kun, it's rude to try poaching others in front of their master. Kabuto snapped back to his usual self, his expression quickly shifting to a guarded smile. He pushed open the chamber door, saying, Master Kirito, please step in. Kirito entered the room with Pakura beside him, seeing Orochimaru lounging on a sofa, as if waiting for them. Kirito-kun, it's been a long time. And this must be Pakura of the Scorch Release, the former hero of Tsunagakure. I've long heard your name. To think you joined the Akatsuki and are now working alongside Kirito-kun. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he licked his lips. Pakura sneered at him in distaste, taking a seat beside Kirito on the sofa across from Orochimaru. You seem to know we were coming, Kirito noted. Of course, Orochimaru replied with a slight grin. Kirito-kun's reputation is well known in the ninja world. Except for Konoha, everyone has heard of you. You've traveled quite openly without covering your tracks. It was easy to anticipate your arrival. Orochimaru's smile faded as he narrowed his eyes, his golden gaze fixed on Kirito. So, Kirito-kun, what brings you here? End of chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 46. Kirito's voice cut through the silence like a blade. What would you do if I said I was here to kill you? His words were calm, but the threat was unmistakable. In an instant, the air turned heavy, charged with a palpable tension as the room grew quiet. Pakura watched Kirito and Orochimaru closely, sensing the unspoken challenge between them. Her hand drifted behind her back, preparing her scorch release. If Kirito gave the signal, she'd unleash her attack without hesitation. In the shadows, Kabuto and Kimimaro, Orochimaru's loyal followers, felt a chill run down their spines. Memories of their master's narrow escape from Kirito during the Wind Country incident flashed in their minds. The scars of that encounter had yet to fade. Finally, Orochimaru broke the silence, laughing softly. Kirito-kun, you do enjoy your jokes. There's no grudge between us. If you truly wanted me dead, you had the perfect opportunity the last time we met. But you held back, didn't you? Kirito's smile remained fixed as he answered, it seems you've been paying close attention. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed with curiosity. So, Kirito-kun, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Our leader sent us to investigate rumors that the Sound Village was founded with your influence, Kirito replied, as if it were nothing more than a trivial task. Orochimaru chuckled, unimpressed. I doubt that's your only reason for being here. Kirito's smile widened. Well, I also heard you've been busy scheming with the Sand Village. You're planning something called the Konoha Crush, aren't you? I understand you intend to kill the 4th Hokage, disguise yourself as him, and join the Chunin exams in Konoha. Quite the audacious plan. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with something unreadable. You know a lot, Kirito-kun. Are you here to stop me? Kirito shrugged. Why should I? The 3rd Hokage's time is long overdue. In fact, my companion here, he gestured toward Pakura, has her own grudge against that man in the Sand Village. We'd like to be there when you make your move. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Pakura, intrigued. Interesting. But is it wise, Kirito-kun? I am no longer with the Akatsuki. Helping me could put you at odds with them. If Pain finds out, he won't be pleased. Pain doesn't need to know, Kirito said with a smirk. Besides, you owe me a debt. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. A debt? Have you forgotten? Kirito said, his tone growing sharp. When you defected from Akatsuki, you bargained for your life. You agreed to give me something in exchange. Perhaps it's time to repay that favor. Orochimaru's expression hardened. Kirito-kun, you must be mistaken. The Flying Thunder God is a space-time jutsu developed by the 2nd Hokage himself. It's a forbidden technique that few have access to. Why would I, a rogue ninja, have it? Kirito's eyes glinted. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Orochimaru's expression turned cunning as he continued, I'm afraid I can't help you with that, Kirito-kun. Kirito feigned disappointment, then shifted the conversation with a casual question. By the way, I heard you took in a Kage clan orphan from the Hidden Mist, Kimimaro, who's lurking behind you. I assume he was intended to be your next vessel. But after your defeat at Attacka's hands, your focus seems to have shifted to his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Struggling to decide which one is better suited for you. Orochimaru's gaze grew cold, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. So what if that's the case? Nothing, Kirito said, shrugging. Just a friendly reminder Kimimaro might not be as ideal as you think. His clan's bloodline ability is powerful but susceptible to disease. He may be terminally ill. Which means Sasuke is your only real option now. Kirito's smile turned sinister. What would you do if I destroyed him before you got your hands on him? Orochimaru clenched his fists, momentarily speechless with rage. Being threatened by Kirito once was bad enough, but twice? His composure slipped, replaced by raw irritation. Relax, Kirito continued with a grin. I only want the Flying Thunder God technique. Give it to me, and perhaps I can even help with your Konoha plans. But don't try to tell me you've never seen the jutsu. You were once a Hokage candidate, and Jiraiya could access it. With your obsession for jutsu, there's no way you'd have ignored something that powerful. Orochimaru's gaze grew steely. Are you threatening me, Kirito-kun? He rose to his feet, a wave of intense chakra flooding the room. Experimental equipment rattled and shattered under the pressure, and even the sofa was blasted back against the wall. Kirito remained unfazed, smiling calmly in the face of Orochimaru's fury. Not at all, Orochimaru, he said coolly. Just a simple negotiation. The tension between them escalated, filling the room with a deadly energy. Kabuto and Kimimaro watched from the shadows, both on edge. Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice a low hiss. You are bold, Kirito-kun. But be careful. Even a snake can bite back when cornered. Kirito chuckled, unmoved by the threat. Well, then. Let's see if you are willing to hold up your end of the bargain, Orochimaru. And with that, an uneasy alliance was forged, shadowed by mutual mistrust and simmering malice. End of chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 47. As Orochimaru unleashed his chakra, Kirito rose to his feet. You could say that, he replied, pressing his right foot lightly against the floor. The stone chamber trembled, and cracks shot out across the floor and walls, shaking the entire room. In a flash, Kirito's chakra surged, its intensity overwhelming Orochimaru's own. In the secret room behind Orochimaru, Kabuto and Kimimaro heard the commotion and rushed in. Lord Orochimaru. But as soon as they stepped into the room, they were struck by the sheer force of Kirito's chakra. This chakra. It's unmistakably sage energy. How did Kirito master such a perfect sage mode? Orochimaru whispered, breaking into a cold sweat. After a long, tense moment, Orochimaru finally restrained his chakra, weighing his options. Fine. I'll agree to your terms, but only after the Konoha Crush plan is complete. And, if you ever master the Flying Thunder God technique, you must promise never to use it on me or my subordinates. Seeing Orochimaru's reluctant submission, Kirito smiled and reined in his own chakra. Their meeting concluded, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Prepare our best rooms for these two, he ordered, eager to end the conversation before his resolve wavered further. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Please, follow me, Kabuto said, gesturing to Kirito and Pakura. After they left, Kimimaro knelt before Orochimaru, remorseful. I failed to protect you. Please forgive me, Lord Orochimaru. Enough, it wasn't your fault, Orochimaru replied, his voice sharp yet pained as he looked at Kimimaro, his most loyal follower. Kimimaro lowered his head, tears glistening in his eyes. His loyalty to Orochimaru was unwavering, akin to Haku's devotion to Zabuza. He would have given his life to protect Orochimaru. But even he knew his illness made him unsuitable as Orochimaru's vessel. Orochimaru sighed, seeing the truth in what Kirito had told him about Kimimoro's deteriorating health. You're not to take part in the assassination of the Kazekage. With Kirito's help, it's bound to succeed. Stay here and let Kabuto try to treat your illness. Meanwhile, in Konoha's Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his back to Kakashi, his fists clenched as he listened to the report from the Land of Waves. So, not only did you encounter Zabuza of the Mist, but also Fujiwara Kirito. Hearing Kirito's name after all these years shook even the experienced Hokage. Learning that Kirito was alive and was the one who had slaughtered the Sarutobi clan awoke a deeply buried rage and shame within him. Reflecting on Kirito's past admiration and respect now seemed like a mockery, as if Kirito had been deceiving him all along. Every smile, every kind word, felt tainted with sarcasm and disdain. For the first time, the third Hokage, known as a calm and wise leader, appeared furious, his fists trembling and veins bulging on his forehead. Had Kakashi been able to see Sarutobi's face, he would have witnessed a Hokage who looked more vengeful than benevolent, his expression twisted with anger. But Kakashi, focused on the report, didn't notice the shift. True to his loyalty, Kakashi would never betray Konoha, even with the information Kirito had shared about his father's death. He kept much of it to himself, choosing instead to only confirm the details relevant to the mission. Tell me what you observed, Hiruzen demanded, struggling to control his fury. Kakashi composed his thoughts, recalling every detail he could remember. Kirito was wearing a black cloak with red clouds and a wind chime hat. He had a ring, part of a set he shares with others, suggesting he's part of an organization. There was another figure with him, likely female, but her identity remains unknown. She appeared to defer to him, so it seems he holds a high rank within this group. Kakashi hesitated slightly as he continued. Kirito's skill in genjutsu, the body flicker technique, and lightning release is exceptional. He used only a shadow clone to intercept my Reikari, then employed illusions to deceive even my Sharingan, making me believe he was dead. That's probably how he concealed his survival after the Uchiha incident. He paused before adding, I also observed that he's improved his Chidori to such a degree that he can extend it as a spear over a distance of several meters, making it incredibly lethal and nearly impossible to defend against. As Kakashi finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown deepened. Kirito's strength was one thing, but what troubled him more was the potential knowledge Kirito held about the Uchiha massacre. If Kirito ever revealed the truth, the ramifications could be devastating for Hiruzen's reputation as the strongest Hokage in history. The third Hokage, now advanced in age, feared not for his life but for his legacy, the honor he'd carefully built over decades. End of the chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/john_smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 48. Even if he had to die, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to pass like the previous Hokage, protecting Konoha and dying as a hero, with the darkness he carried disappearing with his death. He wanted to leave behind a reputation as a noble and self-sacrificing Hokage. Reflecting on this, his old, cloudy eyes wavered. He sat back in the Hokage's chair, lit his pipe, and took a long draw, the smoke curling around him. After a moment, he asked, so, how does his current strength compare to yours? Kakashi straightened solemnly and replied, I'm sorry, Hokage. With my current abilities, I don't stand a chance against him in a one-on-one fight. Frankly, he doesn't even see me as a threat. Recalling Kirito's words that he could destroy Konoha whenever he wished, Kakashi added, forgive me, but considering all of Konoha's strength, only you, Hokage-sama, and perhaps Jiraiya-sama could stand a chance against him. Hiruzen's eyes dimmed. I see. You've done well on this mission in the Land of Waves, Kakashi. Go rest, I'll handle this matter. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied, bowing before disappearing from the office. Hiruzen remained, puffing slowly on his pipe, lost in thought. Grandfather. The office door creaked open, and a small girl, around 4 or 5, entered. She bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Izumi. This was Sarutobi Mirai, Hiruzen's granddaughter, who had been born 8 years early in this revised timeline. Ah, Mirai, come here and let Grandpa hug you, Hiruzen said, his face softening. He lifted her gently, rubbing his weathered, wrinkled face against her soft cheeks. What's on your mind, Mirai? Why did you come to see Grandpa? Mirai blinked her large eyes, replying with a childish lilt, Brother Konohamaru is crying again. Oh? Really? Why is he crying? Hiruzen asked patiently, smiling kindly at her. Because he squats when he goes pee, just like his dad, Mirai giggled. I told him he looked like a girl. Hiruzen's smile froze, and he twitched slightly, inwardly cursing. Damn you, Kirito. Not only did you slaughter my entire clan, you castrated both my son and grandson. As he gritted his teeth in frustration, Kirito's spirit body entered the hidden gathering place of the Akatsuki organization. Yawn, Kirito stretched and yawned suddenly. Something wrong, Kirito? Asked Pain, noticing his reaction. Ah, probably just someone bad-mouthing me, Kirito said, rubbing his nose. Why isn't Pakura here? Pain continued. We're in the Sound Village. If both of us entered the phantom body, no one would be left to stand guard, Kirito replied. Tell me what you found this time, Pain said, skipping any pleasantries. Kirito nodded, adopting a serious tone. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. Rather than saying Orochimaru is involved with Otagakuer, it would be more accurate to say he founded the village. I confronted him, but I couldn't kill him. Why? Pain asked, surprised. The other Akatsuki members cast looks of disbelief at Kirito. If he truly intended to kill Orochimaru, it shouldn't have been that difficult. Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation to resurrect the first and second Hokage. The news struck the Akatsuki members like a bombshell. Kakuzu, who once threw a shuriken at the first Hokage from hundreds of miles away, exclaimed, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, has been resurrected. Relax, Kirito continued. Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation is still imperfect. The resurrected Hokages have less than a tenth of their prime strength. Even if a fight broke out, it's uncertain who would win. Kirito added, even if Orochimaru could summon the first Hokage at full strength, he wouldn't dare. The god of shinobi would likely break free from the impure world reincarnation's control, and Orochimaru himself would be the first to die. I believe even Kakuzu, who once faced him, would agree. That's true, Kakuzu nodded. Even the third Kazekage resisted the technique. For the first Hokage, breaking free would be even simpler. Do you have a plan, Kirito? Pain asked, his expression serious. Kirito feigned contemplation. Orochimaru mentioned his Konoha crush plan. He wants to use the upcoming Chunin exams to assassinate the third Hokage and destroy Konoha. However, he plans to kill the fourth Kazekage on the way, replacing him to infiltrate Konoha. I propose we help Orochimaru take down the fourth Kazekage, allowing Pakura to settle her grudge. As for Orochimaru and the resurrected Hokages, let Sarutobi Hiruzen deal with them. Deidara interjected with surprise, Brother Kirito, if even you can't handle the first Hokage, can that old man Sarutobi defeat him? Didn't you always say he only became Hokage by brainwashing Konoha's villagers? Kirito chuckled. His strength may not be what it's hyped up to be, but don't underestimate Konoha. The third Hokage has a forbidden technique that guarantees mutual destruction. That's why I didn't kill him when I wiped out the Sarutobi clan. Mutual destruction? What kind of jutsu is that? Deidara's curiosity piqued. The others turned their attention to Kirito as well, intrigued. Kirito shrugged. I'm not certain of the details. I just know the fourth Hokage died using it. Perhaps we'll see it in action during the Chunin exams, he added, glancing meaningfully at Itaki. Itaki subtly relaxed, relieved that Kirito hadn't divulged any critical Konoha secrets. End of this chapter. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote. Chapter 49. Kirito, I'll leave this to you and Pakura. After the Konoha Crush plan, both Tsunagakuer and Konoha will be weakened, which benefits our organization's future plans. During the Chunin exams, focus on gathering intelligence on Konoha's Jinchuriki, Pain finally instructed. Only intelligence gathering? Kirito questioned. Yes, it's not yet time to capture the tailed beasts, Pain replied before ending the astral projection technique. The other Akatsuki members began to exit as well. Brother Kirito, I'm really jealous of you. Destroying Konoha is such an art form. Tell me more about that mutual destruction ninjutsu sometime. Art is fleeting beauty, and mutual destruction now. That's art. Deidara exclaimed before vanishing. In the end, only Kirito and Itaki remained in the vast room, surrounded by dimly lit lanterns. Kirito, what exactly is your aim? Itaki asked, breaking the silence. Kirito responded, I've made it clear I'm here to support Orochimaru with Pakura. Beyond that, I'll only observe as the third Hokage is taken down by his beloved student. What else would you expect me to do? Itachi stared at him in silence before disappearing, choosing not to press further. Opening his eyes, Kirito turned to Pakura. The leader approved our cooperation with Orochimaru. Thank you, Master Kirito, Pakura replied, her composure breaking into visible excitement. Kirito smiled, rising from his seat. I'm going out for a bit. Seems we have an unexpected visitor. They had been staying in a manner provided by Orochimaru, as Kirito preferred to avoid cramped, secretive spaces. Late at night, he sensed someone approaching the loyal Kimimaro. No doubt, Kimimaro intended to remove the perceived threat to his beloved Lord Orochimaru. As Kirito stepped outside, Kimimaro arrived, clearly surprised to see him. You knew I'd come? Kimimaro asked, regaining his composure, confident in the power of his Shikatsumayaku. More or less. Though you and Haku have different personalities, you're quite similar, Kirito replied. Haku. Kimimaro echoed, confused. A child from the Hidden Mist village who once followed a man carrying a beheading sword, Kirito clarified. Recognition dawned on Kimimaro, and he murmured, so, you also know why I'm here. Of course. You're here to eliminate what you see as an obstacle to Orochimaru. But I doubt you'll succeed where even he cannot, Kirito responded, shrugging. Let's see about that, Kimimaro replied, determination hardening his gaze. Removing his shirt, he readied his bones for a long-range attack, intent on testing his opponent. But before he could fire his 10-finger drilling bullets, a massive tree erupted from the ground, entwining him in an instant. Only his head remained visible. What is this? Kimimaro realized with a start that Kirito had vanished, leaving only cherry blossom petals drifting in the air. It's an illusion. If you can break free, I'll give you a fair fight. For the record, even your beloved Orochimaru can't break it, Kirito's voice echoed from all directions. Kimimaro took a breath, regaining his calm. So, you truly are the god of illusions, able to trap people in illusions without them noticing. But illusions are still just illusions. Whether this tree is real or not, I'll break through it. A confident smile returned to Kimimaro's face as the cursed seal spread across his skin, transforming him into a monstrous form with spiked bones and a massive tail. With brute strength, he shattered the tree trapping him. But in an instant, another tree grew to restrain him again. Over and over, Kimimaro broke free, only to be captured once more, eventually exhausting himself. On a nearby rooftop, Orochimaru and Kabuto watched quietly. Lord Orochimaru, are you truly going to let Kimimaro continue this? His opponent is Kirito. If he's not careful, he might lose his life, Kabuto remarked, not particularly inclined to interfere. Orochimaru remained composed, though his brow creased slightly. Don't worry, I wouldn't harm my favorite disciple, Kirito's voice sounded unexpectedly close. Without warning, he appeared behind them, resting his hands on their shoulders. Kirito, Kabuto gasped, jumping back and putting distance between them. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he instinctively braced himself. Orochimaru, though equally surprised, maintained his calm. Folding his arms, he spoke with feigned ease. Kirito-kun, still as elusive as ever. What did you do to Kimimaro? Nothing much. Kimimaro felt I was hindering you, so he challenged me. I merely placed him in an illusion and offered him a fair fight if he could break it. He's trying his best, Kirito replied nonchalantly. Orochimaru sighed, reluctantly setting aside his pride. I apologize on behalf of Kimimaro's recklessness. Kirito-kun, would you be so kind as to release him from your illusion? Orochimaru understood the strength of Kirito's illusions, which could only be broken by those with greater mental energy, the power to resist illusions, or abilities to avoid them altogether. Satisfied with the response, Kirito smiled and released the illusion. Instantly, the cherry blossoms dispersed, leaving the area silent once more. Kimimaro is safe now, Kirito remarked. Follow me on Patreon for more chapters. John_Smith Patreon. Visit our Patreon for more. https://www.patreon.com/John_Smith_. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 50. What if he still wants to kill me? Kirito asked, feigning innocence. Then deal with him, Kirito-kun, but spare his life, Orochimaru replied calmly. Even though Kimimaro had lost his value as a vessel, Orochimaru still held some affection for his loyal disciple. If possible, he didn't want Kimimaro to die so pointlessly. Is that so? Then I'll grant you this favor, Kirito replied nonchalantly. Without another word, Kirito disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood before Kimimaro, holding his Zanpakuto in reverse. Activating Kaika Suijutsu. He ensnared Kimimaro in his perfect illusion. Kimimaro, unaware of the illusion, believed he had broken free. With a bone spear in hand, he lunged at Kirito, aiming for his chest. The weapon seemed to pierce its mark, but the next moment, Kirito dissolved into a swirl of cherry blossom petals. Kimimaro felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw his chest dyed red with blood. Even the bone armor that formed under his skin due to the curse seal had shattered, leaving behind a gaping wound. As the petals swirled back together, they reformed into Kirito's figure. He sheathed his blade and turned toward the manor without sparing Kimimaro another glance. Truly an extraordinary individual, Kimimaro murmured, his vision blurring as the curse mark faded. He collapsed to the ground, his consciousness slipping away. Even in his final moments of awareness, Kimimaro knew the truth, Kirito didn't need illusions to defeat him. The wound on his chest was proof enough that Kirito's raw combat skills alone were overwhelming. Orochimaru and Kabuto arrived moments later. Kabuto knelt beside Kimimaro, channeling medical ninjutsu to stabilize him. Lord Orochimaru, is Kirito's genjutsu truly so formidable? Even Kimimaro, under the full power of the cursed seal, was defeated so effortlessly. Kabuto asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Orochimaru didn't answer. His hands tightened into fists, and his resolve to obtain the Sharingan grew stronger. With the Sharingan, he believed he could finally counter Kirito's unparalleled genjutsu. The Hidden Mist Village. Mizuki's office. Emerald green eyes, flowing reddish-brown hair, pink lips, and a figure that exuded both elegance and strength. Mei Terumi, the fifth Mizukage, was as stunning as ever. Her blue tube top dress accentuated her perfect curves, while her fair skin glowed with a youthful radiance. Though she was approaching 30, Mei seemed no older than a woman in her early 20s, her beauty untouched by time. The pure gold ring Kirito had once given her hung discreetly around her neck, a memento that seemed to halt the years from touching her. 4 years had passed since Kirito had stolen her first kiss. In those years, they had crossed paths multiple times. The first time was 3 years ago when Kirito had stumbled upon her while she was bathing at home. Enraged, she had mobilized her forces to pursue him for days, only to be outwitted and left even more humiliated. The most recent encounter was just a month ago, when Kirito's mission brought him back to the land of water. A clash between them ensued, but once again, Kirito had the upper hand. Now, Mei sat in her office, glaring at a scroll left behind by Kirito. Zabuza and Haku stood before her, restrained by Mist Village Anbu. He dares. Mei clenched the scroll tightly, anger flashing in her emerald eyes. On the surface, Kirito's gesture seemed altruistic, sending Zabuza and Haku back to bolster the Hidden Mist's dwindling talent pool. But Mei knew better. This was Kirito's way of mocking her, of reminding her of her past defeats. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Mei addressed the Anbu, untie them. The rest of you, leave us. The Mist Anbu exchanged wary glances before complying. Ao, the stern-eyed white-eyed killer, hesitated. Mizukage-sama, isn't this too dangerous? Zabuza once attempted to assassinate the former Mizukage. Mei's eyes narrowed. Do you doubt my judgment? I wouldn't dare, Ao replied hastily, bowing before leading the others out. Once the room was empty, Zabuza and Haku exhaled in relief. They hadn't expected Kirito's connections to the fifth Mizukage to be so strong. Mei studied them both carefully. Her gaze lingered on Haku, whose beauty seemed out of place for a battlefield. Did Kirito really give you this scroll? She finally asked. Yes, Mizukage-sama, Zabuza confirmed. Did he leave any message for me? No, Mizukage-sama, both Zabuza and Haku replied in unison. That bastard. Mei muttered under her breath, her grip on the scroll tightening. Suddenly, Haku spoke up. Lord Kirito mentioned he would return the beheading sword to the Mist Village at a later time. In the future, hey. Mei's cheeks flushed slightly as her fingers brushed the golden ring hidden beneath her dress. Her expression softened as she made her decision. Zabuza, in the name of the fifth Mizukage, I pardon your crimes and reinstate you as a ninja of Kirigakuer. However, due to your past offenses, you will start anew as a genin. I trust you have no objections to this. None at all, Mizukage-sama, Zabuza replied, bowing his head. Rank meant little to him, he knew his skills would soon elevate him back to his former status. As for you, Haku. Mei turned her attention to the young girl, her expression contemplative. You and I both possess bloodline limits. Would you be willing to become my apprentice? Haku hesitated, glancing at Zabuza for guidance. Though her loyalty lay with him, she couldn't ignore the opportunity before her. Go on, Haku. With your talent, you'll thrive under Mizukage-sama's guidance, Zabuza said, his tone encouraging. With Zabuza's blessing, Haku bowed deeply. I accept, Mizukage-sama. After Zabuza and Haku left the office, Mei leaned back in her chair, a triumphant smile spreading across her lips. She could already imagine Kirito's reaction when he learned that Haku had become her disciple. End of this chapter. Comment. 0 comment. Vote.